Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Zelenskyy insists Ukraine is ready for elections, pushing back after Trump accused Kyiv of using the war to avoid them. Australia enforces a world-first social media ban for under 16, sparking mixed reactions from teens and parents. And Trump hits the campaign trail with fiery attacks and bold claims on the economy. Ukrainian President Zelenskyy says Ukraine and the US are holding talks today on a draft peace plan. The discussion will also cover post-war reconstruction and economic development. This comes shortly after Zelenskyy pushed back on Donald Trump's repeated claims that Kyiv is using the war to avoid elections, insisting Ukraine is ready for elections. For more on this, I'm joined by global affairs analyst Michael Bossaque. Michael, it's a pleasure to have you on the show. A lot to talk about today, as we know a lot of diplomacy has been happening. But let's start with Zelenskyy saying Ukraine is ready to prepare for elections. You are in Odessa following nearly 4 years of war and constant attacks on the power infrastructure in Ukraine. Are the people of Ukraine ready for a change of government?
Good to be with you. Well, I can tell you I have never heard a more absurd, unworkable idea. I am a former election observer here in Ukraine, and I'm a former spokesperson for the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe. We had monitors all over Ukraine, and it's an enormous effort, even in 2014 when we set up here to put observers across the country. There are a number of problems with this idea. Number one, of course, is Zelenskyy says, okay, I will try to pass legislation through parliament where his party has a majority so that legislation can be changed, allowing elections during martial law. The problem with that is that, number one, a lot of Ukrainians are terrified of any security guarantees. They're traumatized from what happened with the Budapest Memorandum. So even if this were to happen and security guarantees were provided by the West, there's no ultimate guarantee that Russia wouldn't use that opportunity to target polling stations. Number two, there is millions of displaced Ukrainians at the moment, internally, fighting at the front line, and millions overseas, partially because of cutbacks from the Zelenskyy team to Ukrainian embassies abroad. There's no way that they're resourced to handle millions of Ukrainians at their embassies and consulates to process a vote. And as we've learned from elections in Moldova nearby, the diaspora vote can really swing an election. And then thirdly, again, because of my experience with election monitoring, I would find it hard to believe that they're going to be able to attract sufficient election monitors from, allied countries to come here to work. And then finally, one more point. If you walk past the Central Election Commission headquarters in Kyiv, it's totally dark. It hasn't operated for a long time. In fact, one of its directors is apparently fled at the beginning of the war to Miami. So that whole infrastructure is not in place. Maybe 1 year, 2 years from legislation allowing this to happen, but not within 60 to 90 days. No way.
So it's really interesting that you speak to me about how difficult it will be in Ukraine to hold elections. Do you think that President Zelenskyy is agreeing to do this to please President Donald Trump after that Politico interview yesterday to try and get the US back on Ukraine's side?
It appears that way. A former U.S. ambassador to Ukraine, who I just communicated with, said that he doesn't take it seriously, that it could be an effort by Zelenskyy to butter up or please Mr. Trump. But, Mr. Trump, from what we know about him, once he gets an idea in his head, sometimes he doesn't let go of it. And I don't think he likes Zelenskyy. I think he would like nothing more than to see him removed from power. There are fears here that if that were to happen, a head of government more lenient than Zelenskyy might come in. So there are a whole set of problems with that idea. I think it's a very, very difficult rabbit hole for him to go down.
And I also just want to say, just before I came on air, Michael, we did actually hear that Trump spoke with leaders of France, Germany and the UK about Ukraine. And this is within the last half an hour. And also the UK statement on the EU leaders' call with Trump. It says leaders agreed that this was a critical moment for Ukraine, its people and for shared security across the Euro-Atlantic region. Just reading between the lines there, does this appear positive to you that they are moving forward with these talks that we've seen go back and forth for what feels like months now?
Indeed. You know, most Ukrainians I speak to, they're tired of the blah, blah, blah from European leaders. What they need is action. What they need is money and weapons. Now, it does look like the Europeans are getting closer to releasing that almost 200 billion in frozen Russian assets held in Euroclear. That would help plug a very, very serious budget gap that could, if it's not plugged soon, by February or March, the government will have problems paying public sector salaries. But what Ukraine really needs, as everyone knows by now, are Patriot missile systems. They need long range and powerful missiles like the Taurus produced in Germany. They need intelligence. They need strike information. And, you know, we know very well that Europe, having delayed defense spending, having outsourced its defense needs to the United States for the longest time, is in no position to do that. The other problem, of course, is the shifting political sands happening before our very eyes in Europe. And I'll give you a quick example. Giorgia Meloni, Prime Minister of Italy, said a few days ago that Italy may have to opt out of that collective NATO purchasing plan for military assistance to Ukraine because she doesn't have the political backing. So, you know, I sound like a bit of a broken record, but I said this many times, words don't stop Russian missiles the way Patriot missile systems do.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about Russia, because we've heard from the Foreign Minister, Sergei Lavrov, and he took aim at the UK and the EU, saying both were in hopeless political blindness. Whether President Trump intends to or not, is he playing right into the hands of Vladimir Putin? And I think concern is raising about this after that peace plan that we did see, which was 28 points, and after that interview with Politico yesterday, Michael.
And also that Wall Street Journal article documenting all kinds of conversations between the Russians and the Trump circle. And from that, the biggest line that sticks out is borders don't matter as much as business does. So what we can take away, not only from that article, but from many other leaked interactions and so on, and kind of the stance of the Americans is that I believe, and I think many others do, that the Trump circle is out to enrich themselves. Maybe they're out to enrich America, to make America great again, red meat to their base. And, you know, they have this fantasy that, you know, if only the Russian and American economies were to be coupled back together again, it would reap huge benefits for America. Well, I don't believe that for a second. Now, to give a little bit of credit to the Americans, there is that national security strategy that tilts heavily towards Russia, but it does not only put a lot more focus on the homeland and the Western Hemisphere, but also Asia Pacific. Maybe they're looking ahead and worried that if they don't form some kind of economic alliance with Russia, especially concerning natural resources, energy, rare earth minerals, then China may get in on the action before then, because we all know that Russia has devoted so much of its economy and manpower to fight Ukraine, that its Arctic areas, its Russian Far East, is not that well protected. And, you know, in a few months from now, if not now, it would be a prime time for China to move in and say, hey, that's ours. I wouldn't put it past them.
And it's so interesting because what you're talking about, that security strategy, has been interpreted by so many different people in so many different ways. Is it a divorce from Europe? There's been so much talk about that. But let's just get back to the bones of what's happening at the moment, because we see Ukraine right now and they're doing so much to be able to bring some sort of deal to the table that will be accepted by the US. And the big question still remains. Russia. Are Russia prepared to sign a peace deal and to stop the fighting? Because we have to be honest here, they are making headway on the ground. It may be slow, but it's still happening.
Yeah, it's a great question. Well, you know, I know from being with the OSCE, we were in the middle of many deals that were signed with the Russians. It was a time of the Minsk agreements. And we all know that anything they sign isn't worth the paper it's signed on. So, you know, and I think this is the part that the Trump circle doesn't get. They trust Putin. I mean, look at the way that circus in Alaska, the way they feted him and, you know, extracted Mr. Putin from the grave of diplomatic isolation onto the world stage. So I don't believe that for a second. I mean, look at how many red lines they violated here. Look, in a few hours from now, I'm giving a talk to the Ukrainian diaspora in Canada. And just to remind people, as if they needed it, I am replaying, for example, that tape, that awful, awful video near the beginning of the war when Russia struck a maternity hospital, one of many. A couple of years later, they struck a children's hospital. So this is a country that has zero respect for international humanitarian law, for the Geneva Conventions. They've racked up hundreds, if not thousands, of war crimes. They've stolen, kidnapped 10, 20, 30,000 Ukrainian children. And according to reporting, sent some of them to North Korea to be indoctrinated to, for example, develop anti-Japanese feelings. So that should be, for example, set off alarm bells in Seoul and Tokyo and elsewhere that this war is expanding. That is why it shouldn't only be European allies concerned with what's happening. It should be Asia Pacific, and also should be the global South, India. Anybody that cares about territorial integrity should be concerned about what is about to happen.
Michael, we don't have much time left, but I just want to ask you a quick question, something I've been thinking about for a little while. We talk about Donald Trump, the Alaska summit, bringing President Putin out of the cold back onto the international stage. And this is a conversation that's happening everywhere. Do you think that if that happens and Donald Trump gives Russia more credibility, countries like the European countries will have to start working with Russia and aligning more with Russia? Or is that something that's just too far away to imagine right now?
It could go either way. I mean, the Europeans could say, okay, we're responsible for our own security, and they form their own security alliance with the Ukrainians, with the Baltic states, Moldova, of course, other states that are on the front line of Russian aggression. But I'm concerned if they don't do this very quickly, they're going to have to also flip their economies to wartime economies. And just quickly, look what happened off of UK waters the other day, where a Russian spy ship was not only mapping submarine cables, but also using military-grade lasers to shine in the eyes of RAF pilots. If that isn't escalated hybrid warfare, I don't know what is. And I also wonder a lot, as you probably do, what is the threshold for NATO to take collective action to push back the Russians? It's a very dangerous time right now. It looks like almost as if the rules-based international order is in quite the free fall.
Yeah, Michael Bossack, often I wonder if there's more questions than answers at the moment, but thank you so much for your insight and for speaking to me.
My pleasure. Thank you.
Now, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has hailed his country's move to ban social media for children under 16 as world-leading after the law came into force today. Many teenagers took to various platforms to bid farewell and mourn the loss of access to them. But it could be the first of many crackdowns as more countries look to rein in the big tech companies in other parts of the world, as Patrick Falk reports.
Australia's social media shake-up took effect today, making it the world's first country to put a ban on such platforms in response to concerns about potential harms. Prime Minister Anthony Albanese called it a proud day to be Australian.
Make no mistake, this reform will change lives for Australian kids and allowing them to just have their childhood.
Backing the Prime Minister at a ceremony to mark the new law was 12-year-old ban advocate Florence Brodrib.
We deserve time with real people to learn body language, tone, empathy and all the social cues you can't get from a screen. We also deserve boredom too, because boredom is what makes our brains spark creativity and think of big ideas.
But not all teens shared her enthusiasm. Many are lamenting what they feel is a lack of trust in parents to make decisions for their own children.
Like, a lot of my friends have jobs, especially at this age, and a lot of them are getting their L's soon, so I just don't understand why having a social media account is such a stretch for the government.
15-year-old Luna Dizon is among the roughly 1 million users affected. 10 major platforms, including TikTok, YouTube and Facebook, must block their accounts or face massive fines. Though it appears not all accounts have been deactivated just yet.
We're all a bit in shock still, but since some of us still have our accounts, we're just unsure what's going to happen and how they're going to ensure that we're not going to be able to access social media. But I think eventually without it, we'll learn how to adapt to it.
Tech companies have said they will comply, though many have hit out at the rules. They say it risks pushing children into more dangerous corners of the internet. Australia's internet regulator, Julie Inman-Grant, rejects the criticism and what she described as technological exceptionalism championed by social media giants.
There is no other consumer-facing industry in the world where we don't expect them to make sure that there are safety standards.
Meanwhile, a US congressional committee is calling on Inman-Grant to testify, describing her as a foreign official challenging the First Amendment. But other countries may follow suit. Indonesia, Denmark and Brazil are among those eyeing similar measures. Patrick Falk, Arabiya English.
Let's take a look at some of the other stories making the headlines today. The US has urged Thailand and Cambodia to cease hostilities immediately as border clashes enter a third day. At least 10 people have died and hundreds of thousands have been displaced. Cambodia has also announced it will withdraw from the Southeast Asian Games being held in Thailand. At least 19 people have died and 16 others were injured after 2 buildings collapsed in Morocco's northeastern city of Fez. Rescue teams are working around the clock to find anyone still trapped in the rubble. Koshari, an Egyptian spicy dish of lentils, rice and pasta, has been recognised by UNESCO as a cultural treasure. Popular among fasting Coptic Christians for its plant-based ingredients, the dish rose to fame in the 20th century. Italy's national cuisine has also been added to UNESCO's Intangible Cultural Heritage list. An Australian man who was jailed in Singapore and deported for charging at the pop star Ariana Grande was rejected from a Lady Gaga concert in Brisbane. Jensen Wang, who has a history of disrupting concerts, was escorted out of Suncorp Stadium as fans reacted with cheers and boos. Venue officials said they were warned he might try to attend the event. Now let's go back to the peace talks Ukraine and the US have been holding today, and we'll continue this conversation with Ukrainian MP Helena Yanchenko. Helena, great to have you on the show. Thank you so much for joining us. So just before I came on air, I wanted to talk to you about some breaking news that we did get. Apparently, Trump has spoken with the leaders of France, Germany and the UK about Ukraine. This was in the last half an hour, and we did get a statement coming from the UK side saying leaders agreed that this was a critical moment for Ukraine, its people, and for shared security across the Euro-Atlantic region. Reading between the lines here, we've seen a lot of diplomacy lately. Are you positive that some sort of deal will be reached shortly?
Well, you know, Ukrainians really desire for this war to be over. We are sick and tired to live under shelling, to experience blackouts, etc., etc. But we really want this war to be over and not paused with another Russian hostility coming afterwards. We believe that an only efficient negotiations are negotiations that foresee fair and lasting peace. And in order to do that, the negotiators, and by them I mean US, but also some Western countries, they should make sure that Russia, that the peace deal is not pro-Russian and it's not encouraging the aggressor to come back. I should remind you that Russia is attacking Ukraine for 11 years. And there were already previous attempts to have negotiations, like Minsk format or Normandy format. Both formats have failed, and we experienced full-scale invasion in 2022. Why it happened? Very easy. Because in the previous negotiation rounds, Western negotiators pressed and pushed the victim of aggression, Ukraine. They did not push and press aggressor, Russia. And therefore, previous negotiation rounds were encouraging for aggressors, and aggressor came back. Therefore, it's important to make lessons learned from the previous experience and make sure that this negotiation is actually efficient. And they foresee some kind of punishment and responsibility for the country which is an aggressor in this war.
Helena, I want to talk to you a little bit about wartime elections. They are forbidden under Ukrainian law, and Zelensky's term in office as the country's elected president did expire last year. Is Zelensky preparing elections in Ukraine to please President Trump to make sure that this deal that you've just and we are talking about isn't pro-Russian? Is this what Zelensky's doing?
We are ready for elections anytime, but there is one very important condition to have elections in Ukraine. The war should be over and martial law should be lifted. Otherwise, it's impossible to have elections, not only because legislation and constitution of Ukraine forbids elections, but also because it's impossible technically. In Ukraine, we only have one election day. So everyone should come to the election posts and vote there. And in the same time, if there is air alarm, everyone should leave their places, homes and workplaces and go to shelters. So it's very easy to actually break the whole election process by simply, sending military jets. And this is exactly what Russia is doing for the past 3.5 years. Therefore, it's easy, and Ukraine is eager to have elections, but there is one condition. Russia should stop this war, and then Parliament will lift the martial law.
Helena, during an interview with Politico, President Donald Trump says Moscow has the upper hand and size will win. Has Ukraine lost the war, and do the people feel that way in the country right now?
No, Ukrainians don't feel that way. Moreover, Russia actually used a lot of propaganda previously to try to make a fake that their army is second biggest or second best army in the world. Well, they happen to become second biggest army in Ukraine after they occupied part of our country. I believe that if Russia could actually really had some forces, they would fulfill their initial plans within 3 days and not 3 years like currently. Ukrainians are brave. Ukrainians are passionate and we will protect our homes. We don't have any other homes. We don't have other cities. So we don't have the places to live. We want Russians to leave our homes, our places, our cities.
And do you have faith that Europe is going to keep on funding this war in Ukraine and keep you safe? Because there's a lot of criticism that Europe and NATO itself have acted too slowly to protect the country and provide them with weapons and financially.
We believe that European countries are interested in supporting Ukraine. Because currently Russia is messing not only with Ukraine, but they keep on actually sending their drones and military jets and breaking the borders of other European countries like Finland, like Poland, like Sweden. Recently, even above some German airports, there were Russian drones identified. So now Russia became the threat for the whole continent. And everyone is understanding that. And therefore, in European Union, a lot of politics is changing because European Union and European countries also understand that Russia became a threat for the whole world. Moreover, I should say that the fact that this war is ongoing and Russia is still trying to attack Ukraine sends bad messages not only within our continent, but also to other authoritarian regimes around the world. Russia is trying to manipulate with these negotiations simply to buy them more time. Russia wants to buy themselves more time in order to establish additional alliances with other authoritarian regimes like North Korea, like Iran, etc., etc. And we believe it really becomes a threat for the whole world, for all regions and all parts of the world.
Helena Yanchenko, thank you so much for your time and for joining me. Donald Trump has returned to the campaign trail. At a rally in Pennsylvania, he attacked immigrants and revived old controversial comments about certain countries. He also called worries about rising prices a hoax and blamed Democrats for inflation. With his approval rating on the economy dropping, many voters are still feeling the pinch. For more on this, I'm joined from Washington by our correspondent, Jaagruti Dubey. Thank you so much for joining me, Jaagruti. Great to have you back on the show. So President Trump hits the road in the U.S. to sell his economic policies and rally against what he calls the affordability hoax. What did the U.S. president tell his supporters?
Yeah, this was at a rally in Pennsylvania on Tuesday night in the US, and he was going on this tour to really to talk about the economy. I think there have been concerns amongst his base that maybe his focus has been shifting to other issues, particularly foreign policy, that's been dominating the agenda. So he spoke to a crowd of supporters saying that I have no higher priority than making America affordable again. He promised lower prices, bigger paychecks. And he said that Democrats have caused the high prices and we are bringing them down. And he said that the Democrats always have a hoax and the new one is affordability. This is something that he has said before, calling it a con, really sort of trying to push back at those criticisms that he hasn't focused as much on the issue of cost of living as he said he would on the campaign trail. And he also gave an interview to Politico where he said that he would grade his economy as an A+++++. But as the polls are suggesting, many Americans don't agree with that grade, that they are feeling the pinch, they are feeling that groceries are rising too fast and that not enough is being done to bring the cost down. But at that rally, speaking to many of his supporters, he went through his biggest hits, including attacks on immigrants, particularly the Somali community, repeating his attacks on Ilhan Omar, the representative, the congresswoman who was a Somali refugee before she became a US citizen. And he is really trying to galvanize that base where there are concerns that they may be slightly wavering in their support for the Trump agenda.
And something that you just mentioned to me, Trump's approval rating has slipped from more than 50% when he retook office, with polls showing voters are repeatedly citing inflation as their primary concern. What policies has President Trump implemented to get prices down?
Yeah, so if you look at things that the White House and other government agencies have said, Donald Trump has been, and his spokespeople have been celebrating bringing down gas prices, reducing the deficit. This is something that Donald Trump is very passionate about. He believes deficit reduction is a very important sign of an economy doing well, and that's, he says, is much of the justification behind his tariff strategy. He says he's bringing back jobs and investment to the United States through trade deals. And, last week, Donald Trump signed an executive order which gives you an idea of the things that he thinks are to blame for high prices. So he's saying to stop price fixing, anti-competitive behavior and foreign influence that drives up grocery prices and threatens the security of America's food supply. In July, the president also enacted some tax cuts, which he says will put more money into American families' pockets. And while analyses have shown that middle-income, lower-income families have benefited from these tax cuts, there are critics who say that actually the larger benefits have gone to wealthy Americans. And so you've also seen the president cutting tariffs on certain products, such as beef and coffee, which have risen because of the tariffs, in a bid to reduce some of those high prices. You've also seen the Trump administration releasing a $12 billion funding package for farmers who've been affected by tariffs, particularly on products like soybeans that impact trade with China. Although the USDA have characterized this as impacts on farmers due to unfair market disruptions. And in this sort of executive order in this announcement that the White House has released, talking about the benefits of White House policy, they've said, while lowering prices can't happen overnight, we're making big progress and we'll keep working to make sure everyone benefits.
Jagruti Dubey, thank you so much for joining me. Brilliant to have you back on the show. Let's continue this very conversation now with economist Laurie Laird. Laurie, we've just been speaking there about the affordability. Why are we seeing a cumulative increase for most goods in the US, which is now taking a massive toll on consumers there?
Yeah, and you got to wonder, Leigh Ann, what took consumers so long to figure this out? We have had above target inflation. The Federal Reserve, the U.S. Central Bank, targets an inflation rate of 2% a year. And that's similar to most central banks around the world. But since the pandemic, we've seen inflation well above that. And during the pandemic, remember, we had those supply chain snags. Remember, we all wanted computers and we all wanted all those goods to entertain us while we were at home. There was a shortage of the chips to power those things. So the prices of those goods went up astronomically. And then we had the invasion of Ukraine, which elevated energy prices, food prices as well, because things like fertilizer, which comes predominantly from Ukraine, that became hard to get, became expensive. So we have these geopolitical events that affected inflation. But in the U.S., inflation is still, and in the UK as well, inflation is still well above target. So the level of inflation has come down, and Donald Trump points that out all the time, right? Inflation was very high under Joe Biden. It was at about an annual rate of 9%. Now we're down to just under 3%. that means prices are still rising. They're just rising at a lower rate than they were before, but that Americans are feeling the cumulative effect. And if we look at food prices, which are something that's very emotive, that's up about 30% for most items since 2020. So people really feel that. And it's not like, when you buy food, you go to the supermarket and you buy something week in and week out, things like coffee, things like minced beef. You're going to notice if the price of that increases. You don't replace your computer all that frequently. So the price isn't as emotive. It's not as noticeable as the things that you buy week in and week out.
And the Federal Reserve is actually widely expected to cut rates today. Laurie, are they going to cut despite the meeting taking place in the fog of a data blackout? Because, of course, we had that shutdown in the US too.
Absolutely. We've seen very little data. We had some inflation data last week, and this was the Fed's preferred measure of inflation, about 2.7, 2.8%, depending on how you measure it. That's not all that hot, but again, it's above that 2% target that I mentioned. And that's the only set of data that on inflation that we had for a while. And not to mention, not only are we in sort of the data, a fog of data, as you mentioned, inflation's still closer to 3% than 2%. So you might ask, why is the Fed going to cut rates? The Fed is concerned that the jobs market is beginning to weaken, and there's not a ton of evidence there. Again, possibly because there's very little data, but the Fed is concerned about this. But I do think that we will see the Fed reduce rates by 25 basis points, a quarter of a percentage point. What will be, if the Fed doesn't cut rates because everyone expects it, I think that could cause a little bit of market panic. Markets do not like to be surprised. Given that that's pretty much baked in, that rate cut, what we're going to look at is the press conference that Chair Jerome Powell gives half an hour after that rate announcement. So that's at 7:30 my time. It's at 9:30 your time. You're 2 hours ahead. And that will be where the attention is, looking at what Powell says. Does he hold out the hope of another rate cut at the next meeting?
I'm 4 hours ahead, so 11:30 for me. So that will be an interesting press conference.
Well, I expect you're going to stay up.
Of course. I will be working. I have another show to do, but after that I'll catch up. But I want to talk to you a little bit about Jerome Powell because, he hasn't had it easy as Donald Trump's come in for his second time in office. And we are hearing now final interviews for the top central bank job are kicking off this week. Who is going to replace Jerome Powell? I think that's a big question right now.
It's a huge question right now. And you're right. There's meant to be an interview going on today, actually. Scott Bessent, the Treasury Secretary, is reported to be speaking to a man called Kevin Warsh, who's one of the front runners. The bookies are putting the shortest odds on a guy called Kevin Hassett. He's now he's been in both Donald Trump administrations. He is a big ally of Donald Trump. Interesting. I was a couple of years, I'm aging myself here, a couple of years behind him at university. And he was a mainstream right of center, to be sure, but pretty much a mainstream economist. He's a tax expert. But over the past couple of years, he really has become much more vocally and publicly aligned with Donald Trump. And while he's the front runner, the markets aren't all that sure they want Hassett to be in the chair. They're afraid that he'll be too influenced by Trump. He has certainly spoken a lot about the need for much, much lower interest rates, although over the past couple of days, he's been talking about how the Fed should not be politicized. He's the front runner, but I would guess that there are 3 or 4 other candidates that are being interviewed. And I'd guess that if Hassett were a shoo-in, these interviews wouldn't be happening. The markets would like to see a guy called Christopher Waller, who's already a Fed governor, very sensible, very smart. That would be the market's pick. But I think the other thing to look at, Leigh Ann, is whether Jerome Powell stays on the board. His term as governor, or as chair, is up early next year, but his term as governor goes on till early 2028. So a lot of people are wondering whether he'll stay as a governor to make sure that Donald Trump doesn't sort of try and engineer a majority of people that will do his bidding.
I don't know why, but I predict that this is going to get quite exciting and testing when it comes to that time, because Jerome Powell's quite clear he doesn't want to leave the position, Laurie. So, you know, only time's going to say.
For me, this is so exciting, but you know what a boffin I am when it comes to this stuff. But the composition of the Fed, it's interesting for me, a bit geeky, but it's really important because there's a body of evidence worldwide that shows that when a central bank is under political control, that inflation is higher, the cost of living is higher. So even though this is a bit geeky, we all have an interest in it.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're talking about the American economy and how it's making people feel in the polls. So absolutely necessary. Laurie Led, as always, brilliant to have you on. Thank you so much. And that's all from us on W News. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel. Of course, follow us on X. Counterpoints with Melinda Nucifora will be coming up next. Plus, we'll be back in a couple of hours' time with W News Extra. Goodbye and thank you for watching.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
Economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Hello and welcome to the Dailies. President Trump's remarks about Europe dominated headlines across the continent, where leaders reacted sharply to his depiction of a weak and decaying Europe. His newly released national security strategy added to the backlash, triggering a global ripple effect as European officials and leaders condemned its hardline stance on migration and its shift away from traditional alliances. Meanwhile, in the US, a civil rights group filed a lawsuit demanding the administration release a classified memo set to justify deadly boat strikes that killed dozens of suspected smugglers. In an exclusive interview with President Trump, Politico captures the president's most aggressive attack yet on European leaders, whom he calls weak and unable to control migration or even manage the Ukraine war. Politico highlights his signals that he is willing to reshape European politics by endorsing like-minded candidates and also dismissed Europe's role in ending the Ukraine war. The president also claimed Russia now holds the advantage. According to Politico, Trump doubled down also on his domestic agenda, demanding interest rate cuts from a future federal chair and also refusing to commit to stabilizing U.S. healthcare subsidies. European media reacted with sharp concern, casting Trump's remarks about a weak and decaying Europe as a serious rupture in transatlantic relations. Coverage stressed that his language mirrors far-right rhetoric and signals a potential U.S. withdrawal from its traditional security role. Many outlets warned Europe must prepare to rely more on itself as American backing becomes less certain. Another development that prompted sharp reactions in Europe was President Trump's new national security strategy, to which European outlets reacted with sharp concern, warning that Trump's new strategy marks a major break in transatlantic relations. American media also described the new strategy as a sharp break from decades of American foreign policy. Bret Stephens argues in the New York Times that Trump's new national security strategy has shaken Europe because it echoes a far-right narratives. It also downplays Russia as a threat and portrays European nations as weak, over-regulated and culturally eroding. Stephens argues that even though Trump's strategy goes too far, it actually highlights some hard truths: that Europe isn't strong enough militarily, its economy is slowing, and its leaders often avoid tough decisions. He says Europe needs a major reset, rebuilding its defenses, tightening migration rules, rethinking energy policy, and restoring confidence in its own culture. Daniel Finkelstein's commentary in The Times warns that Trump's new national security strategy marks a decisive break with 80 years of US-led liberal order. The author actually argues that Trump's embrace of an America First worldview revives pre-World War II isolationism. And it also dismisses European security commitments and openly critiques allies, while claiming the US no longer bears responsibility for global stability. The piece also contends that this shift leaves Europe exposed, forces democracies to build new security alliances, and also signals that the post-Pax Americana has effectively ended. The Guardian argues that Trump's new national security doctrine marks the most serious rupture in transatlantic relations, as we said, since 1945. Now, the analysis contends that Trump's rhetoric reframes Europe not as an underspending ally, but as a decaying multicultural failure, unworthy of US backing. The piece also describes Trump's comments about Europe as rooted in racialized fears and disdain for Europe's political institutions. It concludes that by echoing far-right narratives and undermining European leaders, Trump weakens the alliance at a moment of acute security crisis, leaving Europe increasingly vulnerable to US disengagement. The Guardian also detailed Zelensky's sharp response to Donald Trump's claim that Ukraine is no longer democratic. The report recounts how Zelenskyy, irritated by the accusation, said he's prepared to hold wartime elections within 60 to 90 days if Parliament amends the law and allies provide security support. He actually outlined logistical hurdles like soldiers, displaced citizens, and occupied regions, but insisted he has the will and readiness to proceed. The piece frames his announcement against rising US pressure for a peace deal and Trump's hints of disengaging from Ukraine. The new US national security strategy drew criticism not just in Europe, but in the Middle East as well. The Palestine Chronicle argues that Trump's new strategy repackages long-standing US policies in the Middle East as transformative while masking deeper contradictions. The analysis brands the claims in the document that the US dominance has been restored, that Iran is weakened, and peace advanced as false and misleading. The piece also provides counter-arguments or counter-claims that regional realities show escalating instability, and there's also a growing multipolar competition and also expanding US-Israeli military interventions. It contends that the strategy misrepresents conditions in Palestine, in Syria, and also in Iran, dressing ideological alignment with Israel as regional peace building while sidelining genuine geopolitical shifts. The Telegraph reported that Trump has given Zelenskyy a Christmas deadline to accept a US-drafted peace deal, warning Ukraine will eventually succumb to Russia if it refuses. The report explains that Trump's envoys delivered the ultimatum after talks with Putin and intensifying, of course, pressure on Kiev to cede territory for uncertain security guarantees. The piece also notes that Zelenskyy is racing to craft a counter-proposal with European allies who fear the U.S. is forcing Ukraine into an unacceptable choice. In the U.S., the Washington Post reported that civil rights groups have filed a suit demanding the Trump administration release a classified memo said to justify deadly boat strikes that killed dozens of suspected smugglers. The piece highlights the plaintiff's argument that the government is concealing the legal basis for actions that may breach international law and amount to extrajudicial killings. It concludes also that by forcing disclosure, the plaintiffs seek to challenge the administration's authority and expose whether the strikes were legally defensible, making the memo a central test of transparency and executive power. Axios reported on the results of a new Public Religion Research Institute poll that shows that most Americans, including independents and many Republicans, and the majority or majorities across nearly all religious groups, they all support preserving birthright citizenship as guaranteed by the 14th Amendment. Now, according to Axios, the poll finds broad resistance to Trump's intensified migration crackdown, with approval of his immigration handling falling sharply since March. The poll also shows that while white evangelicals remain his strongest backers, most other faith groups now oppose his approach and express declining confidence in ICE. The report concludes that the data suggests Trump's policies energize his base but alienate the wider electorate. The Paramount Netflix battle for Warner Brothers remained in focus internationally. The Economist examined the battle, framing it as a turning point for Hollywood. Now, the analysis explains that Paramount wants Warner to gain scale, revive cinema, and rebuild a traditional studio powerhouse, while Netflix, already dominant in streaming, seeks Warner's premium intellectual property to fuel engagement and compete with YouTube in the broader attention economy. The piece argues that Warner's shareholders now face a stark choice between restoring old Hollywood or accelerating its algorithm-driven future. To the Middle East, as Israel Hayom reveals that a U.S. brokered Israel-Syria security agreement finalized in writing and prepared for signing at the UN General Assembly collapsed when Prime Minister Netanyahu refused to sign at the last moment. Now, the report highlights Syrian officials' hope that Trump will pressure Israel to curb escalating military activity, noting over 1,000 Israeli strikes and expanding Israeli control in southern Syria. The piece also portrays Netanyahu's reversal as a major missed diplomatic breakthrough amid rising regional tensions, though the Prime Minister's office denies any near deal existed. And we'll end with Sharq al-Awsat, which published a feature examining Syria's radically altered military map 1 year after al-Assad's regime. The report shows Iran and Hezbollah's complete withdrawal, major Syrian defense forces losses west of Euphrates, and also the emergence of new actors such as Sweda's National Guard, who are backed by Israel. With the Syrian government now controlling nearly 70% of the territory, the study concludes that future shifts will come through political pressure, not renewed large-scale warfare. That's it for today. Thanks for watching the dailies, only on Arabiya English.
Peace at any cost? The US says Ukraine is losing the war and should accept a deal. The EU argues that would be walking into a Russian trap. Shuttle diplomacy to end the conflict continues, but is Kyiv running out of leverage? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints.
The first democracy in the world, the descendants of Alexander the Great, an isolated village. And a God who speaks through a spiritual medium. The secrets of Malana, a veil lifted from the depths of a mysterious world. The village of Malana, nestled in the enchanting Himalayas, sits at a high altitude of about 2,652 meters above sea level in India's Himachal Pradesh state, surrounded by breathtaking beauty. To reach this hidden sanctuary, travelers must endure a long, winding journey, about 21 kilometers from the nearest city, Kulu, climbing steep trails and rugged paths that seem to go on endlessly before finally reaching the village. Tourists endure great hardship to reach this village due to its remote location, which modern transport cannot access.
The only challenge which I felt was like trekking to Malana village from the parking, which is quite a lot. For me, it was around, it took me around an hour to reach over here.
In this distant valley, there lies a rich history that stretches back thousands of years, a way of life deeply bound by its own unique traditions and laws. The beliefs of the Malanese, which often conflict with their economic needs, mean that although they strictly forbid physical contact with outsiders, they are nonetheless forced to rely mainly on tourism, a blessing, yet also a curse for them.
As the head of the village, my job is to take care of all the work here, such as leveling roads and installing solar light. It is my duty to place trash bins in different parts of the village and to raise awareness among tourists to use them instead of throwing garbage anywhere. I use the money that the government provides for this work.
Jamlingirishi, regarded as one of the great sages in Hindu mythology, is said to have intervened through his divine oracle, commanding that all guest houses surrounding Malana be closed. According to the legend, his decree allowed the village to welcome visitors only during daylight hours, when the god's blessing was present. This remote village attracts around 12,000 visitors each year.
Tourists can't come and stay over here. It's very hard to find a place over here. Usually tourists come, visit, stay here for like a couple of hours and they go back to their own hotels.
It is well known for its beautiful wooden houses, built in the unique Kathkuni architectural style, which were tragically destroyed in a massive fire back in January 2008. From those ashes, a new Malana emerged, resilient and hopeful. The march of modernity became increasingly evident, with cell towers, electricity and television sets appearing everywhere. Throughout Himachal Pradesh, people will tell you that the residents of this ancient village, known for their deeply rooted customs, avoid even the lightest physical contact with outsiders. They remain cautious and distant, especially when it comes to any direct touch. The children of the village do not hesitate to hug or shake hands. But most of the people here still firmly uphold the rule of no physical contact with foreigners.
What surprised me over here is that you can't touch their holy places, you can't touch the local people over here. And if you're not walking on the path which is already made to walk, they'll literally tell you to move away from that. You can't come closer to their houses as well. You have to pay huge amount as fine or something like that.
सुनो यहाँ मना है कि ऐसा नहीं है किसी जगह में हम भी नहीं जा सकता है आप भी नहीं जा सकता है.
Touching is forbidden here. This rule, you see, is not only for outsiders. We too have our own rules that forbid touching others. Even the gods have their rules. That is how it is. Everyone can be punished for touching, even the locals. The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely related to ritual and traditional religion.
The people of Malana do not marry outsiders. They also have their own language, which is closely tied to their rituals and traditional faiths, deeply rooted in their culture. The people of Malana speak a sacred tongue known as Kanashi, a language never taught to outsiders, whispered only within the village itself. Nowhere else on earth can this language be heard.
The good tongues once spoken here are gone. Now we speak only Dano, the demon's tongue.
This rare language, Kanashi, belongs to the great Sino-Tibetan family. Yet, in the neighbouring villages, people speak completely different Indian languages, none of which share any real connection with Kanashi. The current state of the Kanashi language, unfortunately, puts it at an inevitable risk of extinction. It is unwritten, and it has not been scientifically documented at all. The people of Malana are distinguished by their light brown hair and eyes. Their noses are long. Their skin is wheat-coloured. They resemble the inhabitants of the Mediterranean basin more than those who live in Himachal. Many stories and legends surround this mountain village. One ancient tale tells how soldiers from Alexander the Great's army sought refuge here in 326 BC, wounded after fierce battles with King Porus, ruler of what is now Punjab in India. Their memory still lingers in the myths of Malana. It is said that these soldiers were the ancestors of today's Malana people, warriors who, after fierce battles long ago, chose these mountains as their final refuge. Artifacts found in the village seem to echo that legend. Yet, there is no study which confirms a link to Alexander's army, and many locals simply call it an old tale.
ये जो है जो सिकंदर का जो फौज था ना वहाँ का कोई It is not true that a man came here. It isn't true that a man named Alexander came here. We are, and have always been, the sons of Jamadagni, Rishi, nothing else.
All that is a lie. There is no lineage of Alexander here. We come from Balkan, Rangri, Lugai, and Shela, and Kulu has its lineage too. It makes no sense for there to be a link to Alexander. In fact, Alexander's descendants also came, but none of them remained as we wiped them out.
The village of Malana is renowned for its judicial and democratic system, marked by its unique and ancient traditions. The members of the village council, 11 in total, gather in the main square and are known as the Jamda. The council members listen patiently to every case brought before them. Disputes are discussed, voices are heard, and the village reaches its verdict by a vote of the majority, an enduring example of the living spirit of democracy that has guided Malana for centuries. This scene reflects the village's adherence to its own laws and its independence from India's formal judicial system. Malana is famous for cultivating a type of cannabis that bears its name, Malana cream, one of the region's main sources of income. Yet this crop brings not only legal challenges but also social consequences. Children and young boys sadly have become involved in supplying and selling drugs in Malana.
थोड़ा सुधरेंगे यहाँ पे थोड़ा प्रॉब्लम थी नशे मतलब ऐसे families that live here believe that people fall into drug addiction at a young age. The village is very small, so education is poor. And only a few of the villagers can read or write. Still, we live a simple life by farming the land, welcoming travelers, sharing stories by the fire, laughing together and finding happiness in the quiet rhythm of our days. Guest houses can be opened, but not inside Malana. I studied until the 10th grade, yet family troubles forced me to stop. According to our culture, we no longer take outside jobs. We follow Rishi's path, growing vegetables, tending apple trees, gathering herbs from the forest. This work is inherited from our ancestors. This is the rhythm of our lives. It keeps us close to our land, to our mountain, and to the silence that protects us, and collecting herbs from the forest. This is how we earn our living.
Here, women work more, and men work less. Women do many tasks like collecting honey and going to the forest to gather herbs.
People are quite friendly over here, and there's some different culture also over here. What I heard about the culture and everything, that they have their own code, they have their own law. They don't follow what you call Indian constitution. So this place is completely different compared to all over India, kind of, you can say that. Their Pradhan take all the decisions if there's any fight or anything in between the locals or something among themselves. There's only one person who takes all the decision for them.
The unique democratic system practiced in Malana is considered one of the oldest in the world. It closely resembles the model of ancient Greece. It consists of two councils, a lower and an upper house, where matters are discussed carefully. Final authority always rests with the upper house, which includes 3 respected figures, one serving as the voice of the local deity. The village's oral tradition tells of a sacred figure named Jamadan Girishi. He lived in this mountain village centuries ago, known for his wisdom and deep contemplation. He is believed to have helped establish the laws and customs that the people of Malana have followed through the ages.
ऋषि आया ना इधर, जमदग्नि ऋषि आ गया तो इस करके इधर तपस्या की है इन्होंने. दानु का राज था. हाँ, दानु ने हार माना.
When the Rishi Jamadagni came here and meditated in this place, Danu ruled this region. Danu agreed to hand the village over to Jamadagni. In Hindi, we call him Jamadagni. We call him Jamlu. 2 brothers first came and ruled here. After that, their number grew to 100 people. And now, there are many.
बात और भी आते 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 तब इधर पूरा गाँव बस गया. यहाँ का कल्चर अलग ही है.
The story of Jamdangiri Rishi forms an inseparable part of Malana's rich cultural heritage. New generations are constantly reminded of the importance of wisdom and a deep reverence for history and tradition. This divine figure truly symbolizes a guiding spirit within Malana's unique system of governance. This political framework, indeed, has raised many questions among researchers and visitors alike, who often struggle to understand how such an advanced form of governance can exist in this remote, yet peculiar village.
Jamdagni Rishi, he worshipped Shivji for a long time, and Shivji came and gave Vardhan to Rishiji to stay here or something like that. It was there. That drew my attention. And if you can see, there's behind there's a railing which ground is there. So they said that Rishiji used to worship over here. Over here only Shivji gave him darshan and gave him the Vardhan to stay over here and all that. There's some festival today for which I came. So let's see festival, how does it goes. It should start in the evening and it will go on for the next 2-3 days. They dance and all that, and they do prayers and all that.
The young women adorn themselves with bright clothes and jewellery as they prepare for Phagli, the joyful festival celebrated across Himachal Pradesh. It marks the end of winter's chill and the warm, colourful arrival of spring. It is an important and colourful celebration of music and traditional dance that unites the community.
This celebration is held at the end of winter and the beginning of summer. Now we can plant the seeds in the fields. We will start by planting potatoes, kidney beans and other things.
Girls will come from all the villages wearing their best dresses. And there will be dances in many places, and everyone will visit each other's homes to eat together.
आज लड़की मेला है.
It is our tradition to celebrate after the snowfall that lasts for 6 months. The snow isolates our village completely, as there is no way out during the winter. When the spring arrives, the place becomes filled with joy. Everyone sings, the snow has melted, and people dance through the night and into the morning. This is the reason for our happiness. I guess the village has to take care of the things. There are lots of garbage on the entrance of the village, and there are lots of stuff is scattered over here and there. So I guess it can get much better. They can clean it properly.
नहीं हमसे तो कोई परेशानी नहीं है फिर भी है जरूर परेशानी We have no problem with tourists. The only problem we face with them is that when they come here, they throw litter on the road like chocolate wrappers, biscuits and empty bottles.
This enchanting village has absorbed the essence of the Himalayas that surround it, its roots intertwined with the ancient heritage of its people. Despite warnings against foreigners and the strict rule of no physical contact, the village radiates warmth. It remains a mysterious haven for many adventure seekers. Yet one wonders, could the villagers' joy in welcoming tourists ultimately become the very cause of their village's ruin?
बस यहाँ पे फ्यूचर यही है अब फ्यूचर तो अब पहाड़ ही है ये फ्यूचर सब
These mountains are our future, because in the days to come they will remain beautiful. The world below us is not so good. Tourism is not welcomed here. What can we do? We are the sons of the wise, and it is our duty to carry on the work of the sages.
बस अपना खाते जीते बस यही है
Anj Dubair, professional tennis player and all-round inspiration. You're opening your academy in Dubai today. How does this moment feel to you?
It's a dream come true, really. I always wanted to have my academy. You know, to be honest, want to start in Tunisia, but in Dubai they opened the doors for me, and you know how they encourage sports here. So it was great to just have my first academy here. I would say create champions. You know, if we can say that from my region, from the Arab world. I feel like we have a lot of talented people that they can achieve, you know, and be, why not, number one in the world. So we hope we can do that. It's not about doing a business, but it's really about creating champions.
You've been a very, very successful tennis player from the Arab and African world, ranked world number 2, and you've inspired so many people. How difficult was it to get in the top 10 coming from Tunisia?
It's definitely more difficult than coming from like Europe or US, you know. Usually they have the experience with sponsors as well. It's much easier to sponsor someone from that country than from my country, unfortunately. But, you know, I think the tennis is evolving. People start to know more about, you know, the African Arab region, which is, you know, that's what I wanted, you know. So I hope we can change that perspective. I hope I can share my experience with the young kids and really inspire them to become, you know, champions. They are little champions, and hopefully they become big champions, you know. I feel like it's very important to do that for sure.
Ons, you've taken a little bit of a break away from tennis and you're really concentrating on the humanitarian side of things. You've spoken out about how difficult it is for people in Gaza. How are you helping them with your foundation, and is the world doing enough?
It's always not enough. As long as, you know, the war is still going there, it's always not enough. I think every human being deserves to live, deserves to survive. You know, unfortunately we're talking about surviving, which is the minimum thing that anybody could have, you know. And unfortunately I really hate politics, and I wish we can end this and everybody would live in peace. But through my foundation I'm trying to help a little bit in my country, in Tunisia, and hopefully in the future in Africa. Through WFP we're trying to help a lot in Gaza, and there is a lot of exciting projects. Since I'm not, you know, playing right now, I would love to take this opportunity and really speak out more and do more humanitarian things. This is what I feel like defines me. I'm not just a tennis player, but also I'm a human being.
And I want to talk to you a little bit about life off the tennis court. You're due to become a mother. Yes. Congratulations to that.
Thank you.
And I've always sort of admired you because your fitness coach is actually
my husband.
Yes. And I think about how I would work with the person I loved. Ons, how does it work? Is it difficult? Do you fight? Do you want to fire him some days, but are really excited?
I think I fire him every day. No, it was more difficult at the beginning, you know. We didn't know how to work with each other. He tells me to run. I was like, don't tell me what to do, you know, as a woman with her ego, you know. But he's such a sweetheart, you know. He has a strong character, but he knows when to go up and with me and when not. So it's fun to work with him, and he's you know, half Russian, so he has that discipline in him, you know, more. Yeah. So that helps me, you know, be you know, the woman that I am today, and really thanks to him I achieved to that. You know, in Arabic we say behind every a strong man is a woman, but in this case, behind, you know, a strong woman is a man. So he's unbelievable, and I really love this relationship. And you know, we took this decision together to have a baby. We both want to be a parent. It's very tough when you play tennis, but he's very supportive, and I know he's going to be behind me to come back stronger for sure.
And I wanted to ask you a little bit about that, you know, motherhood and playing tennis and how difficult it is to come back, because this has been a question that surrounded the sport for so many years, and lots of women do come back after they have children, sometimes successfully, sometimes not. Have you been speaking to other players on the circuit who have done it, and how are you feeling about that?
I did. A lot of amazing women, they gave birth and they came back, which unbelievable, you know. I've always dreamed of having a baby and coming back. To be honest with you, I have no idea how my body would react. I hope my baby is listening and he you know, gives me an easier comeback. But you know, if I'll try my best, you know, to be ready as soon as I can. And I really, one thing, I don't want to end my career like I, you know, played last few months. So I hope I've just come back and you know, end it in the right way.
So it's good news, me hearing you say you want to come back, because you've obviously taken a little bit of time out, and that was really to reconnect to the game and to find yourself again, because it must be so difficult when you're not feeling that connection on a tennis court. How are you feeling now? Do you think that you've refound the love for tennis?
Definitely, I'm feeling much better. You know, I had to take a break. I wasn't feeling happy on the court, which is, you know, kind of a bit surprising because, you know, tennis court is my happy place. But I'm glad that I did that. I'm glad that I put myself first. And, you know, with doing that, I'm having a cute little surprise. So I hope that will motivate me even more to come back. I want my baby boy to watch me, you know, play. So that's a moment I'm really excited to have.
What would you say to anyone who's a little bit nervous to come to the tennis court, but they really want to try out the sport or get their child involved? What's the main inspiration behind it?
I heard a lot of, I saw a lot of articles that tennis is one of the healthiest sports. So that's one thing. And plus, when you move in tennis, you move everything, you know. So it's a full body sport. Definitely don't go and play paddle, go and play tennis, you know. And just enjoy, you know, as long as you enjoy with your friends is the most important thing.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks. Seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years,
economic shifts or social movements.
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
The most important development straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Peace at any cost? The US says Ukraine is losing the war and should accept a deal. The EU argues that would be walking into a Russian trap. Shuttle diplomacy to end the conflict continues, but is Kyiv running out of leverage? I'm Melinda Nucifora. That debate coming up soon on Counterpoints.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Canberra. Not your typical destination in Australia, but Canberra holds a lot of promise for tourists. There's just so many attractions to explore in the city. Prepare to be surprised. Canberra is in fact Australia's youngest capital city. What it hides is its thriving arts community, lively food and bar scenes, and then of course, the cultural institutions. It's got a healthy mix of man-made and natural attractions for every kind of tourist. Overall, Canberra is where you can explore, discover, learn, and yes, have a lot of fun. Know more about the history of Australia at the War Memorial. This is where the nation's troops and war's involvement is chronicled, starting from the colonial period to the present day. Here, you'll find a new range of exhibits, such as the Anzac Voices and the revamped First War Galleries. You can also tour Parliament House, a modern complex opened in 1988. This is where you can witness the democratic process at question time in the House of Representatives or Senate. Historic and educational stops aside, Canberra's also got a funky spirit. You can experience this at the weekly Old Bus Depot markets held every Sunday. It's where you can buy the most interesting of things: hipster clothes, homeware, and yes, delicious organic produce. It's also where you can shop for souvenirs to bring home. The city is also a haven for art lovers. Small art galleries line the city, not to mention that some of the country's most important collections are displayed here. The National Gallery of Australia is the nation's preeminent public gallery, housing collections of Australian, Indigenous, and Asian art. There's also the National Portrait Gallery nearby that you might just be curious enough to check out. And then there's the Institute of Sport. Get up close and personal with elite athletes, gymnasts, swimmers, and cyclists that train at the Australian Institute of Sport in Canberra. The Institute welcomes visitors and offers tours for them. The place houses many facilities like swimming pools, tennis courts, and of course, a fully equipped gym. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
On November 2nd, 1917, Britain's Foreign Secretary, Arthur Balfour, wrote a brief letter promising his government's support for creating a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. That marked the beginning of a century of conflicts and wars that would forever alter the fate of Palestine and the entire region. 108 years later, Britain's Prime Minister Keir Starmer stood before the world. On September 20th, 2025, before the cameras, announcing his country's recognition of the state of Palestine.
I state clearly, as Prime Minister of this great country, that the United Kingdom formally recognises the state of Palestine.
As your chairman has reminded you,
The British recognition carried special symbolism. No other nation has played a more decisive role in the modern history of Palestine than Britain itself.
it is nearly 16 years since he recruited me to the Zionist movement.
Under the 1916 Sykes-Picot Agreement between Britain and France, Britain took control of Palestine, placing it under military rule, just as it did with other parts of the Middle East. A year later, Balfour confirmed in his letter to Lord Rothschild, the wealthy British Jew, that his government viewed with favor the establishment of a national home for the Jewish people in Palestine. The Balfour Declaration was not just a letter, it reflected a clear colonial policy. Britain had also promised independence to the Arabs, in return for their support against the Ottomans, a promise that was never kept. In 1920, Britain formally declared its mandate over Palestine. As the de facto authority, the British allowed waves of Jewish immigration into Palestinian lands. The resulting anger led to massive uprisings in cities like Jerusalem, Jaffa, and Haifa, culminating in a Palestinian revolt in 1936 that lasted 3 years before being brutally crushed by British forces. Following that, the British Peel Commission, after investigating the situation, recommended dividing Palestine into 2 states, one Jewish and one Arab, concluding that the mandate system was no longer sustainable due to the rising conflict. On the eve of World War II in 1939, a British white paper sought to calm both sides. It announced the support for establishing an independent Palestinian state where Arabs and Jews would live together within 10 years. But both sides rejected the plan. It satisfied neither their ambitions nor their fears.
Keinen Mut, die mehr zu zwingen vermag, dann wird unser Wille und unser Heil.
The outbreak of the World War made Palestine even more volatile. As the Nazis tightened their grip on Europe's Jews, migration quickened, until Jews made up nearly 1/3 of Palestine's population. In 1947, Foreign Secretary Ernest Bevin handed the matter to the United Nations, announcing Britain's withdrawal from the mandate.
The resolution of the Dutch Committee for Palestine was adopted by 33 votes, 13 against, 10 abstentions.
Under Resolution 181, the UN voted in favor of partition. The Jews accepted it, while the Arabs rejected it. In 1948, Britain withdrew as an occupying power, leaving behind a land already in flames. Soon after, on May 14, 1948, the State of Israel was declared. And the Nakba began. Over 750,000 Palestinians were forced from their homes in the war that followed. During the Suez Crisis of 1956, Britain joined the tripartite aggression against Egypt, but its failure showed the world that Britain was no longer the dominant power controlling the region's destiny. The United States had become the global superpower instead. In June 1980, European nations including Britain, met in Venice, Italy, and issued what became known as the Venice Declaration. The declaration was a pivotal moment. For the first time, the West collectively affirmed that the Palestinians were not merely refugees, but a people with legitimate political rights. The Oslo Accords of 1993 revived hopes for peace in the region. Britain supported the negotiations and financed the emerging Palestinian Authority. It seemed the Palestinian state was finally near. Yet, as settlement expansion and repressive Israeli policies continued, optimism quickly faded. In 2014, the British Parliament voted by majority to recognize the State of Palestine, but the vote was purely symbolic. The government refused implementation, insisting on a negotiated solution first. Yet, public pressure keeps the issue alive in London. For many Britons, it has become increasingly clear that their country bears a historic responsibility. In 2023, Palestine faced another pivotal moment as Israel launched its ongoing assault on Gaza following the events of October 7. Tens of thousands of Palestinians tragically lost their lives in Israeli strikes, and many more were injured in this ongoing conflict. More than 80% of the Gaza Strip was destroyed. The new catastrophe in Gaza and Israel's repeated refusal to heed ceasefire calls placed immense pressure on Western governments, some of which finally decided to recognize the State of Palestine. Britain was among the first, and its decision was seen as the most significant and symbolic. Keir Starmer's declaration came more than a century after the Balfour Declaration. Britain, once the source of Palestine's wound, had now recognized its statehood. But the question remains, will that truly be enough for a Palestinian state to rise?
Are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story.
Peace at any cost? The US says Ukraine is losing the war and should accept a deal. The EU argues that would be walking into a Russian trap. Shuttle diplomacy to end the conflict continues, but is Kyiv running out of leverage? I'm Melinda Nucifora, and you're watching Counterpoints. President Donald Trump likes strong leaders. He likes winners. So his latest comments about Ukraine's leader must have struck the fear of God in Volodymyr Zelenskyy.
You're going to have to get on the ball and start accepting things, you know, when you're losing, because you're losing.
Do you think Ukraine has lost this war?
Well, they've lost territory long before I got here.
He's losing. Losing territory, losing soldiers, and it seems losing US support. This puts President Zelenskyy in a very precarious position as peace negotiations drag on.
Things which are very important for today, I think unity between Europe and Ukraine, and also unity between Europe, Ukraine and the United States. There are some things which we can't manage without Americans, things which we can't manage without Europe, and that's why we need to make some important decisions.
The EU needs to make some important decisions too. Cracks are starting to show in the bloc's support primarily over defence spending and the use of frozen Russian assets to fund the war. Coming up on the show, we'll ask, is it time for Zelenskyy to accept defeat and make a deal? If war fatigue is taking its toll on European support, and if US-EU unity is at risk if they continue to pursue opposing outcomes. Joining the show is Bijan Kian, former US government official who has worked across various US administrations, including President Donald Trump's. Sergei Markov is back with us, director of the Institute of Political Studies and former public spokesman for Russian President Vladimir Putin. And Tobias Elwood rounds out our panel, a former British Defence Minister and past head of the UK Parliament's Defence Select Committee. Gentlemen, welcome to Counterpoints and thanks for being with us. In a recent sit-down interview, US President Donald Trump was blunt and you could say brutal. He said Volodymyr Zelenskyy needs to start accepting things. He said he believes Ukraine is losing the war and that Russia is in a stronger negotiating position. The Trump administration has made no secret of the fact it's frustrated with the lack of progress and the endless talks, and it seems no longer interested in maintaining the status quo. Bijan, let's start with you. Is it time for President Zelenskyy to accept defeat and make a deal?
Well, Melinda, let me just say my understanding of President Trump's position. He speaks from a position that he wants to end this war. And I think the Europeans also want to end this war with a different view. And, it makes sense to end this war. 3.5 years, hundreds of thousands of people, it doesn't matter on which side, dead. So President Trump is determined to end this war and is using all the diplomatic power that he can exert to make this happen in an alignment with our European partners, very important. So where we are today, I believe, looking at this from a very, very, objective point of view, if there is such a point of view out there, is it possible? Everybody needs to drop the low-cost concessions. For example, Russia is acting just like a superpower acts, asking for everything, saying, I want everything. I want your military to be capped. I want no military equipment in any measure, tanks, nothing. And I want to keep all the territory and I want more. Well, that is something that's not going to work out. I'm sure that the United States and Russia have made some understandings on this, or President Trump would have said Russia would be okay with it. Ukraine wants to also keep everything, and they need to take a look at what's a low-cost item they can drop and move on. For example, just accept demilitarize, stay on DMZ, and then, instead of accepting concessions, just buy some time and accept the demilitarized zones as they are. Instead of saying, no, I want Crimea back, I want Donetsk back, I want Donbass back. It's 7,000 kilometers that has to be recognized. President Putin, I don't think, can go back and say, we went through all these casualties and we got nothing. So everybody has to drop the expectations to a low-cost level, make it possible to end the war. And as long as that's allowed, there is hope that the war would be ended.
Okay. Tobias, I'm going to ask you next because, Sergei, I know what your answer to that question is going to be, so I'm going to come to you at the end. Tobias, do you agree with Bijan? And do you think that accepting defeat would embolden President Putin?
Well, I agree that we want the war to end, but the question is on what terms? War is horrible. I'm a former soldier. It is violent. It's destructive. People die. But the idea that you then rush to a peace deal, assuming that everybody's then simply going to go home and accept that, that's the big question. Who's going to provide the guarantees for peace? America has already made it clear that it's not interested in providing European security. It's stepping back not just from Ukraine, but from Europe as a whole. That's leaving the West, the rest of Europe, to look at that. And what assurance do we get that Russia is not going to advance its geopolitical objectives beyond Ukraine? I'm sorry to say, but Russia cannot be trusted. Russia cannot be trusted that it won't simply use the pause to rearm, regroup, and do this all over again. And this is the fundamental difference between American and European thinking. Trump is very concerned about the war. He's made that clear. But when you dig deeper, he's actually more interested in securing a minerals deal with Russia, befriending Russia. That came out in the national security strategy, rather than looking at the prospects of peace for Europe, which means standing up for Ukraine's sovereignty. The idea that in today's day and age, we allow the bully to gain traction, to keep a fifth of another country that it's invaded, and then pretend everything's okay and we can all go home, really ignores how global instability is growing, how global order is crumbling. We want America to show leadership. Trump promised that. And Europe has been very, very patient with the American president in trying to secure a deal to get people around the table. But that 28-point plan, which I think you've referenced already, was just a copy of what Russia's asking list was. And it was never going to be acceptable. And what we see today, to conclude my thoughts here, is America has decided to step back. Europe's now got to step up because Russia is not going to change its advances, its interests in expanding its influence across Eastern Europe.
I just want to pick up on one thing before I turn this over to Sergei.
If I may just say something real quickly, Tobias, does Europe have the support of Europeans? Do you have the ability to continue $183 billion? How far is Europe willing to fuel the fire of war on the premise that we have to be fair to Ukraine? Well, President Trump reduced the 28 points to 20 points, removed all those things. What low-cost concessions can Europe here tactically, not strategically, make to reduce the suffering now instead of winning political warfare?
Yeah, you make a very powerful point. And right now, there is not the appetite to lean in. The question is, like 1938, whether we're going to have to do it anyway, whether we put this fire out in Ukraine before it spreads. Because I'm afraid today, Britain is being attacked constantly by Russia. We have Russian ships prodding our undersea cables. We have Russian naval vessels coming into our maritime space. We have cybersecurity attacks on a daily, weekly basis. We have disinformation campaigns. We've even had assassinations on our territory as well. That's happening today. And if Russia is able to claim any sort of victory, that will continue right across Europe. That's the bigger picture. I'm afraid America, and I understand the American people don't see, and therefore they want to back away from it. But we're left to pick up the mess. So you're right in saying right now we're perhaps going to struggle, but we'll find out the hard way, because there will be something seismic, something bigger, an acute event which will make us realize that, boy, we're going to have to upgrade our defense posture and stand up to Russia. Otherwise, Russia will not stop.
Mm-hmm. All right, well, let's bring Russia in then. Bijan, I'm just going to interrupt you there for a moment.
Europe could have done a lot to not escalate the war. We have to be mindful of that as well.
We're going to come. We're absolutely going to come to that point a little bit further in our discussion. We are going to come to that, to Europe and its role a little bit later. But I want to absolutely bring Sergei in here to get, well, Russia's right of reply. First of all, Sergei, is Russia untrustworthy, as Tobias said, and is Russia attacking Britain today, right now?
Of course, Russia not attacking Britain. It's military hysteria which used by British government just for domestic political purposes, not to allow to the British
Your ships are in territorial waters.
Who is Farage Nigel to come to power. We know that British Donald Trump, most popular British politician right now, popularity of current British government, it's almost zero. Previous British governments who also took part in this war against Russia and put Britain risk to the risk of nuclear war, it also was almost zero. So it's used for the domestic, I would say, quite dirty political purposes. And the British position as well, politician or European Union, very contradictory. It's very clear for everybody. Look, on one hand, they're saying, Russian army too weak and not able to crush Ukrainian army. On another hand, they say, look, Russian army is going to attack NATO great coalition. But it's as clear as contradiction. And also, another contradiction. Russian leaders many times told, please, Europeans, stay out of Ukrainian crisis. And on another hand, by saying this, you think that Vladimir Putin is sending Russian navies and troops and drones to British territory. What for? To provoke Great Britain to take part in Ukrainian war. I'm very sorry. Why? To support this clear lie, clear propagandistic lie with one goal, to continue to fight against Russia by life of poor Ukrainian people. It's about great.
Let me ask this question.
Sir,
does Russia want to end the war? Does Russia want to end the war? Does Russia want to end the war?
Russia want to end the war because for us, Ukrainians, they are Russians. Kiev,
how long can Russia
open the history textbook of the school, you will know that Kiev was Russian capital during 3 centuries, and Ukraine was part of the Russia during more than 1,000 years. For us, it's civil war. For us, Ukraine is occupied part of the Russia, which by Western countries and so on. That's why we want to stop this war as soon as possible. And about security of Ukraine, of course, it's a very important issue. Of course, but the answer is very simple. Ukraine, between 1991 and 2014, when Ukraine was democratic, independent country, not with neo-colonial current repressive Russophobic regime, Ukraine had zero security problems with Russia. Mm-hmm. So let's back Ukraine to democracy.
Okay.
The
world is not afraid of Ukraine attacking Russia.
Okay, just a moment. Just a moment, Sergei. Sergei, just hold that thought for a moment. I'm going to bring our other two guests in. First of all, we need to point out that Ukraine absolutely would argue that they are not Russia. They have a distinct language, they have their own culture, and they claim their right to sovereignty. So when Russia says it wants to end the war... So, but I'm going to bring Tobias back in here. And Tobias, what do you make of that argument from Sergei that Europe can't have it both ways? Europe can't say that Russia isn't big enough, strong enough to win against Ukraine. Look at how well Ukraine's doing. And then turn around and say, oh, well, now Russia's going to threaten NATO and it's attacking the UK. Which one is it? Is it a successful military power or is it a threat?
Well, firstly, we're moving from the operational, in other words, what's happening on the battleground and who might or might not win, to the bigger geopolitical question as to whether Russia is right to invade another country. And in the 21st century, where we are today, it's not right for another country to invade a sovereign state and think it can get away with it. Much as they might be the stronger one, we have to stand up to tyranny. We have to stand up to dictators that choose to do that. Or where does our world go? And Ukraine absolutely has every right to defend itself, and the rest of Europe has every right to therefore support Ukraine. Now, there is a bigger question about what NATO should be doing if Russia feels threatened by that. That's certainly for the agreement. That's for the details. That's for the long-term plan. But what we're seeing right now is what happens to the territory that actually belongs to Ukraine that Russia is now claiming. And the point I said at the very beginning is if Russia gets away with this, where does it go next? What will it try and actually do, hoping to then get another peace deal, another chunk of Europe? And that's the concern of all European capitals at the moment, is where does this end? And the perhaps naivety of Washington in not appreciating that if we don't put this fire out, there's probably going to come another time where America looks to Europe for support in perhaps another war, another intervention, another challenge. And we're going to be massively distracted because of what's going on here. Because, of course, behind Russia sits North Korea with its troops coming in, sits Iran with its support, and, of course, China. This is the geopolitical splintering that we're seeing. And I'm really sorry, and I say this as someone who's born in the United States, I have an American passport, that I'm really sorry that America is taking a step back from its interests of the global stage in supporting the very global order it helped write after the Second World War.
Mm-hmm. Bijan, what do you make of that?
I'm very sorry. Are you really right? Sure that Donald Trump is naive politician, New York real estate businessman during many years, show business who comes through the second time on the to the presidential position after he was crashed after first round. Do you really believe that he is naive? I'm sorry.
Bijan, what do you think?
Asking me that question.
Let me just respond.
Let's hear from America.
Sergei, by asking a question, Tobias, thank you. By responding to Sergei, let's, first of all, analysts don't have to agree. When leaders agree on things, things move forward. So it's okay for us to disagree. But do you think Russia is intent on ending the war? Is it in the best interest of Russia to end the war now? Or do you think Russia is intent on continuing the war? Do you agree with President Trump when he says, I think Russia will be okay with my now 20th? See, the purpose I was putting emphasis on this is that United States has already compromised from 28 to 20 points, removing to Tobias's point, making sure that Ukraine's right. See, Russia is the aggressor. The world does not look at Ukraine as a threat. The world looks at Russia as a threat. And I think, Sergei, you and I can agree on that in a New York second. So what we need to do to understand the intention of Russia, is Russia intent on ending the war? Because if Russia is not intent on ending the war, this would go on forever. From the indications of demands on wanting everything and not compromising. For example, says no heavy weapons. Well, how about to drop that a little bit? Maybe just enough to be able to suffice the fear of Russia, because Russia is the aggressor. The world does not think Ukraine is the aggressor. The world is not worried about containing Ukraine. The world is concerned about containing Russia. So if we understand that, is Russia intent on ending the war? Is my question to you, Sergei, and to Tobias about the naivete of, obviously you have different views than President Trump does. That's respected. And Europe has some very valid points. What concerns me is I have skepticism on Europe's motivations. Now, Europe feels left out and wants to do something. Europe is feeling Trump is the culprit. If Trump is not there, Europe would have a stronger position. I think politics are changing, Tobias, and there is a lasting relationship across the Atlantic that is important to Washington, that is important to Europe, and it must be maintained. I would like to see a less politicized, most pragmatic, you're a former Minister of Defense for United Kingdom. I went to school there, so I have a lot of love for, the British. I'm a product of British education. So I want to see things come to an aligned position where politics is out of it. This is not about campaigns and elections. And my fear is Europe wants a better, more like Biden, like Obama, friendlier. We go along and get along. But that was not the position that served world peace. Look what happened. But look at Trump's report card. Azerbaijan, Armenia, I honestly didn't think that Azerbaijan and Armenia can come together under any circumstances ever. I'm from that neighborhood. I know. So let's be reasonable. Let's drop low-cost concessions and say, look, we could give this up, pause this, if we're not interested in the endless forever wars. That's what my position is. And where I anchor my thoughts is stop the fatalities, stop the carnage. This is not good. I've seen wars, and I'm sure you've all seen wars. Wars are not good. Mm-hmm. Wars are not good. They must be ended by diplomacy. Strong diplomacy requires concessions on low cost. Let's turn the talk to that and encourage everyone to come to an end. 3.5 years, hundreds of thousands of dead and wounded. It's enough.
You bring up Europe, so let me move on to that next section of our debate so we can keep things moving through on time here. Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy has been on a bit of a European charm offensive at the moment. The UK, then to Belgium, most recently to Italy. He's certainly trying to shore up support, and it's a timely move, because there have been some fractures of late within the bloc. One of them, particularly being Belgium, doesn't want to sign on to a plan to use frozen Russian assets to fund the continued war effort. Tobias, are cracks starting to show in EU support for Kyiv?
It's an important question. And going back, linking it with the last sort of section of our discussion, we have looked to America for leadership, and Donald Trump set the bar high when he said he was going to end the war within 48 hours. And as the most powerful nation in the West, we do look to America's statecraft to help us resolve some of these challenges. Of course, we don't want wars, but that 28-point plan was capitulation. And it was also, and I say this, you look back at Kissinger, at Holbrooke, and these big players that have helped secure peace deals. This was amateur by any standards. And to exclude Europe from that deal has now meant today, quite rightly, that President Zelenskyy and other European leaders are having to look carefully as to what our fresh strategy is, which is out without America. And you point to a big question, because there's the lethality that we need to slide across the table. That needs to improve. And then there's the money. And those frozen assets that sit in Belgium need to be released so we can actually keep Ukraine in the fight. I suspect we're going to get to a better place, partly because of now the reality check of America stepping back. But we're not there yet, and that's no doubt why you raised the question.
So, Tobias, I have a question for you. Are you ready? Is Europe ready to take at least partial shared responsibility together with President Obama and President Biden in losing Crimea? Do you take any responsibility? Do you say to yourself, we could have, together with Washington, we could have stopped the escalation and not losing Crimea, which is a very, very big, prior to 2014. Does Europe take any responsibility for that, Tobias?
Yeah, I think that's a fair argument to say, but you can go back further than that. You get an indication. We're talking about Ukraine. Look what happened in Georgia. Look what's happened, with Russia's approach to its relationship with Europe. The bottom line here is that Russia does not want a working economy that's embracing the EU standards, the European Union, on its borders, because then Putin would then have to suffer the indignity of explaining to his own people why Russia is such a basket case. Belarus does a great job of saying, look, that's what is what Russia is like. But Ukraine was poised to become successful, to go the way of Poland. And of course, because of various pressures, it's been denied the opportunity to do that. But you point back at important junctures where in the past we could have done a lot more. But hesitance, this Cold War statecraft of looking our adversaries in the eye, knowing how to push back without losing control of the escalatory ladder, we've lost that. We've completely lost that. And we do need to rekindle it, because otherwise I'm afraid there will be war in Europe soon.
Let me bring in Sergei here, because I want to get the Russian perspective.
When you don't like his policies, but somewhere inside you like his policies.
Bijan, I'm going to come back to you in just a moment. I want to bring in Sergei to get some response to this. How does it feel, Sergei, in Moscow, sitting back and watching two of the traditional allies, the US and the UK, maybe being at loggerheads with each other, seeing division in Europe, the Belgian Prime Minister not wanting to take the interest from the Russian frozen assets to use to fund Ukraine's war. Is Europe playing into your hands here?
Europe, big coalition of almost, I think, 500 million people with big economy, with big engineering, technological schools. I'm sure that Europe, after some problems, will recover itself for sure. And of course, when we see the split between European Union and Britain on one hand and United States on the other hand, we like it, because if they united, they overthrown last democratic elected president of Ukraine, imposed neo-colonial repressive regime to Ukrainian people, and prohibited Russian language, started political repression against people in Ukraine who believe that Russia and Ukraine should be friendly. They started political repression against Orthodox Church.
Okay, but if we go back onto the topic at hand, Sergei, rather than another history lesson, let's keep to the topic at hand. I want your comments on how you are seeing the European response to this.
Is the main reason of the war.
Okay, but that's not the question we're asking, because the main reason for the war has been argued ad infinitum. Now we need to look at what's happening now and what's happening with these discussions going forward. How does Moscow assess the situation within Europe? Is Moscow looking at the divisions within European countries and thinking, aha, we can exploit this, and now we're going to push harder on the negotiations?
Yeah, as we understand, now it's not just split between United States and Europe. It's also split between two big political forces. One of them is globalist, which is more rely on the interests of the big global corporations, and so-called deep state or Euro bureaucracy in European case. It's on the one hand, they want to continue the war. And another say is different populist democratic forces which come to power in United States and which can come to power in Britain and France and Germany, and they want peace. We want to have negotiation with those European politicians who want peace. This is Marine Le Pen, this is Alternative for Germany, this is Farage Nigel, this is Orban, and so on. And these European politicians should take part in peace negotiation. But those who want to destroy the peace, as Boris Johnson destroys Istanbul peace deal, why they should take part in the peace negotiation? If they enemies of peace, it's our approach. We want to have dialogue and cooperation with everybody who want to have dialogue with us. But those who say that, oh, you're enemies of the world, you should be crushed, and those who told that Russian ladies should be prohibited, Orthodox Church should be prohibited, we're sorry, we don't want to talk with you.
Okay, Bijan, let me bring you back in, Bijan, because in the recent interview that President Trump did in Washington, he was particularly scathing of his European counterparts, accusing European leaders of being weak and of being all talk and no action. Is he right?
Well, you know, you can criticize President Trump for the way he speaks all day long, but you would have a harder time going to the crux of the matter and ask yourself a question. You know, I've lived the reality life, and reality life asks some hard questions. And the question that I asked Tobias, who very kindly and generously took my question, was, you know, what could Europe have done before 2014 to take a position very similar to the position they're taking now? In fact, very reasonably, to stop the escalation. So, was Europe weak? Yes, Europe was weak. Not by standards of President Trump alone, but by Europe's own standards, as proven by the stance today by the distinguished minister. So I would say, yes, it is wise of you, Tobias, to accept shared responsibility by not acting. But, you know, we're all subject to that. We cannot look back and rewrite history. What happened, happened. That's why I'll say let's all take responsibility for what we've done, what we've said. Don't call President Trump naive when you don't like his ideas that actually match your own. You call him what it is. He is tough. He's rough. He exercises all the power the President of the United States has in every which way. And guess what? That's exactly like what President Putin does. He says, look, I don't have to be popular to you. I have to be popular to my people. And as long as he's popular to his people, he will do whatever. And that's precisely what makes Europe, not just Europe, the world, be concerned. What security guarantee? I would say Russia knows that they cannot continue this. I'll answer the question myself. Russia would have fatigue. Look at the debt. Look at the wounded. It's not going to happen. The oligarchs are not going to sell it for it. You and I both know exactly how things work. The military, the oligarch, the executive branch, all tied up together. For Europe, ask for low concessions. Don't go head to head with President Trump. You're not going to win. Look at his record. You cannot win. This is not something you can win. Europe should ask for, concessions that are low cost. It's okay. Just go along. 28 points, reduced to 20 points, showing definitely goodwill. There is some goodwill that needs to come from Europe now. I would say Russia, I don't know if what President Trump says about Russia would be okay with it, exactly what that means, or when he says, look, your analysts, your advisors, President Zelenskyy, are okay with our points, and you need to read them. I don't know if he's actually stating the facts or is the way he talks. What I do know is Europe and Ukraine need to take what they can to end the war. That is possible. It should be done. And I think it can be done. All it takes is take politics out of it. Takes your preferences for the next year's elections or midterm election or anything out of it. I do smell it, and it should be removed. This is not a game against Trump. This is about it ending a war. That's what I like to see in our discussions.
Okay. That leads me on perfectly to our final section here about US-EU relations and how they go forward with these negotiations, because divisions between the US and Europe appears in some quarters to be widening. We had Germany's leader, Friedrich Merz, saying he's sceptical of the US peace proposal, and in return, the US president, as we've been discussing, called EU leaders weak. There's growing concern amongst the bloc that Washington and Moscow will cut a deal that may not be in Europe or Ukraine's best interest. And it's again the latest example of the Trump administration, what some are criticising, the shunning of allies in favour of traditional adversaries. Tobias, could this be a turning point in US-EU relations? Could it go from traditional allies to a more adversarial position?
Yeah, I think that is the profound question for the moment. I see a 2025 being a confirmation of the demise of our global order. You know, the world is safer when there's a geopolitical anchor, and that anchor has been the United States for a number of decades, backed by countries such as Britain. So nations prepared to lead, to restrain aggressors, to uphold international law, and rally with allies. And since 1945, that mantle has very much belonged to the United States. But Washington's willingness to firstly side with Russia over Ukraine, to trust Moscow's promises and undermine Ukrainian sovereignty, signals something profound. America is stepping back from its global responsibilities. That's what that national security strategy confirms. It's creating a dangerous vacuum, and adversaries will fill it. And America will be weaker for it. I make that very clear, which is why I call Trump naive. As globalization suffers, more countries will align with China. Global economy will then be threatened. And that, I'm afraid, is where we are today. So to see this release of this publication, this national security strategy, it makes it official. America is embarking on a seismic ideological shift in global engagement, becoming more isolationist. And America, this is our closest security ally that we're talking about. It deeply concerns us that we're now left alone with other nations, like-minded nations, to defend global order.
Sergei, do you think that there is a huge shift? Is the US now considering Russia not as a rival, as maybe an ally? Is this an opportunity for these two great powers to work together and not against each other?
Yes, and this new strategic security of national, I forgot the specific name of this, new strategy, national strategy of United States will be regarded very positively in Russia, because Trump really say, we want to stop this war in Ukraine, and because some more discussion between Europe and the United States, it's also positive for Russia. And they see that Russia is more opportunity, but not rival. I think it's very much applaud. I think, you know, that Americans, they are champions of the Western world. Americans first who made democracy, in fact, in the Western world, much more before Europeans. Americans are those who come to the religious freedom much more early compared with Europeans. And Americans now try to save democracy, because from my point of view, now most of the European governments, they are not quite democratic already. But Americans try to recover. And Americans, they are less ideologized and more idealistic, but at the same time realistic. That's why when Americans understood we cannot crush Russia. So let's start talking and finding compromise with them. But Europeans stay to be in the old time after the collapse of Soviet Union and after the finishing Cold War. The Europeans still believe that Russia is a loser, that's why we can defeat Russia. No. Take your Americans as example. Please go to the table for negotiation how we can stop this awful war in Ukraine and how we can build new security of Europe. Stop making Russia as your enemy.
Okay, yeah, I was going to say, Tobias, I can see you want to jump in there. Go ahead. We're almost out of time, so I'll let you have a say, and then we'll give Bijan a word.
First, It's astonishing hearing our Russian friends speak of democracy when there are not free and fair elections in Russia, that Putin has changed the constitution in order to stay in power. And let me make it really, really clear, sir, that there is no objective in Europe to crush Russia. Please let's use that language. What we want to do is stand up to Russian aggression. If Russia was peaceful, wants to engage economically and security-wise, then it will be an open door. But until that moment
Europe
happens,
Europe has
then I'm
a role.
afraid Russia
Europe has
is
a role,
seen
Tobias.
as an adversary.
You
John?
complain about
if you
world order.
don't regard Russia as
Sir,
an enemy,
Let me
please
finish.
say Russian language should be official governmental language in Ukraine. Second, official government Ukraine. Please say that political repression against Orthodox Church should be stopped in Ukraine. Please say that thousands of political prisoners...
Thank you, Sergei. We're not going to go back over the reasons for the war, so I'll just hand it over to Bijan. Go ahead, Bijan.
Let me finish. First of all, I can hear Tobias loud and clear as he is worried about the changing world order. Well, for a moment, let's not argue against each other. Let's just find out what we can find on the Venn diagram that would bring us closer to this. If we accept, which we did, that prior to 2014, this world order should have acted in such a way to stop the escalation, and you bear shared responsibility, Europe, with President Obama and President Biden policies weak. Without a doubt, this is not my humble opinion. The world has agreed on that. Weak, because you did not do what you could do. Today, I believe you're doing... See, if that was an overtone moment, I think we have another overtone moment here, which we should welcome. And that is to realize that maybe the world order does need to be adjusted. The old organizations are not effective. And if you want to criticize President Trump, you could do that all day long. But look at his record. Look at the way Europe has acted. I think the Chancellor Merkel is rethinking their policies in Germany about strengthening Europe's defenses. I believe Europe is thinking about that. I believe the Belgian Prime Minister has a point in saying, look, if you want to put $183 billion into this, push for corruption reforms. Push for that. If Russia wants to say, okay, I will work on this, also agree on making the system more reliable, we cannot have. See, everybody has something to give up safely to come to the end of this war. And that's what I mean by a shift, a sudden shift. It's okay. Sometimes these overturn moments are necessary in politics and diplomacy to end wars.
Tobias, do you want to jump in there?
Can I come back on that? Or is there time?
Yes, please do.
I mean, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, but there is a seismic ideological shift in what Trump is doing. It's announced, he just gave an interview in America saying that he's going to invest in right-wing parties across Europe unless European countries are more subservient to working with the America First project.
We're trying to end the war and we're worried about politics.
How can you not get into politics when the leader of the free world makes statements like that? It is dangerous and it is wrong. We don't make comments about America and what goes on domestically. You've got a lot of challenges there.
I think Europe doesn't get a high grade in the past years when it comes to the Ukrainian war. I'm sorry, I have to be honest here. And
you made that point.
Europe didn't play right.
Sir, you made that point.
I think it's an important point
many times.
That won't go away. It won't go away.
You can make it again if you like, but we'll go around the block here. I'm making it very, very clear that America is dialing back from its interests. We're going to see it reduce its military footprint. So you're saying Europe should have done more. NATO was set up for a transatlantic alliance, which includes if something happens in the Atlantic, the Pacific, or indeed in Europe. That's what it was for. Please let me finish. Okay? So when America says we're not having anything to do with you anymore, that's a reality check. We will handle it. But it's not the American way, and it isn't in the spirit of why NATO and the United Nations and all these other organizations, which America is also dialing back from, were created in the first place.
Bijan?
No, I agree with a lot of things that Tobias and Sergei are putting forward. I don't agree with all of the things they say because I have 2 points. My beef is with this. depoliticize the discussion on ending the Ukraine war. Don't bring all these other side issues of what Trump said. And I believe there is an opportunity here. There's an opportunity that is real. It requires cleansing of the argument, the goal of ending the war, of all these politics.
But if President Trump is the one making these political statements, how can you then say we need to depoliticize the negotiations? Because President Trump is saying them too.
Don't take every banter as policy. That is not the case.
But he's still saying
well, that's not leadership. That isn't leadership. We have to dissect.
Don't react to it.
Yeah, it's not leadership if we have to dissect what the American president says.
That has not happened yet. You're reacting to what Trump says. React to what is at the table. React to ending war with strategies that are practical. We all know what works. Let's take what works and not
this is appeasement. This is Chamberlain talk. This is you're talking like Chamberlain.
Temporarily, tactically, do it. That's what I would say. If
you're talking like Chamberlain. End the war
temporarily for the essential.
Tobias, quick word.
And as I say, that's exactly what Chamberlain would say in 1938. End the war, sign a deal, let's hope it all works out, and let's go home, not realizing that war is coming to us.
Okay. We have about 2 minutes left before I lose you. Sergei, I want to go to you. Sergei, very, very briefly, will this war end before 2026 or in 2026? Are we at the end of this war?
Yes, it will. This war will be over in 2026, and this war will be stopped after Russia will take a real big city, and after Ukrainian army appear to be in the big military crisis.
Okay, all right, Bijan, will this war end before 2026 or in 2026? Are we at the end?
It will end. The war will end because it makes sense for it to end. And no, it would not be peace in our times. Chamberlain's famous. No, it will not be. People are aware. They know. I think Europe knows what they can give up. Low-cost concessions. I think Russia knows what they can give up. Low-cost concessions. I think professionals, leaders will come to that agreement because it makes sense.
Okay.
I hear everyone wanting to end the war.
Tobias, is it going to end by 2026, in 2026?
No, it won't. It's going to progressively escalate in the grey zone area, and Europe itself will be in a deeper form of conflict in the next 5 years.
Gentlemen, I wish we had more time, but we're going to have to leave it there. I appreciate all of your views. Bijan Kian, businessman and former US government official.
Thank you, Melinda.
Thank you so much. Thanks for being with us. Former worked with various administrations, including President Trump. Sergei Markov, thank you for being with us. Director of the Institute of Political Studies. And, of course, Tobias Ellwood, former British Defence Minister and past head of the UK Parliament's Defence Select Committee. Gentlemen, thanks for being on Counterpoints. And thank you for tuning into this episode of Counterpoints. Be sure to catch us on YouTube, Al Arabiya English, and across X and TikTok. We'll see you next time.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
international law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Lisbon. Here's what you can see, eat, and do in Europe's most scenic capital, Lisbon. First on the list, Fado. Melancholy will always be a part of the Portuguese psyche, and Fado is the way it is best expressed. Lisbon's profoundest passions and sorrows are heartfelt in Fado, which are haunting strains of which can be heard throughout the city. Fado music interprets saudade, an emotional and heartfelt yearning that's sung over mellow guitar tunes. The most popular icon of this type of musical expression is Amália Rodrigues, who was born in Lisbon and is known as the Queen of Fado. Her contributions in music were instrumental in popularizing Fado to the world. Simply dining in one of the many restaurants in Lisbon that stage live Fado performances will give you the experience you need. Next are the neighborhoods. The neighborhoods in Lisbon have very distinct personalities, each with a unique history. The oldest one is Alfama, a Moorish quarter. The maze of narrow cobbled streets and steep alleyways that surround the castle conjure up images of an Arabic Kasbah. There you will find elegant shops, historic cafes, and chic restaurants. You won't fall short of festivals to attend in Lisbon. In June, the capital celebrates St. Anthony's Festival, also known as the city's biggest and brightest street party. Thousands of locals come in colorful costumes, parading down Avenida da Liberdade in honor of their favorite saint. And then, of course, there's the Nós Alive Music Festival, which lasts for 3 days. Then there's the Superbox Super Rock concert program, which takes place in Parque das Nações. Finally, there's the food. In Lisbon, food is affordably cheap, but intensely delicious. They always serve a dish of the day, or prato do dia, and can be considered among the cheapest in Europe. Being a seafaring nation, fresh fish and seafood are of course staple in most restaurants. The cod or bacalhau is a must-try. Lisbon's Mediterranean cuisine involves Brazil, Mozambique, and other ex-colonies spice up the ethnic menu. It's time for us to go! Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
It feels like decades are passing by in a matter of weeks.
seismic shifts in the world order.
Never, ever will be part of America. With so much happening and then so much noise.
Whether it's political upheaval,
Canada has been ripping us off for years.
economic shifts, or social movements,
And no one wins from tariffs.
I think America can be more friendly to the rest of the world.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe.
To have an inclusive policy together.
The meetings with Hamas gave me some hope.
We're in another nuclear arms race.
the most important developments straight to your screen.
Welcome to the dressing room.
I'm on my own. I need backup.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
It was not going to happen, that war, and it happened.
Join us on Arabiya News, where the world talks.
Welcome to the metropolis, the big city. This is where tech, trends, and culture meet. Meet the people. See the sights. Walk the city streets. And experience the lifestyle. This is your first-class ticket to the cities of the world. Kyoto, Japan's former capital. You can perhaps consider it the quieter, quainter counterpart to Tokyo, which is known for future tech and skyscrapers. Kyoto is where you can experience the authentic Japanese culture, no less. Here's how to get to know the city. First are the temples. The city is famous for its beautiful temples, and there are a lot of them you can visit. Kyoto, in fact, is called the City of 10,000 Shrines. The Kinkakuji, the Golden Pavilion, is perhaps the most notable one. It is considered Kyoto's most celebrated landmark. It has gold leaf walls that reflect the peaceful ambience around it, in the middle of a park of cherry trees. Next up is the Fushimi Inari Shrine, which is worthy in your must-visit list too. It is dedicated to Inari, the god of rice and business. You'll find it at the foot of Mount Inari, with woodland paths leading up to the mountain. Indulge in the breathtaking city views while you're at it too. Walk around the historic district called Higashiyama. This is where you'll find Kyoto's traditional wooden architecture. You can buy local crafts and feast on food-stall snacks. What you won't find here are elements that symbolize the 21st century lifestyle, such as telephone cables and poles. Quite interesting. And then there's the Philosopher's Walk. This is named after the 20th century philosopher Nishida Kitaro, who liked to stroll down the lane. The walk actually runs between the Ginkakuji, the Silver Temple, actually made of wood, and Nanzenji Temple. Walking through it will take about half an hour, but worth it especially during cherry blossom season. Delicate pink flowers are sometimes thrown over the canal. Last but not least is Kiyomizu-dera. This place is considered the star attraction of the Higashiyama district. It is a large temple dedicated to the goddess of mercy. It has a temple wooden terrace that's constructed entirely without nails. That's its most popular architectural feature. It's highly recommended that you visit during spring or autumn for spectacular views of the landscape. It's time for us to go. Pack your bags and get your tickets ready. And we'll see you on the next destination. Catch us again next time on Cities of the World.
Our allies, in many cases, are worse than our enemies.
Stay informed and connected with the latest international headlines.
There obviously is a risk.
From breaking news to in-depth analysis, it would appear that this war is coming to an end.
Who buys this stuff? Investors, pension funds.
We deliver the most important developments straight to your screen.
Iran always wanted to deal with militia.
Join us for compelling, expert-driven conversations.
A curfew order has been established.
And an insightful look at the issues shaping our world today.
There are a lot of proposals about European architecture for security.
I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans, and this is W News.
We dealt with this when I was Chief of Staff in the first term.
Where you don't just hear the headlines, you get the full story. Hello and welcome. I'm Leigh Ann Gerrans and you're watching W News Extra, broadcasting live from the Al Arabiya studios. These are our top stories. Australia enforces a world-first social media ban for under 16, sparking mixed reactions from teens and parents. Zelenskyy insists Ukraine is ready for elections, pushing back after Trump accused Kyiv of using the war to avoid them. And Trump hits the campaign trail with fiery attacks and bold claims on the economy. Now, Australian Prime Minister Anthony Albanese has hailed his country's move to ban social media for children under 16 as world-leading as the law came into force today. Many teenagers took various platforms to bid farewell and mourn the loss of access to them. It could be the first of many crackdowns as more countries look to rein in big tech in other parts of the world. To discuss this and all of today's stories, I'm joined in the studio by Dr. Ellie Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who joins us from Surrey. Isabel and Dr. Ellie, great to have you on the show with me this evening. Dr. Ellie, I'm going to speak to you first about this ban on social media. We've spoken about it before ourselves. You've, of course, got family members living in Australia. So how's it going?
They're no longer teenagers, so I escaped it by a bit. My son is 17, almost 18. But definitely, I think the feeling is that it is a world-leading step. It is a pioneering step. The whole world is watching and looking to learn on what's going to happen and how it's going to happen and how efficient it is and so on. Now, practically speaking, it is a trial phase. And in that trial phase, it's not a complete, perfect implementation. There are some hiccups, there are some issues, there are some unclarities, and definitely the efficiency is not 100%. On the other hand, we know for a fact that some kids have already found a way around it, and they are already enjoying their social media normally, if I may say, or at least through different ways. But again, I think looking at it all together, I think it's a very positive step. For me as a parent, I strongly encourage and believe in it. And I know the vibe among most of the parents around at least family members and friends and so on do feel that it was a step in the right direction and that the government is helping them in controlling what could be very difficult to control without such a law among their children.
And I know that I'm going to bring Isabel into this conversation, but we've spoken before, and I'm not a big fan of this ban, and I've made that clear many times before. And I'm also not a parent, so that's something that Isabel and you understand a lot better than me. But one of my criticisms of this ban is dating websites are excluded from this ban, as well as gaming platforms, sure, as are AI chatbots, which have recently made headlines for allegedly encouraging children to get involved in really dark scenarios and self-harm. Sure. And Isabel, you're a parent, of course. You know, what do you make of this ban? And in many ways, I think there have been critics to it because it's been so rushed and it's difficult to implement on a large scale.
I think from what you're saying, your main objection to it is that there are other workarounds, that there are other sites that are causing harm. And the response to that surely would be to tighten the loopholes, not to say that the ban isn't worthwhile. Now, I'm not somebody who's in favour of banning things. I take a pretty liberal view that most adults should be able to choose within reason, as long as it's not going to harm anybody else, what they want to do. But we're not talking about adults. We're talking about under 16s. We know all the evidence has mounted up in recent years about the frontal cortex not being developed in the brain until actually as late as the mid-20s, and that affects your ability to evaluate risk, it affects your ability to make a judgment call. And so, you know, the Australians have come out with this groundbreaking policy, which is to stop these, what they describe as predatory algorithms from being accessible to children. Now, who have I heard speaking out against that today? Elon Musk. Well, Elon Musk's own children in the large part are estranged from him. He's not somebody I'd even probably trust with my own children. So whether or not we should be trusting, you know, the future of a whole swathes of society to him, I don't agree. But experts that I hear from, Jonathan Haidt, who's a leading expert from the United States on this, thinks it's a fantastic move today. Now, you can argue whether or not, you know, we're all spending too much time on our screens and it's the way of the world. And, you know, I'm not trying to suggest we all go back to Enid Blyton days where we're climbing trees. You know, I embrace technology and I can see that the future for even our young people is very much rolled up in it. And, you know, there's this survey out today showing how much more time we're all spending online, and it's increased in the UK up by 30 minutes even since COVID times. But my argument would be, you know, as adults, we can't even really regulate this. I, you know, myself am guilty of, instead of using that extra 30 minutes a day, reading a couple of chapters of my book to help me get to sleep, I find myself doom scrolling and losing track of time. Where does the time go? What are we displacing that time for? Not only do I think it's bad for productivity, but it's actually the opposite of productive. You know, it's destructive. So I welcome the ban. I think that, you know, a lot of countries will follow suit. Certainly my son's school, he's 10 years old. So in this country, it's year 5. For Christmas, all of the parents in his class are reinvesting in landlines, and we're all swapping telephone numbers and hoping to introduce phoning each other to ask for play dates and preventing the dreaded phones for as long as possible. But, you know, parents have been calling out for these sorts of measures, and big tech has not been in their favour. And by the way, you only have to watch what was that film that came out on Netflix a few years ago, The Social Dilemma? Nobody in Silicon Valley will let their kids anywhere near social media. I think that says it all.
I do believe that several countries are going to follow the same track. We already know that there is already a draft in Denmark setting the age even at 15, not 16, because, of course, it's linked to maturity age and legal legal maturity age. And again, if it is successful, I hope it will trigger a general trend that would really find ways to protect the children from harmful abuse or harmful targeting in that sense.
But Dr. Ellie, you're a professor yourself, you work with children, you know them well, maybe a little bit older than the age of 16. But a lot of people have been arguing that instead of doing this outright ban like Australia have done, is it not educating children how to navigate social media? And Isabel, I know that the UK also put that into some new legislation that they have brought out in the UK. They're implementing these age control rules and trying to, encourage teachers.
Definitely.
And I don't know if we also should be doing that in schools too, because my worry is I don't have children. I have a 15-year-old nephew, and the future of jobs now is so different. It isn't the future of jobs that we were looking at. It's the future in the technology space, in the AI space. So isn't it a better way to do it in schools, maybe?
It's definitely needed and urgent to do it in schools, but it does not negate the ban. I think the ban sets the parameter, the framework of what should be completely not allowed. But then you'd still need to rely on heavy education. And we have to keep in mind that the education is not only, because things are moving on so fast. So now, not only about social media, but now about AI, about fake news, about all these, about algorithms, how they function. All of these stuff, they need to, relevant to age, of course, start to learn about them. And also the educational system need to learn how to adapt to all these things. Now, keep in mind that we are not banning kids from the internet, because the internet is now an integral part of their life, their research, their studies, all of this. So they are still exposed to a lot, some of it negative and some of it positive, yes. But we don't want to go all the way in a slippery slope to start banning everything. I agree with you on that. But definitely education goes hand in hand with the basic framework that the governments are responsible to put to protect the most vulnerable, which are children under 16 or under a certain age.
It's a really interesting conversation to have. Isabel and Dr. Ellie, thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Stay right there now as we move on to another story. And Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy says the country is ready for elections, pushing back after President Trump again claimed Kyiv was using the war to avoid holding them. Zelenskyy says he's asking the US and European partners to help guarantee security so a vote could be held within 60 to 90 days. Isabel, how much of a knee-jerk reaction is this to Trump's recent comments? Because obviously all of us saw that Politico interview that he did yesterday calling on Ukraine to hold elections.
Yeah, I think there is a knee-jerk element to it. I think the interview that Donald Trump gave to Politico was deeply alarming, not just to Ukraine, who you see increasingly the rhetoric coming out of Washington as being directly out of Moscow. You know, this, what they're talking about, the ceasefire deadline of Christmas. Well, it sounds like, the Russian demands are very much trumping the wish, the sovereign desires of Ukraine. But, the reality is President Zelenskyy is going to be in a very difficult position to come up with the goods and do an election in 60 to 90 days, as he said he would. Number one, he said he would need American and European support and security, not only to hold the line against the Russians, but to make sure that this was possible. Now, firstly, I point out that today we've heard from the German national security spokesperson saying that given this national security strategy that we've heard coming out of the States, they don't even consider that. Not only do they consider America to now be a disruptor in Europe, but they actually couldn't rule out American interference in German elections. So if the Germans are saying that about a Western country, a previous ally, could Ukraine even depend on America to help them conduct free and fair elections? I'd also point out that just the practicalities of having an active war going on. How on earth would the Ukrainians who are now in Russian-occupied Ukrainian territory cast a vote? How would the Ukrainian soldiers on the front line be freed up in order to do that? And how would we ensure that those Ukrainians, and let's not forget there are millions of them living abroad because they fled the barbaric and terrifying bombardment of their country, how would they be guaranteed that their votes would be counted as well without interference from Russia, who we know have this track record of cyber interference in elections? So it's fraught with problems. And I do think it's a bit rich that, we've heard Trump in that Politico interview coming out and saying, well, you can hardly call Ukraine a democracy anymore. Well, you know what? The Americans didn't say that about Great Britain when Winston Churchill remained beyond his term, because we were at war, and that was enshrined in our constitution, unwritten though it is. And the same situation in Ukraine, because martial law was activated when Ukraine was invaded. Yes, we see Zelensky's time in power has expired, but he is adamant that, and I think it's universally accepted by most people, that it's not the time for an election now. Indeed, even Ukrainians are saying they don't want an election now, and it is the central tenet of democracy, isn't it, that a country has to be free to choose its own path and its own destiny. So what Trump thinks is one thing, but I also would like to hear him criticising Putin and his lack of democracy there, because we only have to ask what happened to Alexei Navalny to see what he does to people who oppose him politically.
And I think that a lot of people will be thinking exactly the same thing as you, Isabel. And Dr. Ellie, I just want to bring you some breaking news line we are getting through from Zelenskyy on this very topic. Zelenskyy says he's discussed means of holding elections with Ukrainian parliament. But as Isabel just pointed out there, how many difficulties they'll have to overcome to hold a free and fair election where every Ukrainian citizen is able to vote. If they live abroad, if they're fighting on the front line, it's a very difficult task. But I think if elections are held in Ukraine by hook or by crook, because it almost seems impossible at this stage, will Zelenskyy actually win that vote?
Let me just take it a step backwards, and I say I agree on all what you're saying and Isabel is saying, and I agree on the principle of it, but we should not simply give in for the fact that any country at war does not hold elections.
But that's sort of been the status quo for years, especially in Europe.
Well, we've seen countries all around the world being pressured by the international community to hold regular elections because they are the foundation of democracy. A leader like Zelenskyy, who won elections not by a landslide, has taken the country in such a direction that I think he needs to go back to the Ukrainian people and ask them, do they still want his leadership? Do they still want the way that he is going? We definitely have seen a lot of resentments. We definitely have seen a lot of corruption within his inner circle. We've definitely know for a fact that the Ukrainian people is so fed up and so tired of this war. I wouldn't be surprised if they don't vote for him. He might still win, of course. He might decide not to run altogether. But again, let the Ukrainian people decide, even if it's not 100% for all the Ukrainians, even if it's not 100% organized. I am in favor of holding an election, and there's not a conflict on every piece of the land of the Ukraine. Definitely there is a special circumstance in the east that could be dealt with, like so many occupied countries have dealt with it. It is not an excuse not to hold elections and not to renew the trust of the Ukrainian people, be it in this leader or in a new leader.
And it's quite interesting because I think, there was a corruption scandal that did hit Zelenskyy's government and lawmakers, and we saw people very close to Zelenskyy himself have to resign from their position. And I have been hearing a lot of people talking about how there is now discontent and criticism of the Ukrainian government, especially because the energy infrastructure has been hit so hard, and part of where that money was coming from in the corruption was they were creaming off the top of the energy companies. So now people are seeing that their lights aren't coming on, but that their lawmakers did make a lot of money instead of investing back into the energy system in Ukraine. So the country's definitely facing some problem, Isabel.
Yes, it is, and it's bound to be. And let's not forget also that, Russia is trying to infiltrate people close to Zelenskyy to not only destabilise him, perhaps make allegations of corruption there, but also we saw the FSB trying to take him hostage through two of the Ukrainian colonels, and now they've been charged with treason. And, that's not the first attempt in recent years on Zelenskyy's life. And what he has done is put himself at huge risk, at huge personal cost. His children have been underground in a bunker for many years. I'm sure he'd quite like to wash his hands of the whole thing and is in a living nightmare, not least because his closest ally is now completely undependable and effectively trying to negotiate with a madman who seems to have the ear of an authoritarian, which is a terrifying scenario. There is bound to be dissent. People have lost lives, people have lost livelihoods, people have lost territory. It's not his fault, but we see leaders get blamed for these things. But that being said, I do think we should remember that probably if Zelenskyy could, he would walk away. And I think that will be one of the reasons why he was first to come out today and say, do you know what, I can do it in 60 to 90 days, because he wants to be seen not only to be in favour of democracy, but to put his money where his mouth is, and fair play to him.
Yeah, definitely. Let's see if that election happens, because as we spoke about, the practicalities of organising one during wartime is said to be very difficult. But thank you for your thoughts there. Let's move on to another story now. And Donald Trump has returned to the campaign trail, aiming to reclaim the economic narrative amid criticism of his handling of inflation. He attacked immigrants and revived old controversial remarks about certain countries, while dismissing concerns about rising prices as a hoax. The president also targeted Democratic figures and touted tariffs and farm bailouts as proof of his economic success. Take a listen.
They gave you the highest inflation in history, and we're bringing those prices down rapidly. Lower prices, bigger paychecks. You're getting lower prices, bigger paychecks. But they use the word affordability, and that's their only word. They say affordability, and everyone says, oh, that must mean Trump has high prices. No, our prices are coming down tremendously from the highest prices in the history of our country.
So before we get into his affordability chat, I just want to bring you some news. In the last few minutes, the Federal Reserve has cut by a quarter basis point, which was widely expected by analysts. So I think Donald Trump will be happy with that. Instead, we must remember inflation is running at 2.9%, near 3% above the Fed's preferred rate of 2%. So it's difficult to see where we're going with this, but a cut's happened by the Fed. It's their last meeting of the year. We know Jerome Powell's on thin ice when it comes to Donald Trump. But anyway, good news for lots of people in America with that rate cut happening. But let's talk a little bit about Trump and hitting the campaign trail again. I haven't seen him do a rally like that for a little while. Sure. Is it a sign that Republicans are possibly concerned now because the midterms aren't that far away?
Definitely they are concerned, and definitely they are not doing well. Polling for them is down, support for them is down. We've seen that in the past elections, in the recent elections, and it's going to get worse by the time of the start of the campaigns of the midterm elections in less than a year now. I think they are aware of this, and I think the bigger problems they have is that the Republican Party have almost been reduced to the Trump Party, and that there's very little anyone in the Republican Party can actually do to start to bring the support back up again. That's why he had to take it. He had to do that kind of rally, and definitely he will do more of this as we come closer to that stage. Now, speaking about the economics, definitely the economic has become the most important issue for the American people. Definitely the situation is not as good as he promised it would be, and is not good in general. And this is probably the Americans would vote for this based on this before anything else. And that's why I think he's also trying to bring in migrants again and illegal migration, because it's a hot topic, because it could bring people back closer to the Republican Party. But for a fact, the tariffs, the policies that he's using will definitely make things worse before they start to get better even if all of it works as he wants it to, we will see a period of a worse situation before things start to get down. Will this happen before the midterm elections? This is the big question.
And I also think you touched on something there. Cost of living strains have been thrust into focus, and that's due to the recent local elections that we did see, like you did mention, with the Democrats winning races in New York, New Jersey and Virginia, and all their campaigns were actually focused on the economy.
Sure.
And that is clearly what people in America are now worried about. But Isabel, does Donald Trump still have the power to really command a crowd, or do you think he's kind of got out of touch with what America wants? Because I think a lot of criticism has been on the fact that he's been focused on foreign policy so heavily.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it was just me, but did you think that his response there from the crowd was a little bit muted compared to his usual rallies? They didn't seem as fired up. And, you know, he campaigned on this ticket of trying to make America affordable again. And then he appeared to be mocking affordability as an issue. I mean, he is deeply out of touch. Everything in his home is gold plated. All he's done is, you know, stick gold things into the White House. The average American was hoping that he was going to make life more affordable. And now he's saying it's a hoax. He's denying that inflation is even a problem. And Americans, you know, his core, his base, are a little bit baffled. And we have to remember, he's on thin ground. He's in his second term. It's the traditional lame duck territory. He's coming up to his first year in power, which means there's limited time that he can continue to blame his legacy from his predecessor. How long is it going to take him to sort out the economy after Biden? And also, he's alienating some of his MAGA base through the Epstein files. We saw the attack dog there. I always forget her name.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Mm-hmm.
They've fallen out, and she's, you know, giving interviews to CNN of all people now. And you know, if you know where she leads, others will follow. So his base will be very much giving him a second chance if they are devoted. But, you know, he's on thin ground. I think he faces annihilation, to be honest, at the midterms. And the fact that Miami and his home turf of Florida have just elected a Democratic mayor for the first time in 28 years, I think it has rattled Republicans. They are worried. And as I said on the previous story, and I agree with Dr. Ellie, you know, he has become bigger than the Republican Party. I mean, even his team negotiating the ceasefire with Ukraine are not the elected officials. You know, it's not Marco Rubio who's doing the back and forth with Zelenskyy and Putin, but it's his mate who does deals, and he's a property developer, Stephen Witkoff, and his son-in-law, Jared Kushner. So, you know, the Republicans know that he's not a true Republican, probably, given that he also used to be a Democrat himself. So, yeah, it's coming home to roost. I think it's going to be a difficult couple of years now for Trump, but he feels good when he's on a stage. He can give it all the hyperbole. Whether or not people believe it anymore remains to be seen.
I think what still feels like is in his corner, something that still goes for him, is the fact that there is no viable alternative from the Democratic Party in terms of policies, in terms of economic policies. And we've seen the Democratic Party go even further left towards socialism, which
Mamdani, which has been the big question about Zohran Mamdani.
And Bernie Sanders. This will not fly in the US. The people would still choose Trump, in spite of all his craziness, than socialism per se. So unless the Democratic Party really presents a platform that gives better solution than what they have done, even under Obama, even under Biden, then Trump could still have people in his corner and he could still make it for the midterm.
What I find fascinating about the economy in America right now is we're talking about inflation running at 2.9%. It's still a lot lower than some of the big European countries and a lot of other countries around the world. They have recovered pretty well. They are a juggernaut of an economy. We can't forget that. Yes, there's pressure on food prices and energy prices in America. We could argue we're having that in Europe too. But the fascinating thing is, even despite tariffs, the stock market in the States is so hot. We've been seeing the stock market outperforming itself this year on more than one occasion. And I do think Donald Trump has that in his corner. People are still investing in American companies, and the tech, AI companies, NVIDIA, so much is doing so well that it's really difficult in some ways how hard it is to argue on the economy when the stock market is doing well. And I think that is what Donald Trump is going to campaign on going forward.
We have to also remember the number of foreign direct investment he's bringing in, be it from the Gulf or other countries. I think, again, his policy might not be the best. It's not solid economics, but it goes in the right direction. Because what was happening in the US was really not...
Well, Bidenomics was a complete disaster, but it's a really interesting conversation to have at the moment about the economy.
Yes, but I think what we're talking about when you talk about the stock markets and, when you talk about the foreign investment, who is feeling the benefit of that? Now, we know that the personal wealth of the Trump family has increased dramatically in those in his inner circle since he's come into power. There may well soon come a point where people feel like this is outright, blatant, broad daylight corruption. And that's not going to wash with ordinary Americans, even those who are on the right, because they feel as though they're not getting the benefits of any of that. And you don't have to be a socialist to call out corruption and unfairness. It's quite extraordinary what we're seeing, just in terms of the Paramount, Warner Brothers, all the various, aggressive takeovers being pitched, the personal involvement of the Trump family. When it's understood in a granular sense by ordinary Americans, I think they're in very, very dodgy terrain.
And it's going to be interesting to see what happens with that Paramount Warner Brothers deal, because Jared Kushner is apparently involved in that too. So time will tell.
Good benefit. Extraordinarily.
Yes, exactly. Stay right there as we move on to another story now. And all tourists travelling to the United States could soon have their social media accounts checked if they require entry into the country. It's under new plans being considered by the country's border force. Visitors would need to provide their social media history from the last 5 years. Isabel, we're on the Donald Trump theme tonight. Quite clearly. I just want to ask you what you make of these plans and how does it differ from the current system in the States that we are seeing?
Well, what do I make of it? I was thinking back to when I applied for a visa to travel to China and I got denied just purely based on my occupation as a journalist, and they didn't ask any more questions. It was just a hard no. Is that the way America is going to go? Who knows? I've only been to America. I'm no expert on ESTAs, I think they're called, which these 90-day permission to travel within the country. But I've been to America for 24 hours. I went for a job interview, got the job, and then decided actually to stay and work here in the UK. But my understanding is at the moment you can get a 90-day ESTA, and that is going to be extended to a 2-year ESTA. But the grounds for being granted that is you have to hand over your social media for 5 years, plus all your current and previous email addresses, personal home addresses, your names, personal details of your family members, their dates of birth. Now, my question is why? Like, what are they looking for? And what is their definition in the parameters of terrorism, if that is what it is? Because at the moment, are they looking for somebody who might have been critical of Donald Trump? Will they be denied access to the country? What is their definition? Is it going to be prescribed terrorist organizations? Because again, the United States haven't got a history like we do in Europe of having these kind of extremist terrorist incidents. And it would be my argument that they need to spend much more time and energy trying to protect their own citizens from the risk from within of people through gun crime than this imagined threat from foreigners coming in. Is it just xenophobia? And also, let's not forget, they have some big international events coming up down the road. We've got the men's World Cup football being hosted in the States next year. We've got the Olympics coming up in LA in 2028. Are they going to go through all of the countries of the world's previous 5 years of social media posts? And we're talking here as well about the possibility of biometrics being requested, DNA, irises, facial recognition. It becomes all a little bit authoritarian for my taste. And I just come back to the question time and again, what is it that they're looking for? What are their grounds for denying you an ESTA? I find it worrying.
Dr. Ellie, I don't know what you think, but I would tend to lean to what Isabel is saying here, because it's very difficult, 5 years of social media, more background on your family. America has a huge tourism industry. We were talking about the economy stuttering and struggling. Now he's going to, tighten the rope on that even more. I mean, is this just a little bit of a disaster waiting to happen?
Listen, I agree on that, the fact that it is not clear and it is a bit extreme. And of course, under Trump, you worry about what legal oversight it's going to have and all of this based on what we're seeing with ICE and other things that he's doing. But let me go back to the essence of it. We have the tendency to feel that getting a visa to a certain country is a right for us, and we should not be denied, and we should, the world is all open and open access and so on. We have to keep reminding ourselves that it is a sovereign right of every state to judge who will they allow in and who will they refuse entry for. We've seen Australia refuse the visa for few people who they thought will create some discord in society, and this was enough of a reason for them to refuse the visa. I think it is good to remind ourselves that it is the right of every state to do so. I would say it is the duty of every state to do so. I was thinking also, as we were discussing before, that even when recruiting someone to any job, now we check his social media. So why not check his social media if he's coming into a different country? Why not see if he has supported any extremist rhetorics before? Why not see if he has been aggressively anti-American or anti-democracy or whatever? Definitely, there's always the slippery slope potential. That's why we need the legal oversight for it. That's why we need clarity of it. But again, the essence of it, I wouldn't disagree. It's not xenophobia. It is part of protecting your country. And I will link this also to the national security plan that Trump issued a few days ago, in which he criticized severely the Europeans for not protecting their societies and simply letting everybody in a way that threatened even the fabric, the social fabric of the European Union. Regardless of, again, what that competition looks like or what he's aiming to do in Europe, I think the basic foundation of it is valid.
And he was very furious about the way that Europe has and is handling its immigration scenario there. But thank you so much for your thoughts on that. Now, it's that time of the show where Isabel and Dr. Ellie have chosen two of their quirkiest stories of the day. Dr. Ellie, we're staying on the theme of the US, and the US Health Secretary has been showing off his pull-up skills. Tell us a little bit more.
Well, it goes in the same direction that we've been speaking about, but again, for I think Kennedy specifically.
There he is.
Yes, here you go.
He's going for it.
That's amazing. You have to appreciate that.
Yeah.
It's impressive. And put it in context, this is a guy who has built all his political career on making America healthy again. He has very serious issues with the way drugs have been given to children, the way food, diet, lack of sports, all of these issues. And again, once again, I find myself completely agreeing with that kind of thinking, that it is part of the state's duty to encourage any kind of potential healthy behavior, including sports, including this. Now, should the minister be doing that? That's a different thing. Should we putting such bars or any other, sports equipment in airports? Why not? If it's there, if you have a couple of hours to kill, why not?
Why not?
Go ahead and do it. I can't do any pull-ups.
You can't do any pull-ups?
No.
Well, Isabel, he's 71. He did
71 years.
Really
That's
good.
Really impressive.
Yeah, how many pull-ups can you do, Isabel? And do you think it's good to see your lawmaker going for it on the pole there?
Yeah, hats off to him. I think it's about the only time you'll ever hear me say that. This is the guy who has linked autism with paracetamol and stopped people from taking vaccines. He spouted a lot of unscientific nonsense. So that's the only compliment I will give him. We do know that exercise is good for you. So well done. He's worked that one out.
Yeah, he has worked that one out. But there's been a lot of criticism of this pull-up that he's done, because you should always get your chin
come on, don't get technical on us, Leigh Ann.
No.
We know you're the sports guru,
yes,
but no.
So
what can you do? This is the question.
Do you know what? I reckon, I was thinking about it now, I haven't tried for a while, but I reckon I could probably do 2 or 3, no more than that.
I believe you.
Yeah, but I reckon I could still do a couple. But I'm not sure, but I haven't tried for a long time.
Different kinds of sports, like teaching for several hours or marking papers for several hours.
I couldn't do any of that.
Unfortunately. I'm in the wrong business.
I think if you ask the gym bros of the world, they'll be like, the chin needs to be higher, but we're going to give it to him because why not? And Isabel, yours is absolutely fascinating, your story. It's about the science of monogamy, which I find really interesting.
Yes, so how monogamous are humans in a league table with other species? This is a groundbreaking world first where they look at sibling, what was the phrase they used? Whether or not they are, the proportion of full sibling to part sibling as a measure of monogamy. And they compared 100 human different societies with 34 animal species. And they found overall that irrespective of religion or where in the world humans come from, we have a monogamy tendency of around 66%. We are in the Premier League of species that like to live monogamously. Above us are beavers at 70%. And right at the top are the very sweet Californian mice, who are ultimately the most faithful you could ever imagine. Now, the science behind this is that if you are a species or a society that has a high proportion of full siblings, then that is deemed to mean that you are in sort of a monogamous relationship. If there are lots of half siblings, then there's promiscuity or polygamy going on. Now, the naughtiest, most promiscuous animals are, would you believe, our closest cousins, the primates, at around 4%. And dolphins as well aren't much for sticking together for life. But you know what? It's a bit entertaining and I think really fascinating as well, published in the Royal Society today.
Yeah, I absolutely love the story. And I love the fact that it's California deer mouse. Deer mice. How sweet.
100%.
So lovely.
Amazing. But then surprising to see black bears, killer whales, baboons, monkeys and dolphins all below 5%.
Yeah. I know baboons are naughty. You know, they've got a lot of business going on, you know?
But what you also notice is that these really sort of animals that live, gosh, I can't think of the term. Gosh, it's all escaping me tonight. But when you live collaboratively, there's a proper...
collectively or socially.
In packs or in communities, So meerkats, wild dogs, they have a really high proportion of monogamy. So what does that tell us about, collaborative society? It leads to monogamy. Fascinating, all of it. Anyway, Cambridge University did the science. They're much more erudite at expressing it than me.
But it's really interesting. But when I first saw this, and before you explained to me how it was done, I thought that all the humans who said they were 66% monogamous were lying. I was like, they must have been asked when their partner was there. But actually, now you've explained it, it's definitely more accurate. And I shouldn't be so cynical.
No, but this is this is what makes a couple's relationship special, because the tendency is not 100% to be monogamous, especially the psyche of a human being.
So they've got to
if you're willing to do the effort and to commit, this is the value of a couple.
And to commit to keep working on it.
Definitely.
Isn't it? That's the whole point to it. But thank you so much. That was a great conversation. Thanks to our guest, Dr. Eli Al-Hindi, chairperson of the Department of Security and Strategic Studies at the American University in the Emirates, and broadcaster and journalist Isabel Webster, who's joined us all the way from Surrey. And that's all from us on W News Extra. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel and, of course, follow us on X. G&T will be coming up next. Goodbye and thank you.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
with so much happening, so much information and so much noise.
International law will have no part in his administration.
It can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We're going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News. Hello and welcome to Global News Today, bringing you exclusive interviews with leading experts every weekday here on Al Arabiya English. I'm Tom Burges Watson. Coming up in today's programme, as Ukraine comes under further aerial attack by Russia, Ukraine is expected to submit a revised peace plan to the United States. But with President Zelenskyy refusing to cede any territory, we ask, what will the Americans and the Russians make of this revised plan? We'll also get more on the situation on the ground. Plus, in the latest move to challenge post-war assumptions about Europe's alliance with Washington, President Trump calls the continent's leaders weak. We ask, what's President Trump's issue with Europe, and why is he making these comments now? Hello and welcome to the programme. We take you straight to Ukraine, where Russian drone attacks have targeted the region surrounding the southern city of Odessa. Well, amongst the places targeted, an area containing several pipelines which carry liquefied natural gas to Ukraine from Greece. Well, in recent months, Russia has sharply increased both the number and intensity of attacks on Ukrainian energy infrastructure, and people in many parts of the country have suffered rolling blackouts. Meanwhile, following days of high-stakes shuttle diplomacy, Ukraine and its European partners are set to present Washington the latest amended version of the peace plan aimed at ending the war in Russia. Well, in a related development, the Ukrainian leader Volodymyr Zelenskyy says that a presidential election could be held within 3 months if balloting can be made safe. Well, US President Donald Trump has suggested President Zelenskyy was using the war as an excuse not to hold an election. Let's get more now. We can speak to Oleksiy Goncharenko, Ukrainian MP, who joins us now. Thank you so much for joining us, Mr. Goncharenko. President Trump at the moment seems to be questioning the democratic nature of Ukraine and saying that President Zelenskyy is using the war as an excuse not to hold elections. How do you respond to that?
First, Ukraine is democracy. Second, yes, we don't have elections because of the security situation. I am in opposition to President Zelenskyy, and I don't want to see him Ukrainian president after next elections. But I can confirm that the security situation in Ukraine is just impossible for carrying out elections. If we're speaking about elections as a real elections, not just about some moment when somebody is coming somewhere and making some mark in the ballot. But if we're speaking about elections as a free campaign, rallies, debates, all of this, which we call elections, when people make their conscious choice, we can't have it. And to have elections, we need to end the war. And after this, we definitely need to have elections, but only after the end of the war.
Right. So you're an opponent of President Zelenskyy, but you agree with this stance that whilst aerial bombardment is taking place of your country and part of your country is under Russian occupation, it would be impossible for elections to take place. And this is something we've heard.
Absolutely. Just imagine one thing to you. First historical example, United Kingdom. There was no elections between 1935 and 1945, despite the fact that there was no ground fighting on the territory of the islands itself. But because of German bombardments, they couldn't do this. And we have land fighting. And we have everyday land fighting, and plus bombardments of Russians throughout the whole country. We have, unfortunately, very tragic. For example, one event. It was the last goodbye to one person in a village not far from a front line in Kharkiv region, and one Russian missile came, and I think 60 people were killed in a moment. Just imagine how we will provide security to people coming to their polling stations. How can we do this?
Right. Well, President Zelenskyy has said that he's happy to hold elections. He can do so, he says, within, let's say, a 3-month time period. That seemed to be the time frame he was suggesting, if security is guaranteed. Do you think he'd win an election if an election was held in 3 months from now?
First of all, I didn't get his last comment about this because I can't understand what does it mean. So, and after these 3 months, again, the war? Oh, the war will be stopped for just for 3 months? What does it mean? I can't get it. So I think my personal view is next. We need to end the war. We need to have sustainable peace. And after this, definitely, we need to have elections. But after the war will be finished, and not just in the middle of the war, because I can't imagine what did they mean and what did Zelenskyy mean by saying this. Speaking about his chances, it's subjective, you know. I can't speak on behalf of all Ukrainian people. I can tell you just my personal thought. My personal thought is that Mr. Zelenskyy has no chances to be re-elected. And it doesn't matter much when the elections will happen. But it's my personal view. By the way, Zelenskyy himself promised when he ran for the first time in 2019, he said that I'm running at that time just for one term. So one term, it was 5 years. Now he's the president already for 6.5. So I think the best thing for him would be not to run. But it's up to him. So he will make his own choice, and then Ukrainian people will decide.
It's strange, isn't it, that Russia's been making these same accusations of Ukrainian democracy, saying the country is essentially run by Nazis and the country is not at all democratic and elections need to take place. And now we're in a situation where President Trump, he's not talking about the Nazi aspect, but he's saying some other quite similar things. Why do you think he's saying this right now?
First of all, it's very funny to listen to something like this from Russia, which is not a state and where there is no elections at all. Because the comedy they're making each several years, it's nothing. Putin is an emperor, it's a monarchy. And who would talk about democracy? It's really ridiculous. Speaking about President Trump, why he's saying about elections, I think President Trump is not a big fan of President Zelenskyy. Their relationships are quite difficult, maybe because of this. But it doesn't matter. President Trump can say what he thinks he needs to say. It's up to him. But we need to explain. And I'm absolutely sure that when explained, President Trump will understand himself that it is impossible to have elections in Ukraine. Again, it's not that somebody wants and somebody not. It's just physically impossible.
Does it sound to you like President Trump is becoming more sympathetic to the Russians than he is to the Ukrainians?
No, I don't think so. I think President Trump is sympathetic to Americans and to himself. That's what I think. And I think he tries to reach peace. And that's something we need like badly. We need peace as soon as possible. And if President Trump will help us to achieve sustainable peace with a dignity to Ukraine, I think we need to raise monuments to him in Ukrainian cities. That would be great, and we would be super thankful to him for this. And I am very thankful that he continues his efforts. It doesn't matter what moves him by him. I don't know. Maybe he wants Nobel Peace Prize. Some people say, it's some political reasons inside the United States. It doesn't matter for me at all. We need peace, and President Trump is trying, and he pushes. So thanks to him. The only thing I would advise him is to push Russians more. Because the problem is not in Ukraine. Ukraine agreed for ceasefire in March of this year. And if Russia would agree in March, the war would be over for almost 1 year already. The war continues because Russia doesn't want to stop. So the efforts should be on Russia. The pressure should be on Russia to stop the war because Ukraine is ready.
Sure, and obviously Ukraine didn't invade itself. I just want to ask you, Ukrainian officials are expected to hand over today their latest peace proposals to the American side, to American negotiators. I'm just wondering what sort of a reception the latest push for peace is going to get from the Americans, given that they seem to be much more in favor of compromise, and the Europeans and the Ukrainians seem to be absolutely clear. They're not giving up any territory at all. How do you think this will go down?
I think this is diplomacy. So we have some propositions, some okay for us, some not. We need to work with those which are not okay for us. So territorial question is super difficult. One more thing which I would mention is security guarantees, because we have zero reasons to believe Russia and Russian words. We had so many agreements with them and they broke all of them. They invaded Ukraine unjustified. They gave guarantees in 1994 when we voluntarily gave up nuclear weapons, the third largest arsenal in the world, to them. They gave guarantees that they will never attack Ukraine, and they broke this promise, and it's many, many times. So the only reason why we can believe that Russia will not attack Ukraine again is if we will have security guarantees which will prevent them from doing this. And the best security guarantee is the security treaty with the United States ratified by US Congress, because we shouldn't be the hostage of possible political changes in the United States. So it should be a absolutely full-fledged international treaty ratified by both parliaments, and that can be a real security guarantee.
What do you make of the latest deadline? Accept this deal or accept an agreement by Christmas. That seems to be the message from the Trump administration. Is that a realistic deadline?
I can't confirm it. I've never heard something of this kind. That there is. We heard about Thanksgiving deadline from media, but then Trump said himself there is no deadline. Now we hear about Christmas. I heard about first anniversary of Trump's inauguration as a deadline, but I think it's a very complicated process, and it's quite hard to have any deadlines in such process. But for Ukraine, quicker is better. Today is better than tomorrow. Tomorrow is better than the day after tomorrow.
Okay, fair enough. One of the things we've heard from President Zelenskyy again and again on this key sticking point of giving up territory. He says, I can't. The Constitution doesn't give me the right, neither does international law give me the right as President of Ukraine to simply hand over territory. What do you make of that argument? Is he right?
Yeah, he is right. And don't forget that we're speaking not just about territories, we're speaking about people. Several 100,000 people are living on these territories. What to do with them? So I think this is absolutely unjustified Russian demand. Russians failed to take this territory under control during more than 11 years of war, almost 12 years. So they failed to do this. Now they want to do this by negotiations. It's not fair. So I think Americans should also agree with this. We need to stop this war on the current lines. It will also be not according to international law, because this is Ukrainian territory. But unfortunately, we can't kick off Russians from our territories. But Russians also can't take what they want. So it's time to stop this war. And these territories will be legally occupied by Russia. I don't know for how long, but I am sure the day will come. This empire will fall apart like it happened 100 years ago, then 30 years ago. They will fall apart again, and we will retake all our territories after this, but only after.
Okay, and I wanted to ask you about the situation on the battlefield, because there are conflicting reports. The Russians say they've taken the city of Pokrovsk. The Ukrainians said they haven't done so yet. What's your understanding?
My understanding is, I'm sure for your viewers, it doesn't matter at all. What is Pokrovsk? Pokrovsk is a town, it was a town before full-scale invasion of 60,000 people. So it's not a big town even, it's quite small town or medium-sized town. Now it's completely ruined. Maybe there are several hundred people there. I don't know, maybe 500, 600 people. That's it. And ruins. And Russians tried to take it for 15 months. So Russian army and Russian Federation, being the biggest country in the world, can't take the town of 60,000 people long ago for 15 months. So maybe they will take it, I don't know, in a week or in 2 days or in 1 month. What does it matter? Pokrovsk is not strategical from any point of view. It's just a small ruined town now, the same ruined towns as others which Russia took. Russia failed to take any big city of Ukraine, any key cities, Kiev, Kharkiv, Odessa, any regional center. They just failed. So they're just for 15 months, and they lost tens of thousands of people just to take this tiny town.
Okay, well, thanks for giving us the latest on that. I wonder what the reaction has been in Ukraine to the latest comments by President Trump about Europe as a whole. I mean, not just the EU, because he's also targeting, it would appear, the United Kingdom as well in his comments, calling the continent weak, well, the leadership weak, saying that the continent faces civilizational erasure or words to that effect. Has that caused alarm in Ukraine, given that Europe is such a staunch ally of Ukraine?
Europe is a key ally, and I want to thank all our allies, both Europe and United States, for all support we are receiving. But unfortunately, I should agree, at least partially, with President Trump. I think Europe should be much more active. And it's hard for me to argue when President Trump is saying why Europe is still buying Russian energy resources just to finance the war against Europe. Because it's not just the war against Ukraine, it's the war against Europe. Why Europe is giving money to their enemy to do this? Why Europe can't make a decision about seizing of Russian frozen assets? Why Europe can't make a decision about sending troops to Ukraine? Not to fight on the front line, we're not asking for this, but to show a reassurance force in the rear of Ukraine, just to show that Putin will not succeed in his goal to wipe off Ukraine from the map of the world. Why Europe is just following what United States are saying or doing? Where is the initiative from Europe? Where is proactive approach from Europe? Unfortunately, we don't see it, and it's a big pity.
But hasn't the British Prime Minister at least been quite proactive in terms of what we've heard from him and his predecessors as well? Are you saying it's all of Europe, including the UK, or would you single out the EU for having, in your opinion, been hesitant or perhaps not having upheld, one standard?
With all respect, once again, thanks to British government also for their support to Ukraine. We value it very much. But all I mentioned is relevant for United Kingdom too. United Kingdom did not make decision to seize Russian frozen assets. United Kingdom is leading this coalition of willing, which is speaking for already 1 year about sending troops to Ukraine. 1 year. So is it coalition of willing or coalition of talking? And other questions. So again, we are very thankful, but the war is not somewhere far away from Europe. The war is in Europe. And if Russia wouldn't be stopped in Ukraine, they will go further. So I think Europe should have much more robust answer.
Right, so perhaps those comments from President Trump will be a wake-up call for Europe. And just lastly...
Wake-up calls already, but I hope that will work.
Okay, well, it's certainly the harshest language I think anyone in Europe has heard so far, so perhaps it will work as electric shock therapy. Just lastly, one thing that President Zelenskyy has said on X today, he said that China is taking steps to intensify cooperation with Russia, and that, he said, included military-industrial cooperation. I'm wondering what you read into that. Do you think that's a message to the United States in terms of the timing of that comment?
I think that just shows once again, it's not just Russia. It's Russia, China, Iran, North Korea, these axis of chaos. And they are attacking not just Ukraine, but the whole civilized world. So President Trump has absolutely all reasons to say this, and it's true.
Okay, well, we're going to leave it there. We're out of time. Thank you very much indeed. Alexei Gorochenko, thank you very much indeed for your time.
Thank you.
Meanwhile, the US President Donald Trump has taken aim at Europe in an interview with Politico, which was published on Tuesday. In the interview, President Trump called the continent weak and decaying, this with reference to Ukraine and what he calls the liberal migration policies of the continent. Well, Washington has long counted on Europe as a key ally. Well, last week, the US made its national security strategy public, and that also sent shockwaves across Europe. Well, let's get more now. We can speak to Carla Sands, former US ambassador to Denmark, Greenland and the Faroe Islands under President Trump. She joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us, Ambassador Sands. Is this new, this messaging coming from Washington, directed at Washington, or is it just the packaging and the wording that's new?
I think it's difficult for our European friends and allies to take on board. It's like someone holding a mirror up to you and you don't like what you see, so you refuse to see it. But President Trump and Vice President J.D. Vance have actually been talking about this since the election with our European allies. We need Europe to be strong, to have strong economies, to have a strong and credible defense, to have sensible policies, to control their borders and their immigration. And it doesn't seem that they're interested in taking on board what is going to save their civilizations. The fact that and this is something I talk about with America First Policy Institute, the idea of it's not America first for our friends, it's nation first. The leaders need to have strong borders, control immigration, have a strong defense, have affordable and abundant energy, and make sure that the culture is protected. Every nation has a unique culture and history, and that must be celebrated and protected, because every state is different. We don't want a globalist kind of idea where there's no nation, all borders are erased. That's not good for citizens.
OK, you've given us plenty to think about in that, and I'll come back to some of it. But I just want to ask you, I mean, President Trump, even before he took office the first time, was in favour, it seems, of Brexit, for example, you know, a country important like the United Kingdom leaving the European Union. And a lot of people questioned that at the time. Do you think President Trump has got a long-standing issue with the European project?
Well, I think that he has a special affinity to the UK, to Great Britain, as do many of us, because many Americans' ancestors came from the continent or from Great Britain. But it's also where we got our laws, right? Those are from, where are they from? They're from ancient Greece, from Rome. They're from Israel, passed down to the UK, and they got things like freedom of speech, the right to defend themselves, the right to gather, and those informed our own Constitution and our Declaration of Independence. And so how our country was formed is a direct descendant of the UK and in some cases the continent. And we need those countries to have their freedom of speech because that's historically something that they've had. But we also need them to have strong economies. And they have a kind of, it seems, suicide pact to have a net zero agenda and deindustrialize and send most of their production. Germany's doing it right now, building more manufacturing in China, where this is controlled by the Chinese Communist Party. China, under the Chinese Communist Party, is certainly our greatest adversary and a real threat to our economic success in the UK, US, and the EU.
OK, I mean, obviously, everything the president has said in the last few days on the subject of Europe will have come as music to the ears of the leadership in Russia. And, it really seems like the Russians have wanted to weaken the European continent for as long as it's been around for, in the form of the European Union.
Tom, can I stop you?
Go ahead.
The idea is to strengthen Europe, not weaken Europe. We actually need Europe to be strong. But we also think that Russia doesn't have to be an adversary and linking arms with China. We think that it's better if Russia rejoins the community of nations and has normal trade and ends the war. But we saw what happened this week. We had Keir Starmer, we had Macron, and we had one other, Merz, I think, meet with Zelenskyy, and then Zelenskyy declines the peace deal and says, no, he's not willing to lose any territory. He's losing the war and has no chance to win. And so what's happened is some of the leaders in the EU are scuttling the peace deal, along with probably some leftist Democrats in the US, probably also in Zelenskyy's ear. The fact is 27,000 young men died last month because of this war. President Trump wants to end the war. There are so many good reasons to end the war. And it's not going to be fair on both sides because Ukraine has no hope of winning.
Right, but why in a public way weaken Ukraine's hand with the negotiations taking place? When in fact, Ukraine didn't invade itself. It was invaded by a hostile country, namely Russia in this particular instance. I mean, shouldn't there be at least a showing in public of solidarity amongst the United States and its allies?
I don't understand your question, Tom. Can you rephrase it?
I mean, why does it make sense now, with negotiations taking place, to be, taking aim at Europe, to be criticizing President Zelenskyy, when, surely that just strengthens Russia's hand?
No, not at all. This document is actually, in part, a love letter to Europe, saying, we love you. We want you to be great allies and partners, strong defense, strong economy. Please help us help you. We need Europe to course correct and do it very quickly. There are predictions I have read that within half a decade, Germany will collapse economically because of its bad energy policies and its deindustrialization, losing that. The heartbeat of Europe the manufacturing base of Europe has been Germany for decades, since the EU was created. But because of its policies, it's not thriving. And then because of the immigration problems and the demographic changes, like President Trump mentions in the national security strategy, there are concerns that some NATO nations will no longer choose to be part of NATO. And NATO is the greatest security agreement between strong countries in the history of the world. It is the strongest defense pact that's ever been created, and we want to keep it strong. But we're worried that European nations are changing so quickly that NATO may not be able to succeed in the coming decades.
What is it that's changing so quickly in Europe? I mean, Europe's always been a melting pot, a crossroad of civilizations. There's sovereignty of each country, but they're all part of this collective European family, and that hasn't changed in the last 50 years. What's this major change that's happened to Europe in the eyes of the Americans?
Well, it's not just the eyes of the Americans. I mean, anyone can see it. If you just search online for the demographics in each European country, you'll see the change. What began as a Christian continent has had uncontrolled immigration and is quickly becoming an Islamic continent. The Muslim population have more children and Europeans have very few. And so it's a demographic reality that the uncontrolled immigration from places like Africa and sort of North Africa, that's changing Europe so that the native-born population is declining very quickly. If you look at the London demographics from the 60s to today, it's shocking that the native population went from almost 100% to, I think now, under 30%. And that's happening all over Europe. So the idea that Europe stays like Europe without course correcting is very unlikely. I think it's impossible. But I think even more important is the economic policies of the globalist idea of achieving net zero and rejecting baseload power. Most of the world understands this. India, China, Russia, they are rejecting this idea and they're building power every day because we're entering this sort of new world of AI and data centers that are going to need 50% more power within a little more than a decade. Because of that reality, we need more power. Europe is declining in power. They're not building the power. Like China is right now constructing 35 coal-fired plants. So under President Trump's administration, he is working to build power capacity in the U.S. and be able to export it to our allies. This is really fundamental to being, successful in the economy of the 21st century. So I hope that our European allies wake up and that they course correct quickly. But it does seem that the leaders, once again, are rejecting common sense ideas from President Trump.
Right, and quite a lot of European leaders are pretty shaken and rattled, possibly even angered by some of the comments. We've heard the British Prime Minister hit back saying, we're not weak, we're strong, we're standing united behind Ukraine. The French called this latest document, this national security strategy, brutal. How would you advise, knowing President Trump and knowing Europe, how would you advise European leaders to react?
Well, first of all, I have to say, Tom, that, you know, when you have friends, you're able to give constructive criticism. You're able to speak more candidly to friends than enemies. I think we're all like that, right? It's you take a friend aside and say, listen, this is what I see, and just make them aware of issues or challenges. So the fact that the European leaders are unable to read it and digest it rather than lash out, maybe they think it helps them politically because they're elected. I don't know. It does concern me that they are not being receptive and not, maybe publicly at least, saying, look, we should look at this and see if there's any truth to this. How has our country changed? How is our economic prosperity looking a decade from now? Are we building good paying jobs in our country? Are we serving our citizens the way we should and keeping them safe in their towns and cities? Or do they feel unsafe? Because you can see elected leaders across, say, the UK, were not protecting young girls when there were these rape gangs of men that were preying on young girls from working class families. For 30 years, that's been going on, maybe 40 now. I've been reading about it, but the elected leaders would sweep it under the carpet and not protect their own citizens from immigrants that were preying on their citizens. So that is something that the UK is only now beginning to discuss. I think that there's some very hard conversations that have to be had between the citizens of different countries in the EU and certainly the UK and their leaders.
Okay, well, we're out of time. Thank you very much indeed for speaking to us. Always a pleasure. Carla Sands, former US ambassador. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Well, we're joined now by Sergei Markov, who is a former spokesperson of the Russian President Vladimir Putin. He joins us now from Moscow. Mr. Markov, thank you for joining us. We've heard in the last 24 hours or so the Russian Foreign Minister Sergei Lavrov praising President Trump for his role in the Ukraine peace effort. He says he is the only Western leader who shows an understanding of the reasons that made war in Ukraine inevitable. And I'm just wondering, as a Russian and someone who's close to President Putin, does it feel to you like President Trump is more on Russia's side than on Ukraine's side?
Of course not. You know, same time, Sergei Lavrov told that Donald Trump didn't take out anti-Russian sanctions, and even he added anti-Russian sanctions. The sanction against the biggest Russian oil companies, Rosneft and Lukoil. Also, under the leadership of the Donald Trump, with his presidency, you know, almost during the year, United States giving so-called intelligence information to Ukrainian army. It's not intelligence information. It's direct targeting of the rocket missiles and drones to the Russian cities and Russian position of the Russian army. Ukraine has no satellite group. And satellite group which making targeting of the Ukrainian rocket missiles, the drones, they are American, belong to American army. And the chief of this American army is American President Donald Trump. That's why, of course, absolutely sure Donald Trump is against Russia. He's taking part in the war against Russia. And he's on the Ukrainian side. But same time, Donald Trump understands that Ukraine is losing the war. And also, Donald Trump has very clear demand from American people to stop any possibility of the nuclear war between Russia and America, because in such nuclear war, all Americans will be killed by Russian nuclear rocket missiles. And Donald Trump is trying to give response to this demand of American people, and he tried to avoid direct confrontation between Russia and America. Same time, he understands very well that to give money to Vladimir Zelenskyy is just losing of money, because all these 3 years shows that Ukrainian army has no chance, even with great Western support, to crush Russian army, and also because leaders of Ukrainian government, they are corrupted, very corrupted politicians. In fact, they're criminals. And it means that Zelenskyy will steal a lot of American army, and then the Ukrainian army will be not able to crush Russian army. So that's why Donald Trump wants to stop this anti-Russian project, which he is one of the leaders of. And for the stopping this project, he came with idea of ceasefire to Vladimir Putin. And Vladimir Putin told him, I'm sorry, Mr. Trump, we already tried to ceasefire. It's called Minsk I and Minsk II agreement. Please go and see what was this fire come to. Leaders of France and Germany told, we just use this ceasefire for making tricks with Russia and just to giving more weaponry to Ukrainian army and making more, how to say, anti-Russian change of the Ukrainian political system, which we call terror against, and in fact it was terror. And we don't want to repeat this ceasefire. What if you really want to stop this war? You should not ask to have again ceasefire, which come to the big war again. But you should talk about a resolution of the reasons of those war, which is means that should be neutrality of Ukraine and stopping of the violent derussification of Ukrainian society and stopping terror against Ukrainian people who believe that Ukraine and Russia should be friendly. It's very simple.
Okay, you've made lots of points there. I'm going to pick you up on a couple of them. First of all, I heard you there talking about this as a war. 4 years long, we've heard about a special military operation from the Russian side, and I just heard you there talking about a war. Has the language changed?
Of course, this is the war, yeah. And Vladimir Putin a few times mentioned this term war, and some other officials sometimes mentioned this war. But nevertheless, Putin also many times stressed that it's not a normal regular war. It's special military operation because of few reasons. First of all, it's not war between Russia and Ukraine, as a lot of people want to show. No, it's war Western coalition who use Ukrainian army as their proxy army against Russia. It's not Ukrainian people who run Ukrainian government. It's Western countries, first United States and Great Britain, and now Great Britain and European Union run Ukrainian government. And this is neo-colonial regime. It's not government of Ukrainian people. So we don't fight against Ukraine. We fight against Ukrainian army to liberate Ukrainian people from such neo-colonial regime. It's first. And secondly, for us, Ukrainians, they're Russians. 75% of them speak Russian language. Everybody knows this. Kiev was Russian capital during 3 centuries. Ukraine was part of the Russia more than 1,000 years. That's why for us it's civil war. It means that Russian military strikes is very careful. I was giving some kind of military arithmetics, and I would say the brutality of Russian army in Ukraine less than brutality of Israel army in sector Gaza, something about in 100 times. 100 times Russian army less brutal to the civilian compared with Israeli army with Gaza. That's why it's special military operation for liberation of Ukrainian people, but not war against Ukraine. It's what Putin wants to stress.
Right. And you mentioned the help that Ukraine has been given, but do you deny that Russia's been given help by the North Koreans, the Chinese, some Iranian weaponry? I mean, you're getting help as well. Why shouldn't the Ukrainians have help?
No, it's not help. Russia has some, trade with such of the Russia buy some weaponry. Ukraine not buying weaponry. It's Europeans and British and American give this weaponry to Ukrainian army. It's a huge amount. Now, in fact, 90% of the Ukrainian army, it's not Ukrainian weaponry. It's not Ukrainian government bought. It's what it was given to them. It's first. Secondly, as already mentioned, targeting of the rocket missiles and drones and so on is taking part, in fact, in the war. It's Russian army doing itself, Ukrainian army, it's responsibility of United States and partly a little bit Great Britain. Then another important thing is huge economic supply. In fact, the Ukrainian government has no money to pay to own officers and soldiers. It's Great Britain and European Union pay to Ukrainian soldiers and officers and generals. So, if Ukrainian army fight against Russia by European and British and American weaponry, if they paid by Europeans and British, this weapons target by Europe's and Great Britain, United States, why is Ukrainians war? No, Ukrainians just used by Western country, in fact, as slaves. I would say these strong words. And in fact, look, Ukrainians, for example, what they fight for? They fight for the prohibition of their native language, because native language for 75% of Ukrainian is Russian language. They fight for the prohibition and crashing of Orthodox Church, what was Church of themselves, of their grandfathers, grandmothers, and other people who born them. They're crazy. No, they are under strong dictatorship. Ukrainian soldiers hate to fight because Zelenskyy criminal regime keeps their families keeps their families in their hands.
Okay.
So from our point of view, it's Russia not getting help even at all. Russia just buys this. But Ukrainian army, it's not help. It's just if 90% not from Ukraine, but from Western countries, it's not help. It's just Western war.
Okay. Something else I wanted to ask you about is we've heard President Trump making various comments that have made some of the European leaders quite nervous. First of all, we saw the US national security strategy that was published last Friday. Moscow has welcomed that and said it largely aligns with Russia's view of things. He's also called European leaders weak. What do you make of these comments?
First of all, of course, Americans should explain themselves what they mean. But how we understand? We understand that, first of all, that Donald Trump more represent not deep state. And deep state is enemy of Donald Trump. But Donald Trump represent more American people. And this attempt of Americans to reset democracy. But democracy already have been diminishing European countries where European government and European Commission as a government of European Union, they are under the control of the deep state, which called Euro bureaucracy. That's why Europe moved from democracy, and European governments represent not the interests of people in the European countries, but they represent interests of this deep state and partly global corporations. That's why they have absolutely different interests. And I'm very glad that American people tried to recover democracy, which had been stolen by Biden and by these European leaders from the people. And that's why they are political rivals, means European leaders who represent, first of all, deep state of Europe, and Donald Trump, who represent American people. So they are rivals. They have different interests. That's why they have a different policy. It's one. Another important thing that now, in the past, Europe was one of the two economic centers of the global world. That's why Europe, the alliance with Europe was very important for the United States. Now it's absolutely clear that Pacific Ocean area is becoming second center of economic development. That's why America more interesting to pay to spend the activity to the Pacific Ocean and to diminish its activity in European direction. That's why Donald Trump said, look, you have threat military? No military threat to Europe. You are now very economically important? Already no. Okay, that's why we will step down our troops from the United States. And if you want to defend yourself, please increase your military spending from 2% to the 5%. Okay. And also, please, we see that you have very big problems with democracy. And by the way, everybody knows that European Commission falsify election in Romania, European Commission falsify election in Moldova. And by the way, European Commission strongly support ultra-repressive neo-Nazi regime in Ukraine, which is indicator that Europe not democratic area anymore. Okay. And we agree with Donald Trump on this issue.
Okay. Sounds like you agree with Donald Trump on quite a few things today. I want to ask you about something else you said earlier. You said Russia is winning the war. That's something that Donald Trump has said as well. And I just want to ask you, I mean, we're 4 years into this war. You know, Russia is a much larger country with a much larger army. Yes, you may have managed to take 19-20% of the country, but even the Battle of Pokrovsk, which has lasted 18 months, it's a small city in Ukraine. Russia says it's taking control of Pokrovsk, and Ukraine says, no, you haven't. But, I mean, if you can't even take the Battle of, you can't even take a city like Pokrovsk, which isn't even a very big city, you've only managed to take 20% of the territory. I mean, do you have to admit that the Russian people have underestimated Ukraine?
No, absolutely not. We underestimate it's how strong, repressive, totalitarian, neo-Nazi, neo-colonial, terroristic regime had been created by Americans, British, and Europeans. This is what we underestimated. It's first. Secondly, every military analyst, as you may know, thought that this war, Ukrainian war, should be, looks like not World War II, with big moving cause, big tanks division and so on. It's like World War I, where it was a very intensive war on the small piece of land. And World War I, main goal was not to take some villages and small cities. World War I was about undermining and crushing of the army of one of the sides. You may know that Germany defeated in the moment when no foreign troops, French or British troops, was on the German territory. But German troops was on the French territory. But nevertheless, German recognized that German defeated. Why? Because German army and German government appeared to be in the crisis. It's exactly what will happen in this Ukrainian war. We can see that Ukrainian army more and more in the crisis. Look at the figures. Ukrainian army, as Zelenskyy told now, something about 550,000 soldiers and 300,000 Ukrainian soldiers. They left from the army. You can imagine. They gone. They hide away from Ukrainian government. You see a lot of video. Show this video to your audience that every day on the streets, Ukrainian military authorities taking men on the Ukrainian streets as dogs, in fact, and move them to the army. They don't want. Ukrainian men don't want to fight. And also, you see the political crisis of the high-level corruption in government of Zelenskyy. This is characteristics, main characteristic of the Russia who is winning the war. Not some villages or small cities like Krovsk, but crashing of Ukrainian army, crashing of the Zelenskyy repressive regime. It was the ending of the war.
Just very, very briefly, Mr. Markov, because we've got 30 seconds left. I just want to ask you very quickly, the European Union's got 210 billion euros of frozen Russian assets. And according to the ECB president, Christine Lagarde, she sees a pathway for legally using that money to support Ukraine. How will Russia react if Europe uses Russia's frozen finances in this way?
It's stupidity of Europeans. It's criminal. It's crime, of course. And all of these European leaders should be in the prison because of this stealing of the Russian army. But it also is stupidity because, first of all, Russia will take some of the frozen European businesses which on the Russian territory. As I understand, it's something about the same amount of money. But also, Russia will go to the court and Russia will say, everybody, look, Europe is not a safe place for every government. And as I know, Saudi Arabia, China, United Arab Emirates, and other countries are going to take a lot of billions from Eurozones if European Commission will steal Russian currency reserve.
All right. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you for your brief answer. Sergei Markov, former spokesperson for the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Thank you for your time, sir.
Thank you.
We're joined now by Jim Townsend, who's a former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for European and NATO policy during the Obama administration. He joins us from Washington. Thank you very much indeed for joining us. I just wanted to ask you, first of all, whether the kind of frustration at Europe that we've been hearing from President Trump is entirely new, or can you remember previous administrations expressing similar irritation about perceived European weakness, even perceived European freeloading? What are your thoughts?
Well, it's not just Trump who has said these, as you point out, in the past. There's always been friction between the U.S. And the European nations. Not all of them, and every nation on a bilateral basis. You know, every nation has had its own peculiar relationship with the U.S. And so over time, during the Cold War, after the Cold War ended, there were times when there was friction between us. But what's different here is with Trump, these are this is an assault on their own domestic cultures, their own domestic politics. issues, and he is not being diplomatic at all. I mean, a lot of the friction in the past certainly was coated with a little bit of diplomacy and diplomatic talk, but this is very blunt and contradictory in a lot of ways too. So while there has been on a normal basis frictions in the past, this one is different.
Right. Okay. So, I mean, there's been this assumption in the post-war era that the alliance between Washington and Europe is ironclad. I mean, would you say that that assumption has now been seriously challenged?
Well, it's hard to say that it has not been seriously challenged. I think there is, when the U.S. talks about that we have this ironclad relationship with Europe and the transatlantic relationship with NATO, Article 5, it's important that we say that, and we say it publicly for Putin and others to understand that that's really where we are. So what's happening now is beginning to cast some doubt or mistrust in the United States, in Europe. They're starting to say, you might even say that your commitment to Article 5 is ironclad, but your actions and your rhetoric seem to say something else. And so there's an unease that, in fact, they are looking at a partner that where the public rhetoric is, in terms of being ironclad, may be hollow. It may not be supported by a lot of strong commitment within the confines of the White House.
Right, and there's been a bit of a double whammy here on Europe, and let's not forget as well that President Trump, before his first term even started, championed Brexit, seemed to suggest it would be a good thing that if the UK left the European Union, which it did. So he's obviously had a long-standing issue with the European Union. But then on Friday we had this, so we've had the Politico article in which European leaders are called weak, and then on Friday the US national security strategy was published. And I'm just wondering, what were your thoughts when you saw that document, and how you think it will have been digested by European leaders?
Well, and there's some more reporting that has just come out talking about a longer version of the national security strategy that talks about the U.S. pulling away from the European Union. Countries like Austria, Hungary, Italy, nations that there seems to be an affinity between their politics and Trump. So this is continuing. When Washington saw, and myself as well, the national security strategy, when we woke up on Friday and we saw this document in our emails, it was a bit of a shock, and it wasn't necessary. It shouldn't have been a shock, because a lot of what was in there we've heard before, as you point out, from Trump and from some of his people. The speech by J.D. Vance at the Munich Security Conference was certainly echoed in that national security strategy. So it wasn't so much a surprise as it was a shock, because there it is in black and white as government policy. It's not just rhetoric coming from a speech or offhand remarks. This is actually policy. And so what does it mean now that it becomes a policy? Is this something that we're going to begin to implement in terms of Europe, in terms of the U.S. supporting, political parties that are more in line with Trump than they might be with the people in the country where they are resident? And also a lot of what was in that Europe section was things that Putin had been saying he wanted to see, like no more NATO enlargement, that type of thing. Here now, as a matter of policy, the administration says that it supports that. So there's been still going on here in Washington on the outside of the government, trying to understand this, and particularly the implications for it. Where is it just noise, and where is it actually substance? And what does it mean in terms of perceptions by Putin and the Kremlin? What does he think about the U.S. relationship with Europe and our allies as well? Going back to your previous question about trust, is eating away at this view of the United States held by allies and supporting the views of somebody in the Kremlin.
Right. I mean, all of this must be music to the ears of the Russian president. In terms of the intended purpose, let me put a theory to you. I mean, do you think that perhaps President Trump is saying these things in pretty stark terms, actually brutal, they were described by the French as being brutal terms? Do you think he's doing this to kind of give Europe some electric shock therapy, you know, to get them to wake up and to start, you know, standing on their own 2 feet, a bit like getting them to pay more into the kitty with NATO? And, you know, we've already heard the German Chancellor, Friedrich Merz, saying Europe must be more independent from the US in terms of security policy. I mean, do you think that's part of the intended purpose, is to give Europe a wake-up call?
Well, I think it is part of it. I think there's something else there too, some kind of grievance or some type of joy that those in the administration who feel this way, not just Trump, but those around him, J.D. Vance. There's some type of enjoyment that they have of sticking it to Europe based on, you know, something else. But your point about a wake-up call, certainly there's a wake-up call here. But, you know, they've been getting wake-up calls for a while. So it's hard to call this a wake-up call. I guess it's a further drum beating, if you will, to hurry up. But I will also say that it's a wake-up call not just about defense spending and standing on their own feet and you know, defense spending at NATO, meeting those goals that NATO has laid out. It's more than that. It's more culture war types of things. It seems to be that the newest outrage, if you will, on the table is this idea of trying to split up the European Union, pulling nations out of the EU and closer to the U.S. Because there's more affinity there. It's the harshness that's being used to describe a Europe that is having problems with migration. We know that. But talking about cultural erasure, talking about nations that will no longer, in a few years, that may no longer look like a European nation, and should they be in NATO? There are these other things that really make this more than just a wake-up call. This is more of a declaration of some type of how the U.S. views Europe and how the U.S. wants to try to help Europe avoid this future.
Right. I mean, the European Union's huge. I mean, there's 450 million people who live in Europe, which makes it considerably larger than the United States. And I'm just wondering whether, you know, it's somewhat misguided to let that block of allies, you know, in terms of headcount, sort of fall by the wayside, and for that relationship to be sort of tossed to one side. I mean, it's an important relationship, whether Washington likes it or not, isn't it?
It's a crucial relationship, and it's just a awful, stupid move. No one seems to understand why the administration feels it can say these kinds of things, do these kinds of things, and not expect to hurt this relationship. It could be the way the White House looks on this, and the people around the president. They might look on this as the Europeans had no choice but to do as we say, to listen to what we're saying. It could be that they feel they can get away with this because Europe is dependent on the United States. Europe is locked in the United States, and we can say these kinds of things with impunity. And it makes them feel good to say it, I guess. But that's the only thing I can think of, because at the end of the day, when you look at this with realism, and you look at this under a lot of different headings, this is a bad move to undercut these allies with whom we share a lot of values and a lot of history, and who we will need in our camp as we deal with threats in the future.
I mean, I don't know whether you think European leaders would be advised not to react to this in a public way. And we haven't heard a huge amount of reaction. Don't know what your thoughts are on that. We have heard the British Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, saying we're not weak, we're strong, and we're united behind Ukraine, because that seems to be the context in which some of these comments have emerged. But coming from the British Prime Minister's perspective, I mean, I'm just thinking to myself, the British only a couple of months ago gave President Trump a full second state visit, and there was lots of sort of, handshaking and hailing the transatlantic relationship. So to hear this now must come as quite a stinging and unexpected rebuke from President Trump. What are your thoughts?
Well, you're right. But to your earlier remark, too, about how the reactions in Europe have been muted, I think it's from what I understand, talking to a number of allies over the past few days, that seems to be the approach that they've agreed to, is that let's don't rise to the occasion, rise to the bait, if you will, and become overly reactive, emotional, all the things that most normal people would do in reading something like this. They wanted to be cool, and they wanted not to have an overreaction. And I think that's what we're seeing a lot of right now. But I think behind closed doors, there's a lot of concern and a lot of, I guess, caution not to hurt the relationship that they have, because they do need the United States. This isn't easy for them to just toss their relationship with the United States off to the side either. So they're having to be cautious. They want to keep this relationship as best they can, salvaged as much as they can from this relationship. So they're not going to overdo it. But there's going to come a time when they're going to have to say something. Maybe now that this longer version of the national security strategy becomes public, they'll need to say something. But at the end of the day, if it leads to Europe becoming stronger, more unified, more focused on standing on their own 2 feet, stronger militarily, able to deter Russia, if from all of this noise and clashing symbols coming out of the White House, if it can lead to Europe actually doing this over time, that would be a good thing, but certainly coming at a high price.
Right. I just want to ask you one other thing. I mean, really a theory I wanted to put to you. I mean, it's very well for President Trump to say these things and for his Vice President, J.D. Vance, to say similar things. But when we look at the level of cooperation, for example, the Five Eyes intelligence sharing agreement that's in place, I mean, at a working level, that's not going to change, is it? I mean, intelligence sharing, which is a really important part of the relationship between the United States and, for example, the UK. I mean, that happens at a much lower level than at the sort of the White House level. That's going to carry on as it always has done, isn't it?
Well, I think it will. I think the characteristics might change a little bit. It might get a little more quiet, a little more underground in terms of the analysts and others who exchange information. Because in the U.S., of course, some of Trump's most loyal lieutenants are running key parts of the intelligence community. So I think the continuation of this close Five Eyes, or even on a bilateral basis, intelligence relationships between the U.S. and other countries, if certainly the other countries will think twice about releasing information to an analyst, say, that they have dealt with for years, maybe at the CIA or elsewhere. They might think twice about doing that, because not that their counterpart would give it away, but somehow it would make it up to higher levels in the organization, and they might make it public or do something with it that was not to be done with this kind of information. So I think certainly there will be a hesitation, thinking twice, maybe holding back by some nations, again, not because they might not trust their colleague across the ocean, but to avoid something happening where the colleagues, their boss's boss, might see this report and might leak it or do something that will cause harm to that partner's intelligence organization. So I think the relationship at that staff level that you're referring to, I think is going to stay warm. I think they're going to keep it alive. I think they're going to have to do it more quietly, and I think there will be, some caution on the side of the U.S. partners about what they give and when they might do that.
Right, and just lastly, I wanted to ask you about one final set of comments that we've been hearing from Europe, from the Vatican, actually, because Pope Leo appears to be weighing into certainly the issue of Ukraine. He met President Zelenskyy yesterday, and he said, the war in Europe is in Europe. Security guarantees must involve Europe. Not everyone understands this. That's a rebuke to President Trump, isn't it?
Well, I can't really speak for the Pope, and I'm not sure what his rebukes look like. But I think certainly his comment can be read that way. That look, we talk about the land issue with Ukraine as being the most contentious and the hardest nut to crack. But also the security guarantee is too, because they're part of the same problem. If Zelenskyy is going to give up land that has defensive, setups on it, defensive positions that have been there, and they're going to give this up to Russia, then there better be an ironclad security guarantee, and the U.S. will have to be part of it, and in an important way. It can't just be a observer. They need to be part of a coalition or whatever it might be that'll come from the European nations. But I think that's what he's kind of alluding to, which is the security guarantee is in a lot of ways the heart and soul of this treaty or peace agreement or ceasefire, whatever it is. It's going to be very important, and the U.S. has to treat it that way, particularly the U.S. role.
Okay, we're going to have to leave it there. We're out of time, I'm told. But thank you very much indeed for speaking to us, Jim Townsend. Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Well, that is all we have time for on Global News today. Thank you very much indeed for watching. Be sure to join us again tomorrow with some more exclusive interviews. Until then, goodbye.
We have to take care of our people, and we're going to take care of our people first.
For in-depth analysis and all the latest developments across the globe, make sure you join us every weekday.
President Trump is trying to negotiate a ceasefire.
With so much happening, so much information, and so much noise,
International law will have no part in his administration.
it can be hard to keep track.
Tariffs will just fuel inflation.
We are going to fight these tariffs.
But you can count on us to tell you what you need to know.
We stand by your side.
Join me, Tom Burges Watson, for Global News Today, right here on Al Arabiya News.
Sorry, Tom, I'm late. I'm nearly there.
And doing something truly original. How excited were you that this is kind of something we haven't really seen before, even in the Predator universe?
It was everything. The whole idea was, is there a movie that hasn't been made yet? And this is a story that has never been told. This is a kind of movie that didn't exist. And so that's what was the driving force behind everyone making the movie.
So this is your first hunt. You've come to the most dangerous planet in the universe.
How much were the visual effects helpful in the narrative of this story in particular?
essential. As much as there's a tradition in the franchise for it to be a man in suit and a fully prosthetic job, we had a test in the beginning to see what changes we could make to make the Predator's face far more expressive than it ever had been before. And it just couldn't quite accomplish what we needed it to. So instead, we could not abandon the practicality, the tactile nature of the franchise. So we still had Demetrius, our actor who plays Deck, wearing a full body suit, covering his entire being other than the cowl was open. So we just his face, and that was then taken over digitally, and our incredible VFX artists allowed Demetrius to drive the performance and found a way for the mandibles to express what Demetrius's mouth and cheeks and all that were expressing. So VFX was a critical part of pulling off the character of Deck. Not only that, but also the planet itself. So much we shot on location, but need to bring an otherworldly quality to it. So we tried to just add to the edges and the backgrounds of frames to extend them out and make it feel like you're on another planet, despite shooting so much of it on location.
You're after a creature that can't be killed. The definitive apex predator.
I could help you.
Well, good luck with your journey.
It's a great testament to Demetrius's acting abilities that he's got like this whole bodysuit, but he's expressive nonetheless. So how fortunate were you to find someone like him who seems to have, mime type of acting abilities?
I have to say, when we cast him, he was the best at what we had seen, and I thought right for the part. But when he was on set, I was blown away. He was so intense and so powerful. I remember turning to my producer like, can you believe what we have here? This is amazing. On top of being so physically gifted and being able to navigate all the crazy action sequences, as well as the language. The language is impossible for me to even speak. My mouth does not permit me to make those sounds. And Demetrius was so gifted at performing that language and also being able to get it change on the fly. We were giving him new lines in the mornings, and he would learn them both in English and in Yautja. He's a real gift to this movie.
Here, you're not the predator. You're the prey.
Obviously, so is Elle Fanning's multiple abilities and facets as an actress. Was she excited? I haven't interviewed her yet, but I assume she was excited herself to do something completely out of her box.
One of the things that I love about having Elle in the movie is that it means that we are cool. Like, she makes really cool choices. She hasn't done a movie like this because I would imagine in her mind, like, if I'm going to make a movie, a genre movie like this, it's got to have something in it that's special. And I think her agreeing to do the movie sort of assigns us as being cool and special. And her parts she's playing is incredibly unique. And she's so gifted as an actress. I knew that she was so talented, but what I did not expect and know we even needed was her physical abilities, not just in action scenes, but even just the nature of playing a synthetic that's been severed in half, and how she has to manipulate her body to pull off the magic trick for the audience. There was a number of things that were not left to special effects or visual effects that Elle really took upon herself to create the magic for us. And yeah, I really lucked out with both of them.
Absolutely. exciting was it to build this story with the visual effects as an integrated part, but also to make the characters so relatable to the audience?
There is a lot of visual effects, of course. You know, there's a lot of monsters that were created and designed that we did have to imagine. But we got to film in New Zealand, which is, I'd never been there before. It's the most incredible place. Beautiful, beautiful locations. I absolutely loved it. And so the landscapes that you see in the film
are real.
Those are real. We were not in the studio much of the time. And also just the history of the Predator, of being, you know, an actor in the suit, and you know, the braids were real. They were whipping me in the face. We were actually hooked up together, flying through the air. And so I really enjoyed like the tangible, real aspects of everything on set. But of course, you know, Dan created this wild world that far exceeded, you know, anything that you can imagine on the page. She's quite brilliant with that.
Welcome to the most dangerous planet in the universe, where everything is trying to kill you.
I need a hand.
For you, Demetrius, I mean, you had this heavy costume, but you still kind of, you know, were able to resonate with your performance, a little bit like miming. So how challenging and exciting was it for you at the same time to literally bring it to life?
Very challenging, if I'm being honest. It was, yeah, quite a heavy suit, and it gets quite hot in the suit, and there's kind of a lot that can pull you out of the scene and kind of distract you. But I think that was what, yeah, drew me to, you know, the character. And yeah, I got excited about the challenge. You know, I wanted to test myself and see, because I've never actually done suit performing. I've never played something that's not human. So being able to embody this character came with a lot of difficulties, but it made me, I feel, a better actor. It really helped my confidence to know that, you know, all these things can kind of distract you, but as long as you're staying present and as long as you're, you know, true to your character, you can't really go wrong. There was a lot of prep that was involved beforehand, just training my body to, you know, withstand being in the suit for that long. And yeah, I had an amazing team behind me, so it was
his emotions, they come through so much, you know, and we've never seen a Predator like that before, of being so expressive. And I mean, I don't think people understand how like hard that is to do. I've never had to do that, but to capture something, but you know that it's going to be slightly covered, but it's still your eyes, and to still feel something. Yeah, and that's like a real testament to Demetrius' talent.
I agree. I fully agree.
You're here to prove yourself. Hunting something that can't be killed.
For you, Elle, how much excitement did you have, you know, exploring the multifacets of the Tia and Tessa situation?
It was so exciting. I've never played dual roles together. I've never acted against myself, so that was a challenge. But Dan, our director, you know, he helped to make sure that I was on track to really differentiate the two synths, because also at the same time, I'm not a human either, so there are these kind of robotic elements, but
body language.
Yeah, of course, and you want to make her accessible to audiences. So, you know, they do have kind of the synths in our film are a little bit, they're more the most advanced synths you've seen from previous Alien films, so they get to have a little bit more human-like emotions. But I'm a combo of probably Tessa and Thea, but Tessa's a bit hardcore, so it was fun playing a baddie.
Yes, and Thea is so cute and cuddly.
Yes, yeah, had to have the opposites.
You know, I've been thinking about the show. For the next 30 days, everyone in the country is trying to murder me.
How are you?
I'm very good. How are you doing?
Very well, thank you so much. We can't reveal too much about your character, but there's a fascination to him, isn't there?
He's a very mysterious character. It's one of the things I loved about what Edgar had originally pitched to me about what he wanted to make with the character. He this great conversation with him where he described the movie he wanted to make and what he wanted to do with McCone before I even read the script. And one of the things that interested him about McCone, and I really liked, is that he's a mysterious, he's like a ghost. He's like a phantom chasing Ben Richards on this, odyssey that he's on. And I found that mystery really interesting. The Mask does a lot for that, but it also sets the character up to, be very stressed when things don't go as planned.
He loses this kind of mask virtually and in real life in that sense. How did you want to work on his body language and the way he moves and even the way he dresses, and how did it all set the tone for you?
Well, we worked a lot on the costume. The mask, that took a lot of development to, find a mask that looked cool, the leather coat. I had this costume fitting where we put the clothes in front of the camera, and I was like, yeah, it looks cool. I feel like something's missing. I think I need a gun. And they brought over this, great big machine gun, and the whole thing kind of came together and made sense. Because he's a deadly, deadly person, but he's also, one of the stars of The Running Man.
Yeah, he has his backstory, basically.
He has a backstory, but he also, it's like, people are tuning in to watch him hunt these people down and kill them.
I got a grenade!
Back at you.
Technically, at some point, the lines get blurry between what is television and entertainment and what is actually reality. I think the character expresses that well.
Yeah, I think the movie in such an interesting way, is following Ben Richards through reality. The fantasy of like righteous violence that is shown on the Running Man show doesn't match up with the reality that Ben Richards is experiencing. And that balance of those two kind of dimensions, I think, is one of the really interesting qualities of Running Man.
Oh, absolutely. Well, my time is up, but it's lovely chatting with you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Lovely chatting with you as well.
Welcome to The Running Man.
The rules are simple. Survive 30 days with the entire nation hunting you down. And get your family out of Slumside for good.
I'm gonna come back here and burn this building down. I promise. That's the spirit.
Josh, how are you?
Good. How are you?
Good to talk to you again. It's such a fun character to play, isn't it? I mean, I'm sure he's inspired from several TV bosses you may have encountered.
More than TV bosses, billionaires that, I've been very fortunate to, when I was doing Wall Street 2, Oliver, introduced me to a lot of billionaires. And it's interesting, man. This guy is so calm and he's so confident in his ability to find people's weaknesses and exploit them. And I think that that's different than something that I've played in the past. And it was a fun, and he's so kind of cosmetically obsessed. The perfect teeth and the hair and the suit and the skin and the eyeliner and all that stuff.
And the Joker smile all the time.
Exactly.
Hunt him down!
Survive, and you will walk away with $1 billion new dollars.
I always thought this was fake.
Let's talk about Stephen King and his ability to kind of, project himself in the future, even in a novel that was written a while ago. So how timely did you always feel that this novel was? Did you read it before or did you read it for the film?
No, I read the novel for the film, but I had seen the first version of the movie, which was not based on the source material. But I know that Steven's seen the film. I know that Steven really liked the film, and I'm happy for him. I'm happy that he responded to these characters in the way that he did, that I've heard Edgar talk about. To me specifically, it's really nice because I'm a big fan of Stephen King. I grew up on Stephen King movies, watching Christine or watching The Shining or watching, whatever. And I like the Arnold Schwarzenegger version a lot. It's really fun. It's a fun movie. But I think that this is also, it's like, when in 1982, if you're writing about 2025 and then you do the movie based on the source material in 2025 and to see what projections are correct and see where we've gone technologically, it's interesting to me.
Don't you get it? This game is rigged.
I got a grenade!
Back at you.
This set must have been interesting to be on. Do you still get excited about these things? Obviously you've been on your fair share of big blockbuster films. But when you step foot on a set and the props are exciting and the things around you are, do you still get enthusiasm?
I do. There's been a couple of times in 41 years where I got a little jaded. And if I get jaded, I leave for a while, which I'm sure everybody gets very happy about. This is bye, Josh. And I go do and I fill up with life and I fill up whatever empty tank that I have. And then I come back. Because when I go back to like watching behind the scenes and all that, I get super excited about being in the movie industry. And when you're working all the time, you're just working and you're worrying and you're making sure that you know the lines and you're creating an interesting character and you're being loyal to the storyline and all that. And, if you do too many of those, you just get, it's just all tink, tink, and you have to give yourself some space. And then the awe comes back, the wonderment comes back.
Go, go!
If you could survive against those goons, so can they.
I'm just trying to get back to my family.
They're here.
Because this story was written in the 80s and it's very timely today, what, in your opinion, with all your experience and expertise, makes a story enduring for the audience and interesting to them decades later?
I think you have to be able to invest in the main character. I think you have to be able to invest in all the characters, and there's some kind of mirror toward the foibles of what we experience as human beings. I think if you don't care, it's impossible to really watch a movie. It's like some cosmetic thing that you go, that's pretty, or that's the cinematography is really pretty and all that. But ultimately, you have to care about what's going on. And, to me, I can watch these movies even if I'm in them and go, do I like the movie or not? I've done movies that I've watched and I go, nope, didn't work.
Not my type.
not my thing, and I'm happy we did it, and I think it's good, and I think a demographic of people will like it. But I do think this is presented as an action film, and there's a lot going on in it. But I also think that you can emotionally invest yourself into these characters. I'll be honest with you. I can't just let you win this game.
Welcome to the Running Man.
Congratulations on a very fast-paced film. How exciting is it for you that, no one catches a breath here?
I mean, I feel like making the movie, I felt like I was on the show as well. Like, it's fair to say, and pun definitely intended, but it was a real marathon to make as well. And so it was a very experiential film. Like, a lot of the movie is having a vicarious experience with Ben Richards for the audience, but I felt like that as the filmmaker as well.
I've been thinking about the show. For the next 30 days, everyone in the country is trying to murder me.
How exciting was it to build that world? I mean, technically every single prop must have been thought of.
Oh yeah, that was super fun. I mean, that's some of the early stages. I mean, some of the very first things that you do, you know, with the smallest team right at the very start is start looking at locations and start kind of like, you know, the concept art of what the cars are going to look like and what the running time is going to look like. And, you know, I worked with my longtime production designer, Marcus Rowland, but also my brother, Oscar Wright, was, you know, concept artist on it. So he like designed the mailboxes and stuff. So all of that stuff is really fun. And then when you actually see the props, I think we all love the running cam, like the sort of like, clamshell camera, because it's so old school, but it's just fun to play with. And every time people will be on set, they pick up the camera, they'd be like, yeah, I love it.
People on these games never come back.
We have no choice. We need money for a doctor now.
Welcome to the Running Man. Contestants will be hunted for 30 days. Anyone can kill you.
At what point did you and Glenn, you know, meet and you thought that, you know, he's the guy, you know, this is someone who's on camera every single shot of the film. So how important was it that he had the essence of the part?
The Ben Richards that's in the Stephen King book is an everyman. And that was the important thing, is that, you know, obviously it's an action film, but he's not an action hero at the start of the film. He's an out-of-work dad. He's not like a trained killer. He's not a superhero. And so I think what was great about Glenn is he has a sort of relatability in terms of that he feels like, you know, somebody that you know. And not that he's not, like he's worked sort of dangerous jobs, so he has a thick hide. But again, he's kind of flying into this game pretty blind and, you know, doesn't necessarily have a strategy a lot of the time, and that was really important to us. And I've been a fan of Glenn for a number of years, and particularly when he brought out Hitman. That was just before we were talking about casting on this, and his name came up, and myself and my co-writer Michael McCall both said, "Oh, Glenn is the perfect person for this movie."
Hunt him down!
Survive, and you will walk away with $1 billion.
I always thought this was fake.
Oh, shit!
Feeling pretty real now.
Did you read the novel prior? I mean, how important was the novel to making, you know, the film what it is?
I had read the novel when I was 14 years old. I started reading Stephen King books when I was about 12 or 13, and I had read that novel before I saw the 1987 version. So when I saw the Arnold Schwarzenegger version, which is very, very loosely based on the book. As a teenager, I was kind of surprised. I was like, oh, this is so different from the book. So I think it had stayed in my head for like literally decades of that The Running Man was a Stephen King book that hadn't really been adapted. So it's actually, the book is the reason I wanted to do the movie, but like from, you know, nearly 40 years ago.
Well, now it's done. Congratulations.
Don't you get it? This game is rigged.
Guess we'll find out.
I'm still here.
Ben Richards, 35, married, one child, in medical crisis.
Glenn, how are you?
Hey, Raya, how you doing?
I'm very well. Nice talking to you again. Congrats on the movie. Obviously, Ben Richards was in a movie before, but this is very close to the novel. So how special was it all because of Edward's also, you know, attachment to the novel as well?
I mean, Stephen King is obviously one of the greatest writers of all time. You know, he's prolific. This book, you know, The Running Man, I think he wrote it in the mid-70s, released it in 82, set it in 2025. And when you read this book, I mean, it is unbelievable. It's eerie how timely, this world that he created is. And I think it's really what makes, you know, Edgar Wright's vision different, you know, and wonderful. Is like, this is obviously like, you know, a big cinematic, you know, relentless action movie, but it also is a world that hasn't been put on screen. It's a really familiar world, and allows you, in addition to like just getting to experience this wild ride, you know, it also leaves you, you know, thinking, you know, in a really fun way. So it's a very unique movie in that way, one that I'm really proud of.
the network owns the Running Man, and they have more sway and influence than the government itself.
Ben signs up for the show, and if he doesn't win, he's going to be executed in front of the entire world.
Welcome to the Running Man.
How easy or difficult is it to make a character relatable and loved by the audience when him as a character is not trying to be liked or
trying to be, yeah. You know, at the end of the day, I always kind of break these things down. I think one of the reasons that this story really is one of the great stories is like we can all identify with Ben Richards in the fact that he's just a guy who's trying to provide for his family. You know, we can all understand that. He's a guy that leaves the house trying to get some medicine for his daughter and goes on this wild ride where he signs up for a game show with a 0% survival rate. Everyone who's ever been on this game show has died, and he signs up for this thing in order to provide for his family. And I feel like no matter what someone's personality is like, you can understand the lengths that people would go to show up for their family. So I think that's a really great heartbeat of the movie, but that makes kind of Ben someone we can kind of understand, no matter if he's a little prickly. Ben Richards is a father whose daughter's extremely sick, and he will do whatever it takes to save his family. Network building, tryouts.
How difficult was it physically? I mean, it's literally the Running Man. He's running like every single frame of the film. How much do you have to prepare for these kinds of things? Basically, he never catches a breath.
Yeah, I was joking with some of my buddies about this, where I was like, you know, I don't know when the last time you did an all-out sprint for your life, but it's like as a grown man, you just don't do it very often. You know, it's like it's sprinting is a very taxing, crazy thing to do, and especially in this movie, which it's like, in addition to, you know, sprinting, you're also not sprinting in a straight line. You're sprinting away from explosions and gunfire, and you're running and jumping off of things and rolling. So it's like, it was a very physically demanding role, and to make it through that entire shoot was tough. I mean, I definitely went through it on this one. It's a physically taxing role, but it's been great. You know, I mean, it's one of those things that I've dreamed of doing my entire life. I remember, you know, building my own like special effects and you know, props and guns, and we shoot, you know, like James Bond movies with my buddies, and it's like, this is what it feels like every day on set. You know, you get to play pretend. It's just a little more explosive.
I think the best thing about making The Running Man is like just getting to be an action hero.
They're here.
We're really breaking out the heavy artillery, the big explosions. Hopefully I'll make the stunts look cool. This is gonna be fun.
I was gonna ask about those sets. You know, I love those postal boxes that fly out. I mean, I want one of them in my house.
Yeah, those are cool, right?
Who was it, this set? Everything, the props, everything that was imagined for the world.
Well, we have a great team, you know, on this film. I mean, the best part is everybody wants to work for Edgar Wright. You know, he is one of the greatest filmmakers, you know, we have. And so in terms of department heads, you know, in terms of creating, I even believe his brother Oscar may have been part of that design of that mailbox.
Yes. Yeah.
But you know, the crazy part is, you know, in terms of production design, in terms of props, all these things, it's like this world is not the world that we occupy. It's, you know, we are occupying a world of 2025. It should still feel familiar. It should feel like our world, but it's just a few degrees off. And it makes things like that really fun, because that's what sci-fi should be, is you don't have to feel like you're in this world. You get to sort of be a little bit of a distance, and allows you almost to see our existence even more clearly. That's what great sci-fi can do.
True. Well, thank you so much. Congrats on the film. I enjoyed watching.
Thank you so much. Good to see you.
It looks unbelievable. It's going to be fun. It's going to be wild.
The action is nonstop.
Bam, 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 bam.
From the White House to Gaza, Kiev to Beijing, elections, economics, and the environment compete with conflicts and other complex issues for our attention. In an age of fake news, deep fake, and artificial intelligence,
They've got to have a vote and a say.
it's important to look beyond the loudest voice to understand the truth. From newsmakers to groundbreakers,
My campaign is going very well.
presidents, prime ministers, princes and peacemakers, and cultural tastemakers.
As Arabs, as Middle Eastern, we're too emotional.
Join me on the Riz Khan Show for empowering conversation.
Hello and welcome. I'm Riz Khan. My guest today is someone who's turned controversial conversations on issues such as the woke culture into an art form. The renowned evolutionary behavioral scientist Dr. Gad Saad pulls no punches as he fights for what he believes should be universal truths and real freedom of speech. His best-selling book, The Parasitic Mind, explores how the human thought process can be hijacked by irrational ideas and how these parasitic beliefs shape much of modern society. Professor Saad's upcoming book is called Suicidal Empathy, exploring how excessive compassion for harmful ideologies is threatening much of Western society. Well, his impact and presence on social media has earned him the friendship and support of people such as the world's richest man.
I found him to be incredibly engaging, very, very humble, zero ego, just two guys. We literally hugged, sat there for 4 hours, completely locked in. You know, he was confiding in me in a very trusting way, in a very intimate way. So I thought he was just absolutely lovely. I mean, he is an eccentric guy, but I've got nothing but positive affection for him.
And Professor Saad has welcomed Donald Trump's second presidency as an opportunity to turn the tide on woke culture and to boost freedom of speech. I caught up with him in his hometown of Montreal in Canada for a candid conversation covering a number of controversial ideas that he's put forward. In this, the first of 2 episodes, Dr. Saad explains what he sees as the real danger of the parasitic mind, his abhorrence of what he calls social justice warriors, and how he justifies his position.
I am putting the epistemological noose around your neck. I don't have to emote louder than you. I don't have to scream louder than you. If I can have this, gargantuan triangulation of evidence, I'll let that do the talking for me.
Professor Gad Saad, technically, but Gad Saad, I'm glad you could spend some time with me for this conversation. There's so much to talk about. I guess I should start by asking, which pronouns would you prefer I use for you?
He, they.
Happy to do that. Now, you've written so many books, you've written a number of books, I should say, that really look at the human condition from a number of angles. I'm going to go through a couple of those down the road, but let's start with The Parasitic Mind, because that's the one that really got you out there. And having been through it, I know one sense I got was that you seemed almost angry or frustrated with the way society has gone. Was it essentially a vent?
I mean, in a sense, yes, because having been in academia for for 31 years now, I always tell people I faced 2 great wars in my life. The first one was the Lebanese Civil War, growing up in Lebanon. The second one was the war on reason, on logic, on common sense, on reality that I saw on university campuses. And I just couldn't understand how supposedly intelligent people could be parasitized by such nonsense. And so it was really a result of me having stood at the top of the mountain, screaming into the wind, nobody paying attention to me. Eventually, they paid attention with The Parasitic Mind.
Isn't a best-selling book in its own way an infectious idea?
It is. So in the mimetic sense, so if you remember, Richard Dawkins famously wrote a book in 1976 called The Selfish Gene. In that book, he argued that, of course, humans are a biological animal, but also a cultural animal. Our genes spread, but so do our memes, which is packets of information. So when you're reading my book, I am literally infecting your brain with my ideas.
Now, you state in the book that people should proactively judge, not just judge simply to be politically correct. Where does that leave someone like me? I'm an old school journalist, and it was kind of beaten into me years ago as I trained that I should not take a position, that I should not be involving myself in the story with adjectives or a commentary or an opinion. All that's changed now in the media, as we know, but I'm kind of stuck in that world where does that leave me? Where I don't want to be in an argument with you screaming and shouting that you're right or wrong. I just want to hear your opinions,
right,
and let people decide.
So in your case, if you're wearing your hat as a journalist, then perhaps not judging is the right ethos to invoke. But in my case, if I am a creator of truth and a defender of truth, then by definition, I have to judge, right? I mean, I belong to the society of judgment and decision-making as someone who studies psychology of decision-making. So it's perfectly natural to judge. And in the book, I talk about the fact that many people are reticent to judge because they view it as gauche. Who am I to judge? Who are we to judge? Now, that's an injunction from the New Testament, but it refers to not being a moral hypocrite, right? Don't judge others if you are committing the sin yourself. You know, people who cast stones from a glass house and so on. But that doesn't mean that we never judge. I judge those who engage in reprehensible acts. It's perfectly part of our repertoire of human behavior.
Of course, it makes it very difficult for me because I'm kind of stuck in this world where conversations like this normally would involve me trying to catch you out or, you know, trying to have a go at you. But what I want to do is really get the most out of where your mind is and how it works. And I wonder, you know, in the sense that you say in the parasitic mind that, you know, we're basically capitulating, we're surrendering our opinions to the woke culture and to political correctness. What's wrong in your mind with that particular approach of at least accepting it?
Right. So each of those parasitic ideas that I talk about in the book, and maybe it's worth that I mention what some of those ideas are.
Please.
So postmodernism is the granddaddy of all parasitic ideas because it purports that there are no universal truths. We are completely shackled by subjectivity. So to speak of an objective truth is completely nonsensical according to the postmodernists. Cultural relativism is an offshoot of that. It says, who are you to judge absolute moral truths, right? If another culture wants to cut off the clitorises of little girls, that's their business. Don't be a cultural imperialist. Social constructivism is another parasitic idea. It basically says we're not biological creatures. Everything is due to social construction. So if Bubba can bench press more than Linda, it must be because his parents taught him to play rough and tumble. It can't be because there are physiological, hormonal, morphological differences between men and women. Now, each of these parasitic ideas originally started off from a noble place. So take, for example, trans activism, right? Yes, of course, trans people should live free of bigotry. That doesn't mean in the service of that goal, we end up murdering and raping truth. So that, yes, if a 6'4", 280-pound guy decides that he's Linda tomorrow, who are you to judge whether he's not really Linda? So no, I do judge people who, in the service of an original noble goal, decide to kill truth.
You see these ideas, to explain the parasitic mind, as basically parallel to biological parasites.
Exactly. Yeah. So let me give you. Yeah. So earlier I mentioned memes. Memes are not the same as the neuroparasitological framework that I took, and let me explain why. A meme could be positively valenced, neutral, or negatively valenced. A parasitic idea is inherently negative, right? And the reason why I chose the neuroparasitological framework comes from the animal kingdom. So in nature, the field of parasitology is the study of host-parasite interactions. So for example, you could be parasitized by a tapeworm that takes over your intestinal tract. A neuroparasite is one that seeks to end up in the host's brain, altering its neuronal circuitry to suit its reproductive interest. So for example, a wood cricket abhors water. When it is parasitized by a hairworm, the hairworm needs it to jump into water in order to complete its reproductive cycle. And so that was my epiphany. Aha, I will now use that framework to argue that human beings could be parasitized by actual physical brainworms, but also ideological brainworms, and hence the parasitic mind.
Why do you think humans are so vulnerable to these idea pathogens?
Well, I love that you asked it that way, because I've often been asked, is the parasitic mind something that is specific to the current period? And my answer is no. The capacity for the human mind to be parasitized is an indelible part of the architecture of the human mind. What is specific to the current period are the specific parasitic ideas that are taking over. 300 years ago, it was perfectly a good idea, if we thought that our neighbor Linda was a witch, to throw her into the body of water. And if she swims, then we know she's a witch. And if she drowns, oops, I guess we were wrong. That's a parasitic idea. Mm-hmm. So there are many reasons for that. One of which is, as I said earlier, it helps us get through difficulties in life. For example, some people argue that religion itself, Daniel Dennett, the famous evolutionary philosopher, argued that religion is akin to a parasite. So there are a wide variety of reasons why we are susceptible to this parasitic thinking.
I'll get on to religion a little bit later because it's something you touch on quite a bit. But I'm guessing from what you say, even a good leader or someone who's a great orator essentially is infecting everyone.
Well, I mean, that's Machiavelli, right? Machiavelli said it doesn't matter if the leader is truly an honest person. What matters is that you manage that. That's why when you say, for example, someone has Machiavellian intelligence, a salesperson who has high Machiavellian intelligence, what is he or she doing? They are tailoring their sales pitch as a function of the customer that they're standing next to, right? That's what a politician does. That's why when politicians are on the campaign, you always see them with a baby. Why? Because that shows that I am nurturing, I am kind, I am compassionate, right? You never see them with babies unless it's about 7 days before the election cycle. So of course, it's all about this kind of impression management.
And I guess dating sites, the person always has a puppy.
A puppy, or I've actually joked once, but it's based on actual science. If you hold a puppy, if you hold a guitar, and you come out of a Porsche wearing a fireman uniform, sit back and enjoy the ladies.
Fair enough. You've alluded to the issues that you are concerned with in the parasitic mind. What do you think are the three biggest risks facing us because of the parasitic mind?
And so the answer to that is also picked up in my forthcoming book called Suicidal Empathy,
We'll touch on that.
We'll touch on that. Look, it causes us to take certain public policy decisions that are deeply problematic. On a smaller scale, although an important one, it causes about 900 medals to be given. This was an actual study that, commissioned by the United Nations, because people say, well, what's the big deal about this transgender thing? Well, there's been almost, and that's an underestimate, 900 medals in major competitions that have been given to biological males, and hence real biological women have lost those places on the podium. So in a small scale, you get this kind of consequence. But how about unchecked illegal immigration? What does that do to the vitality of a society? I mean, economically, it certainly doesn't help. How about if it changes the fabric of that society? How about if you let in millions of people who don't share your foundational values? You're going to irrevocably change the nature of that society. So there are a wide range of consequences, most of them negative, that come about if we allow these parasitic ideas to flourish. By the way, the perfect manifestation of someone who is both a manifestation of a parasitized mind and suicidally empathetic is our current Prime Minister.
Oh, we're here in Canada.
In Canada,
okay,
yes,
right.
sir.
Well, we can touch on the politics in a moment. But the reason I'm asking it in this way is that you talk about, say, immigration, for example.
Sure.
It sounds like it's a broad, sweeping brush when you apply the idea to immigration. People forget the nuances. And that is that there are benefits from immigration. I mean,
of course.
In the US, they're going crazy in the agricultural sector now because they've lost all the workers. So how do you balance not overgeneralizing in such a way that it's counterproductive?
Right. It just has to be common sense, right? I'm an immigrant. So oftentimes people will write to me and say, you're such a hypocrite. You rail against open door immigration, but you're an immigrant yourself. And your buddy Elon Musk is an immigrant. So why are you railing against immigration? That's like arguing that my little cat, house cat Fido, is a feline and the lion in the jungle is a feline. Therefore, since they're both feline, you should also go to the jungle and cuddle up with the lion in the jungle. Immigration has to be pursued in such a way that it always leads to a net benefit to the host society. If that criterion is met, then come in, my brother, and let's build a more pluralistic society together. If you allow entry to millions of people who are coming in for no other reason than you being empathetic, it's not going to result in good outcomes.
One of the things you wrote in The Parasitic Mind, to quote you, is that progressivism has become the enemy of reason. And you talk about, I love this term, the land of progressive unicorn, referring to unicorns, a mythical but admired creature. Why do you feel that progressivism is the enemy as such? Isn't there room for some understanding?
Because it is always rooted in this hopeful ethos. So take, for example, social constructivism, which basically says we're born tabula rasa with equal potentiality. And the only reason that Lionel Messi became Lionel Messi or Albert Einstein became Albert Einstein is because of a particular schedule of reinforcement, some socialization. Maybe his parents hugged him a lot, or maybe they didn't hug him enough, or maybe they took him to McDonald's enough, or maybe not enough. It can't be because there is innate differences in potentiality across people. Because here what the progressives are mixing up is equality under the law with equal potentiality. Now, it's very hopeful for me to think that all of my children have the potential to become the next Lionel Messi if only I find the right schedule of hugging. But the reality is my children are unlikely to become NBA players because I'm a short Jewish guy. Okay, the genes are already working again. Now, there are some short guys that ended up in the NBA, but the statistics are against you. So me recognizing that there are certain biological realities is harder to swallow than the progressive unicornia that says, given the right schedule, we will all be beautiful. Socialism is a wonderful idea if you're 3 years old, because I teach my kindergarten kid that sharing is caring. It's inherently unfair that Elon Musk has more money than the guy who's homeless, right? Wouldn't it be better if benevolent government comes in and it creates equality? That's what Kamala Harris told us. Well, socialism and communism have been tried in endless countries. They've always failed. Why? Because unicornia is inconsistent with human nature. I'll tell you a quick quote that I think you'll love. E.O. Wilson, are you familiar with E.O. Wilson?
I don't recognize the name.
E.O. Wilson was a Harvard biologist who recently passed away, one of the great scientists of the 20th century. His specialty was social ants. He was an entomologist who studied social ants. Now, in social ant colonies, it actually is communistic. There is a reproductive queen, and then there's a bunch of worker ants and a bunch of warrior ants that are completely indistinguishable from each other. So when he was asked in an interview, Professor Wilson, what are your thoughts on communism? His answer was, great idea, wrong species, right? So what the progressives are doing, they're saying, we will impose our beautiful, rosy view of unicornia to a species that hasn't evolved to be consistent with that unicornia. So no, I think it's a bad idea to succumb to these ideas.
So essentially, it sounds like you're saying the land of progressive unicornia ignores basic science.
Exactly. It ignores the most fundamental features of our evolved human nature. Here's a great example from, so I teach at a business school. So many years ago, there was a company that decided that they wanted to break free of the antiquated notions of toxic masculinity. In what context? Romance novels are almost exclusively read by women around the world, right? I mean, literally almost exclusively. And I'm about to describe to you the exact same male protagonist that's been depicted in every romance novel ever written. You ready? He's a count. He's got some royal title. He's a neurosurgeon. He's tall. He's bold. He's aggressive. He wrestles alligators on a six-ab pack, but he could only be tamed by the love of this one woman. I just gave you the plagiarized version of every single romance novel that has ever existed. Why is that? Because women fantasize about a particular type of male archetype. It's part of their innate human nature. Now, this progressive unicornia company came along and said, we want to break free of this toxic masculinity. So they're going to come up with a guy that cries a lot, sucks his thumbs, goes in a fetal position, is pear-shaped, has a whiny voice, he's very sweet and sensitive. Guess what happened to that line? The market said, I don't want it. So you thought that you had the chutzpah to impose what you want consumers to read, and consumers said, no, no, no. I come with an endowed human nature, and I decide what I want to fantasize about. So there are real consequences to approaching political systems or consumer products with a lack of an understanding of human nature.
You reserve quite a lot of ire in your book for what you call the SJW, social justice warriors. Explain that concept.
So the social justice warrior is typically someone who is very much entrenched in sort of progressive unicornia. I even give an example of a type of social justice warrior with a spicy term. Do you know where I'm going with this? Male feminists as sneaky. Do you remember what the last part is? Sneaky effers. Sneaky.
Okay.
Okay. Now, that term, sneaky effer, actually comes from science. It's So in the 1970s, the official scientific term is kleptogamy, which is the stealing of mating opportunities. But the colloquial term, even within the scientific literature, is a sneaky effort. So example, you have many species where the males, there are two phenotypes of male. There's the traditional male who is, very masculine and so on. There is another type of phenotype of a male that mimics females. So when the big dominant male sees this one, it dupes him into thinking that he is a female and then goes around and surreptitiously engages in mating opportunities. So I took this principle from the animal kingdom and I argued that human male feminists, social justice warriors, are adopting the sneaky effort strategy.
Remember this now, yeah.
I'm very, very kind. I hug the trees. When I put gas into my car, I start crying because I am raping Mother Earth with the devil's juice and so on. And so I'm very kind. You could trust me, Linda. You don't have to worry about me. I'm a kind and compassionate person. I'm a sneaky effort.
How do you propose to protect those who are genuinely vulnerable? Because we can't all be that archetypal, super strong alligator wrestling type. There are those who need, to some degree, I guess, support and protection. So how does it not kind of dissolve into this, as you say, unicornia kind of perspective?
Look, I'm not suggesting that empathy is something that should be eradicated. We are a multifaceted creature, right? We can be ruthlessly violent and we can be infinitely kind and loving, right? She's not on camera right here, but my daughter is here. I would be willing to jump in front of a truck to save her life, right? So that allows me to have empathy, have love, have unlimited compassion for the right targets, right? But on the other, the problem is when you take these virtues and they misfire. So I don't know if we want to talk about suicidal empathy later, but maybe
we'll talk about it. We'll carry on.
Yeah.
Carry on.
So suicidal empathy is simply the misfiring of an otherwise adaptive emotion. So let me draw an analogy. OCD is a psychiatric disorder, right? But at its root, it is based on something that is quite evolutionarily advantageous. The idea of scanning the environment for potential threats makes perfect evolutionary sense. But for most of us, once we have tended to that threat, it then goes away. So for example, if you and I shake hands and I notice that a minute before you shook my hand, you sneezed into your hand, I might later quietly go into the bathroom and wash my hands. I wash my hands once and then I resume our interaction. The OCD sufferer will be stuck in an infinite loop for the next 8 hours, washing their hands until their skin is falling off in scalding hot water. So it is a misfiring of an otherwise adaptive process. So yes, be empathetic, be kind, be generous, be compassionate. Those are all part of the repertoire of human realities, but it has to be properly regulated.
What you refer to, though, in the parasitic mind is something that's very interesting, and I think a lot of people recognize this based on what we see in the media, and that is the faux outrage, false outrage.
Exactly. So, and here I can link it, if you like, very quickly to an evolutionary principle. So for a signal to be meaningful, it has to be costly. And let me explain what I mean by that. You take a peacock's tail, right? The peacock's tail could not have evolved via natural selection. Natural selection is the mechanism that confers survival advantage for that trait to have evolved. Well, when the peacock evolves that big tail, it is burdensome, it makes it more conspicuous to predators, it makes it more difficult to take flight. So why would evolution have resulted in the evolution of such a burdensome tail? Well, there we talk about sexual selection. Some traits evolve because they confer a reproductive advantage. So even though it is handicapping me from a survival perspective, I am communicating to the peahens, the females of that species, despite the fact that I've got this very burdensome tail, I am still here. Shouldn't you choose me as your mate? How am I going to link this to what you just asked? Putting hashtag bring the girls home, putting hashtag refugees welcome, love is love, and all the other nonsense, is costless. So it's not an honest signal. It's a faux signal. Any of us can meet it. But if I speak openly in some regions of the Middle East, where I know I might be taken into the back corner and a bullet is put through my head, that is a costly signal. That is true signaling and not virtue signaling.
I remember the section where you were saying basically choose me when it came to peacocks and peahens, but it made me also wonder, you use this term, it's just an aside that just occurred to me, this term testicular fortitude quite a bit in the book. And that made me think, well, what about the women?
Yes. Well, here I use it in a sort of hyperbolic sense. Right. Margaret Thatcher has more testicular fortitude than most men alive today in the West. Right. So it applies equally to both sexes. Or if I were a transgender activist, to the 680 different genders.
When it comes to making decisions, I know you say there's a danger in prioritizing feelings over facts.
Yes, sir.
But isn't part of the problem that people don't really know what the facts are anymore, that, you know, they're so busy looking for confirmation bias?
Yeah, that's true. Let me discuss first the tension between feelings and thought.
Please.
It's a false dichotomy. It's not that we are an animal of reason rather than an animal of feeling. We are both, right? The challenge is to know when to invoke the right system at the right time. So if I'm walking down in a dark alley because I'm taking a shortcut to get home, and then I notice 4 young men who are loitering, I will get a fear-based response. My heart will start racing. I will start breathing heavier. My blood pressure will go up. All of these things have triggered my emotional-based system, and it makes perfect evolutionary sense for that to have happened. On the other hand, if I'm trying to do well on a calculus exam, triggering my emotional system is not going to make me do a better job on the calculus exam. Now, I apply that example when it comes to, say, choosing our political leaders. Regrettably, most people end up invoking their affective system rather than their cognitive system. And so here I talk about, actually an expression from Arabic says that getting drunk by simply smelling the cork of the wine bottle.
Right.
Because what that basically says, I don't need to actually drink the wine to get drunk. I just take a whiff and I'm already, right? So it refers to someone who has a weak cognitive constituency, right? So for example, if you ask people, why do you love Obama? Well, he's tall, he's lanky, he's got a mellifluous voice, he's got a radiant smile. It could well be that every single syllable he utters is complete rubbish, but I'm already getting drunk by his cork. On the other hand, why do you hate Donald Trump? Well, he's cantankerous, he speaks like a brawler from New York, he's not presidential, but you didn't say anything about whether you agree with his immigration policy or his fiscal policy. So the reason why I discuss that tension is because many of the problems that we face is because we trigger the wrong system at the wrong time. Regarding your issue of what do we know what is true or not? Well, one thing I could tell you is that there shouldn't be a government agency that decides for us what is true or not. I don't know if you remember, under the Biden administration, there was a woman, Nina something, that came out who was going to be the first official czar of disinformation. I mean, Orwell couldn't have come up with such a ridiculous notion. Do you remember her?
Vaguely, but I was thinking, though, the issue is partly that with politics, the scene has become distorted anyway.
Right. Well, and look, for example, in science, once you utter the words, these 2 words, settled science, you understand nothing about science, because science deals in provisional truths. Yes, right. There is a truth, but that truth can move. What we thought was true, I mean, the Copernican revolution was about people thinking one way about the cosmos, and then Copernicus and Galileo came along and said, no, that's not how it works. So the idea that it's settled science, and therefore we need to remove your YouTube channel, we need to get you off of Twitter because you are espousing false beliefs. Is it disinformation to say that men menstruate, or is it veridical information? So this whole idea of we tell you what the facts are is a terribly Orwellian, dangerous idea.
I'll get on to how this has been affected by social media and the mainstream media as we progress. But what I was getting at also is, isn't it now that in the case with politics, it is more about smelling the cork than actually listening to what the real policy should be?
And I think there is a reason for that. Look, we face a lot of computational complexity in our everyday life, right? Imagine if I sat there aching about every single decision by looking at every single piece of information that is relevant before I decide which restaurant to go to or which car to purchase. Then I would be stuck in choice paralysis, right? So I use what are called decision rules or heuristics that allows me to cut through the clutter, right? And so, for example, when people evoke their affective system, That's a very quick shortcut, right? Because it allows me to say, look, how do I feel about Obama? He's lovely and majestic. How do I feel about Trump? He seems mean and cantankerous. Good enough, right? Because it cuts through the clutter. Now, it's a suboptimal way of making decisions, but it is a very quick way to navigate through the computational complexity.
You know, when it comes to it, in your opinion, which is more important, truth or freedom? And who wins when they clash? For example, if you have people, you know, putting out, because of free speech, putting out falsehoods, disinformation, and so on in the media?
It's very hard to put a ordinal ranking on which one requires the other in an infinite loop, right? I can't pursue truth if I don't have the freedom to pursue truth, and vice versa, right? So that's what and I'm glad you raised those two, because I'm guessing you're referring to the parasitic mind, where in chapter 1 I say that the two fundamental ideals that that inform my life are truth and freedom, right? I don't think you can have one without the other, right? I have to have the complete freedom to be able to pursue truth where it takes me, which, by the way, leads to a very dangerous idea, forbidden knowledge, which I briefly referred to in the parasitic mind, and I pick up again in suicidal empathy. Forbidden knowledge is the idea that there are some inquiries that we should refrain from pursuing because the consequences would be too great to pursue them, right? Now, and if I may, let me explain here the concept of deontological versus consequentialist ethics. Deontological ethics is absolute statements. It is never okay to lie would be a deontological statement. A consequentialist statement would be, it's okay to lie if you're trying to spare someone's feelings. And so I often joke that if you want to have a long, happy marriage,
I remember, yeah.
Right? And your spouse says, do I look fat in those jeans? Put on your consequentialist hat and say, you've never looked more beautiful. You're lying, perhaps, but that is a consequentialist lie. For most things in life, it is perfectly reasonable for us to be consequentialist. For freedom of speech, for the pursuit of truth, for journalistic integrity, those are by definition deontological statements. So if you say, yes, pursue truth, but don't hurt people's feelings, the but there is a big problem.
Professor, from where do you get your news? How do you make sure you're getting what you would consider accurate?
Wow, what a great question. It's really a collection of stuff. Some of it TV, some of it I read, some of it is just the scrolling through X. So I don't have a single one-stop shop place. It's a bit of but what I try to do is triangulation of the veracity of information. Do you see what I mean by that?
Yeah. I always say that there's a triangle: information plus diversity leads to perspective.
Right. So, there you go.
But the thing is, are you constantly aware of the risk of an echo chamber? Constantly trying to validate your own thoughts, because you're obviously quite forceful in your thoughts. There's a risk you could always be seeking validation.
Albeit, if you, for example, will look at some of my now I have a lot of followers, so I can't give you an empirical estimate, but I can oftentimes have on my feed 2 people that just responded to something that I posted, and they couldn't be more diametrically opposed from each other. Now, I actually take that with some encouragement, meaning that if every time I post something, everybody always agreed with me, then probably I've created an echo chamber. But if, just with one post, I can have 20 people, 14 of whom agreed with me, 6 who haven't, then I think I'm building a diversified chamber.
So I used to give this example that if I covered the Israeli-Palestinian situation, and I would have people from both sides, but either way, no matter how I did the debate or the conversation, I would get viewer feedback saying, oh, you're so pro-Palestinian, for the same show where they said you're so pro-Israeli. And my producer would say, how can that be? I said, well, my explanation was people bring their own baggage.
Exactly.
When they're watching. And that's why I ask in your case how you kind of put your mind outside that potential echo chamber.
Well, so I'll give you an example of confirmation bias that my former doctoral supervisor had told me many years ago. So he had been hired to help some company. He's a cognitive psychologist and consumer specialist at Cornell. He just recently retired, by the way. So he had been hired by a company where half the executives seemed to be for a product launch and the other half seemed to be deadly set against the product launch. And so what was going to break the tie is they were going to bring a bunch of them, put them in a focus group, and then based on that interaction, either one side would win or one side or the other side would win. After that interaction happened, then you polled both sides. Both sides said, you see, we won. Now, how could it be? How could it be that they both saw the exact same interaction and arrived at exactly the opposite confirmation, right? Well, it's exactly to your point, which is I only look for information that supports my position, and I filter out perceptually and cognitively any information that doesn't agree with my position, and therefore I solidify my anchored position. I was recently asked on a show by a British psychiatrist, this was about a year ago, at the end of the show, maybe the best question I've ever been asked, maybe you'll beat it on this show. He said, what is the singular phenomenon that you've seen in the human condition in your 30 plus years as a professor that has most surprised you? So I had to pause for a second. And then I said, the inability for most people to change their anchored positions, irrespective of the amount of conflicting evidence that they might be shown, which itself, and that's why, by the way, in chapter 7 of The Parasitic Mind, I try to offer a means by which we can break through that resistance. I talk about nomological networks of cumulative evidence, which we could talk about. So I'm mindful of even my capacity to succumb to this kind of echo chamber. That's why I try to sample from many different sources.
How do you regard conspiracy theories? The moon landing wasn't real, or that there were chips in vaccines during COVID, these kind of things that are out there. How do you regard them?
I apply the scientific method, right? So I think there is now enough evidence that the Holocaust did happen. So if you're a Holocaust denier who argues that it was all Hollywood made and there were no ovens and so on, I don't have to take it seriously, because I know the accumulation of evidence has already established that thing happened. And so you just apply the scientific method as you navigate between what is true or false. There's no other way to do it.
It's difficult, though, with things like the moon landing. It doesn't have the same empirical basis as the Holocaust, for example.
That is true. That is true. But by the way, I don't know if it's the right time to do it, but maybe it is. Do you want me to talk about how you do the nomological networks?
Please do, yeah.
So in a sense, it speaks to your general question. How do you seek truth? How do you know what's true, what's not true? And so in chapter 7, the chapter's titled How to Seek Truth, I argue that there is an incredibly powerful, albeit very cognitively taxing method to try to decide whether something is true or not. So let's take, for example, I give several examples in the chapter, but I'll discuss one here. Let's suppose I wanted to counter the idea that social constructivists offer that toy preferences are sex-specific due to socialization. Meaning it's because mommy taught Linda to play with the doll and taught Bobby to play with the truck. That's why they have those preferences. Let's suppose I wanted to demonstrate to you that that's not true. There are universal biological and evolutionary-based reasons for those sex-specific toy preferences. How would I go about doing that? So I'm going to build a nomological network of cumulative evidence, meaning I'm going to get you data from across cultures, across time periods, across species, across methodologies, that will triangulate to demonstrate that this position is unassailable. So, and I'll give a few examples. Well, from developmental psychology, we know that young infants who are too young to yet be socialized, by definition, they don't have the cognitive apparatus to be socialized, already exhibit those sex-specific toy preferences. So that already takes out the socialization argument. I can get you data from vervet monkeys, rhesus monkeys, and chimpanzees showing that they have the same sex-specific toy preferences. I can get you data from sub-Saharan Africa, where cultures that are very non-Western, they exhibit the same sex-specific toy preferences. I could go back 2,500 years ago, showing you that in ancient Rome and ancient Greece, on funerary monuments, little boys and girls are depicted playing with exactly the same types of toys as we have today. So look how I am putting the epistemological noose around your neck. I don't have to emote louder than you. I don't have to scream louder than you. If I can have this, gargantuan triangulation of evidence, I'll let that do the talking for me. And so that's why, by the way, I'm epistemologically quite humble in that I know what I know and I know what I don't know. That's why I never get caught in interviews. I give thousands of interviews because I'll never try to wing it. If you ask me a question that I think that I haven't done the requisite nomological network for, I'll say, hey, Riz, that's a great question. It's above my pay grade. I don't know. But if I know, good luck to you if you want to debate me.
Fair enough. No, because a lot of people obviously want to try to catch you out. But if you know your stuff, that's obviously going to be important. But it was interesting because you did say people who spew falsehoods should be judged. Now that stuck with me with Paris.
Judge, that doesn't mean imprisoned.
No, I didn't. I realized what you meant. It was the whole chapter on us taking a position and so on, which is why I started asking you about my situation as a journalist. Because of course, as a human being, I have in my head judgments and opinions, but I really, difficult as it is, I enforce them in terms of my journalistic work. I want to stand away and hear the story. So many people would say that politicians in general happily lie. And in the case of Donald Trump, who I know you do like as a politician, he regularly is accused of lying, and people actually metrically record this. How do you reconcile your belief then about his veracity with that documentation?
So there are lies and then there are lies. So Donald Trump lies about, I've got the biggest in the world. I'm the greatest lover in the history of humanity. The biggest audience was ever at my inauguration, right? They're ego defensive lies, right? So is he fibbing? Undoubtedly. That is a very different lie than if you are a postmodernist saying that there are no objective truths. That eradicates the possibility of truth being. And it's that allows them to say slavery is freedom, war is peace, men are women. So lies don't all come in the same final shape, right? Is he lying in the sense that he's constantly trying to protect his ego because he's a benign narcissist? Yes. But there are guys on the progressive side that are lying. If you say, for example, that socialism is the means by which people are most likely to flourish, that is a much more consequential lie than I am the best lover of all time. Both are lies. One is much bigger than the other.
But he does have those consequential ones too. They're eating the cats and dogs in Springfield, Illinois, and so on. People react to this.
Yeah, okay. In that case, I think it's the fog of the rapidity of how information comes about, right? I think, though, and Elon Musk recently said it, he said, look, we will put out stuff often and it'll turn out to be false, in which case we're happy to correct our position. So just have the epistemological humility to accept that sometimes you'll get it wrong.
True. No, I heard him say that. He was actually in the White House as he said it.
Exactly.
Now, the question is this, though. If putting out this information without checking its veracity in the first place, there are consequences, the risks are great. That's right. So from your side, how do you rationalize that with saying someone like this is worth the leadership position?
Because I think all politicians lie, as you said. The question is, which one is the lesser of a liar? I don't think that when I put my imprimatur in supporting a particular candidate, I think that they are interchangeable with a saint, right? I think that given these options, this is probably the better option. So given the types of values that are important to me, it is incontestable to me that Donald Trump would have been a much better choice than Kamala Harris.
All right, you're picking between those candidates, but I'm talking in a general sense with politicians.
They all lie.
I was going to say, so in the sense of Donald Trump, you see him as something of a cure. As you said in a recent essay, you wrote about his election victory saying, it's an unequivocal repudiation of the ideological parasites that have wreaked havoc on our societies.
Yes.
And if, as you also say, it took decades of assiduous indoctrination for these parasitic ideas to flourish in every nook and cranny of our institutions, we'll get onto those further. Yeah. How can 4 years of a Trump presidency turn them around? You've said it, it takes decades.
That's a fantastic question. It's actually one that I keep hammering now with people, that don't be complacent in thinking that just because Donald Trump, he came along, he's got the polio vaccine, he administers it everywhere, and polio ceases to exist. To your point, what you just mentioned, it took, depending on the parasitic idea, it's taken between 50 to 100 years for these idea pathogens to develop originally on university campuses and then to break out of the university. So it won't be sufficient to only kind of rest on our laurels to say, hey, Donald Trump is here, we've eradicated this nonsense. That's why even I've had people who say to me, so now that Donald Trump has come to power, will people even read Suicidal Empathy? I say, of course they will, because these parasitic ideas have not gone away. The reflex to be suicidally empathetic is not going to magically go away because this guy came into office for 4 years. The next president might be one that is as committed to these parasitic ideas, and off we go on the woke train. So there's much more in the fight to be had.
I want to get your perspective on this as someone who's actually a couple of years younger than me, but around the same kind of age. For me, it seemed like there was a massive change in the curve where this suddenly all became public. I don't remember these kind of debates for the last, say, 40, 45 years.
Because you weren't in academia. So it takes a while for all of these. So, for example, take shingles. The virus is within you, it's dormant, and then something will trigger it such that you might get an outbreak and I don't. But it is in there. So what you were reacting to is the fact that you didn't know that shingles was, flourishing in the background, whereas I was living in the petri dish of shingles called academia. So, and let me give you the background of how I first was exposed to, Houston, we have a problem. So my scientific work originally was in the application of evolutionary biology and evolutionary psychology and studying human behavior in general and consumer behavior and economic behavior in particular. And so as I tried to Darwinize the business school, the idea being that you can't study entrepreneurship or leadership or consumer behavior or economic behavior without ever invoking our biological nature. To me, that seemed like a very banal and obvious statement. Well, apparently it was completely heretical to most of my academic colleagues. And so I was right, that was my first exposure to parasitic ideas. How could these otherwise bright, educated people be questioning the fact that human beings, consumers are biological? You don't think our hormones affect our behavior? How? Right? And so I saw it, but it took a while for other people who were not inhabiting that ecosystem to then hit them. And that to me is frustrating, because had people listened when I stood up on top of the mountain and saying we have a problem, then we wouldn't have had to have 900 medals being stolen by trans women. You see what I mean?
I hear you. Yeah.
I appeared in 2017. I appeared in front of the Canadian Senate. I was summoned, as was Jordan Peterson, separately, to talk about Bill C-16, which at the time was a bill that hadn't passed yet, trying to incorporate gender identity and gender expression under the hateful rubric umbrella. And I said, yeah, of course, I support the idea that no person should face any bigotry, but beware of the proverbial slippery slope. Now, if you go back and you listen to my warnings, I hate to say it, but they were prophetic.
How do you regard the way, well, this also occurred to me, the word political correctness came in, I don't know what, maybe 15, 20 years ago that I could really remember. And suddenly all the parameters changed. I couldn't put on an African accent, for example. I certainly couldn't, if I was an actor, go on blacken my face and appear as an African. When that all started to emerge, how did you regard that?
I was very concerned by it, because I saw the kind of stifling environment it created in otherwise banal interactions on campuses. So people were, I remember at one point someone asked me, this was probably about 10 years ago, oh, where are you from originally? And I was about to answer. I said, oh, I'm so sorry. I know that I'm not supposed to ask that. I said, what do you mean you're not supposed to ask that? You recognize that I don't look as though I'm indigenous to Canada because I have a particular morphological look. What's the problem with you asking where I come from originally? So I've noticed that for a while. I compare it, and you might remember this from the parasitic mind. The parasitic wasp stings a much bigger spider, rendering it zombified, and then it takes it to its burrow, lays its eggs on it, and then its eggs, as they hatch, eat the spider in vivo while it's alive. And so I argue that political correctness is akin to the spider wasp sting, because it stultifies me, right? I'm now afraid to say, I recognize that you don't look French Canadian. So what if I were to say, Mr. Khan, where are you from? How is that an insult? But that's what happens with political correctness. It removes our ability to have natural dynamics.
Just an aside, I tend to say, what are your roots?
What are your roots?
I find it kind of safer. And this is the issue. Aren't there so many landmines now onto which we can easily step?
Not if you're called Gadsad. I mean, I don't give
care.
a shit. You know, there's a, and I invoke this in chapter 8 of the Parasitic Mind. I say, activate your inner honey badger. Right? The honey badger, for the viewers and listeners who may not know, has been literally ranked as the most ferocious and fierce animal in the animal kingdom, which is saying a lot. There are a lot of ferocious animals in the animal kingdom. The reason, it's the size of a small dog. It is so fierce that adult lions will stay clear of it, right? That's why there's the expression, honey badgers don't give an F. I live my life this way, maybe to a fault, and I wish more people would invoke.
You end the book basically saying evoke your honey badger. Yeah.
Exactly.
How do you regard Andrew Tate? I interviewed him at his home in Romania.
Yeah, I've never interacted with him. I don't know much about him. I mean, he seems maybe not to my aesthetic taste in terms of his delivery, like kind of the bro stuff. Some of his and I'm hardly one who can't engage in locker room talk, right? I mean, I was literally a soccer player myself. So it's not as though I'm a dainty.
أكد كذلك رفض إقحام حضرموت في أي صراعات.
كما أننا نرفض إدخال المحافظة في صراعات جديدة لا تتحمل المحافظة، فكما أسلفنا فالمجتمع الحضرمي مجتمع مسالم ومجتمع سلمي، فلا بد من المحافظة على السلم المجتمعي.
أيضا رئيس الوفد السعودي وصف القضية الجنوبية بالعادلة التي لا يمكن تجاوزها أو تجاهلها. شيوخ وأعيان قبائل وادي حضرموت وفي لقاء جمعهم برئيس وأعضاء الوفد السعودي رحبوا بجهود الرياض ومساعي وفدها إلى حضرموت للتهدئة وتطبيع الأوضاع بالمحافظة. كذلك عدد من الأحزاب والمكونات السياسية اليمنية بينها المؤتمر الشعبي العام والتجمع اليمني للإصلاح أثنت على الجهود السعودية للتهدئة، معبرة عن قلقها البالغ تجاه هذه التطورات ومحذرة من محاولات المجلس الانتقالي فرض وقائع خارج إطار الشرعية. وبموازاة الجهود السعودية للتهدئة جاءت ردود الفعل الدولية مؤكدة الالتزام بدعم مجلس القيادة الرئاسي والحكومة اليمنية، وهذا ما أكدت عليه أمريكا ودول الاتحاد الأوروبي، معربة عن القلق من تداعيات ما يجري في حضرموت والمهرة الأخيرة وتأثيرها على الوضع الاقتصادي والمعيشي لليمنيين.
نشرتنا مستمرة وتتابعون فيها بعد الفاصل. العربية ترصد الأوضاع الإنسانية الصعبة في مخيم الدبة بالولاية الشمالية بالسودان. ولدينا أيضا قصة تنفي رصد أي تحشيد عسكري تركي على خط التماس بين سوريا وتركيا.
يمكنكم متابعة العربية برامج على العربية نت ويوتيوب. مجموعة متميزة ومتنوعة من المحتوى المتكامل من أهم البرامج. شاهدوا العربية برامج في أي وقت ومن أي مكان، واختاروا مجموعة واسعة من إنتاجات العربية المتوفرة على العربية .net ويوتيوب.
قبل عام كنت بين السوريين في هذه اللحظة التاريخية من قلب دمشق، واليوم تعود إلى دمشق.
أطل وإياكم الآن مباشرة على ساحة الأمويين.
كيف يستعد الأهالي في ريف دمشق للاحتفال بالعام الأول على سقوط الأسد، خصوصا بعد التسريبات؟
الاحتفالات مستمرة في حلب.
اليوم السوريون عادوا إلى بلادهم كما رأينا المشهد الخلفي. بدأت بالفعل الاحتفالات.
القماصنة يحتفلون اليوم بمرور عام على سقوط نظام بشار الأسد.
هذه دمشق وهذه سوريا الجديدة.
أهلا بكم من جديد. عودة إلى الولايات المتحدة مشاهدينا، ونتابع في الكونغرس نتائج التصويت. لدينا إذن المجموع الآن يبدو بأنه النتائج الآن 202 مقابل 212. لا أدري إذا كان التصويت قد انتهى، لكن الديمقراطيين والجمهوريين. طبعا هناك عدد الأصوات بالعادة هو 435 نائب، يجب أن يكتمل العدد. لا زال هناك عدد لم يكتمل من الأصوات. عملية التصويت لا زالت جارية، لكن الذين صوتوا حتى الآن تقريبا 416 أو 420. الأرقام تتحرك، لكن الرافضون ربما أكثر من الموافقون حتى الآن على مشروع قانون الدفاع. طبعا إذا هناك تقارب والأرقام تتغير لحظة بلحظة. نذكر مشاهدينا بأنه هذا هو تصويت على تفويض قانون تفويض الدفاع الوطني. هو طبعا مشروع قانون سنوي شامل لسياسة الدفاع. كان قد كشف عنه يوم الأحد الماضي، وكشف بأنه سيتم التصويت على إلغاء ما يسمى بقانون قيصر، أيضا من ضمن البنود الذي يتضمنها. طبعا هذا القانون، قانون الدفاع، مكون من 3000 صفحة. وطبعا قانون قيصر تم إقراره عام 2019 ويشترط تقديم تقارير منتظمة من البيت الأبيض. طبعا الآن 10 تبقى 10 أعضاء ليصوتوا، وبعدها سيتم الحزم ما إذا كان هذا القانون قد تم تمريره أم لا. إلى نراقب هذه الشاشة ربما نربط الاتصال بمديرة مكتب العربية لمعرفة حقيقة ما يحدث. عادة الآخر أصوات يبدو بأنها تأخرت، كان التصويت يسير بسرعة أكبر. الآن قفز العدد إلى 208 مقابل 215. بقي من الأصوات إذن 9 أصوات بقي. الآن هناك صوت رافض جديد، تقريبا 8 أصوات تفصل. يعني إذا جاء صوتان رافضان يبدو بأنه لن يتم تمرير مشروع القانون. كنا نتحدث ما إذا كان هناك مفاجآت قد تحدث. مديرة مكتب العربية بيّنت لنا بأن هناك بعض التحفظات من بعض أعضاء مجلس النواب على هذا المشروع، لكن إلى الآن غير واضح. هناك 5 جمهوريين و4 ديمقراطيين لم يصوتوا حتى الآن، وربما هذا التصويت بحاجة إلى كل الأصوات، ربما أو على الأقل 8. لا، كل الأصوات. يجب أن يأخذ كل الأصوات المتبقية 9 حتى يتم تمريره، لأنه الآن 208 مقابل 216 رفض. إلى الآن غير واضح لماذا يعني هذه العملية توقفت. لا ندري إذا ما كان هذا في إطار ربما مناقشات تتم، مناقشات اللحظة الأخيرة. غير واضح، لأنه أي صوت الآن بالرفض سيعني إلغاء التصويت على مشروع قانون الدفاع. يبدو بأنه إلى الآن في حالة جمود بالأرقام، ويبدو أنه يعني لا يوجد أحد من النواب يتقدم للتصويت. عادة نراهم وهم يتقدمون للإدلاء بأصواتهم، ويتم بعد ذلك الحزم. على كل حال، فقط يعني نعطي لمحة تاريخية على هذا القانون، قانون قيصر الذي يهمنا والذي نبقي عينا عليه، لأنه هذا القانون أساسي جدا لإعادة الحياة إلى الاقتصاد السوري. طبعا هذا القانون فرض عام 2019 ويتضمن عقوبات واسعة النطاق على سوريا. طبعا استهدفت أفرادا وشركات ومؤسسات مرتبطة بالأسد الذي حكم سوريا منذ العام 2000 حتى تمت الإطاحة به عام 2024 على يد ربما قوات المعارضة بقيادة الرئيس الحالي الشرع. طبعا في ردود الفعل التي صدرت من سوريا، حاكم مصرف سوريا المركزي قال بأن اقتصاد البلاد ينمو بوتيرة أسرع مما كان متوقع، ووصف إلغاء العقوبات الأمريكية بأنه معجزة، لأنه كان هناك دفع كبير باتجاه إلغاء هذه العقوبات، حتى ربما يتم إتاحة متنفس للحكومة السورية لكي تعيد ضبط اقتصادها، وربما هناك استثمارات كبيرة تنتظر هذا الأمر، لأنه في ظل وجود هذه العقوبات سيكون من الصعب ربما وصول أي استثمارات سواء كانت إقليمية أو دولية إلى سوريا. وبالتالي هناك دول من بينها المملكة العربية السعودية التي طالبت بربما رفع هذه القوانين. ربما هناك صوت الآن، نستمع، دعونا نسمع الصوت.
Mr. Speaker, I request the yeas and nays.
The yeas and nays are requested. Those favoring a vote by the yeas and nays will rise. Sufficient number having risen, the yeas and nays are ordered. Members will record their votes by electronic device. This will be a 5-minute vote.
لا ندري حقيقة ما إذا كان قد تم تمرير المشروع أو إلغائه، لكن 204 على كل حال ننتظر النتيجة، لأن لم نستمع حقيقة إلى ما تم الإعلان عنه بخصوص مشروع القانون. هناك ربما هل سيتم إعادة التصويت؟ لماذا الأرقام تتراجع من جديد؟ لماذا يتم هذا الأمر؟ هل هناك لغط ما حدث؟ واضح بأنه في أمر ما يتم البحث عنه. عادة ربما يكون هناك تصويت على قوانين أخرى غير قانون الدفاع، مشروع قانون الدفاع. طيب، نحن حاولنا أن نربط الاتصال بأحد مراسلي العربية ليوضح لنا ما حدث، لكن معنا بيير غانم. إذا بيير غانم يستعد، مراسل العربية، ليوضح لنا حقيقة ما حدث. بيير، تسمعني؟
أسمعك الآن، تحياتي.
إذا يبدو بأن التصويت هذا لا يتعلق بمشروع قانون الدفاع. هل تم إقرار مشروع القانون أم تم رفضه؟
التصويت الأول الذي شاهدنا عليه